This kid was born a waste without a spirit root. Although he couldn't cultivate, he was born into a wealthy family. His parents took care of everything. His meals consisted entirely of top-grade medicinal pills. One pill was equal to a large plate of vegetables. He soaked himself all day in the most high-grade medicinal bath. But the only thing that improved was his excretory system. He could fart like a rocket, no idea how. Since he couldn't cultivate like others, he decided to go the physical route. Every day, he persistently ran 10 kilometers and did 100 push-ups. He was determined to become a powerful hegemon in the cultivation world. Sometime later, on the exact day the Yulin Immortal Sect opened its competition to select inner sect disciples. While other competitors were channeling their spirit energy, their auras rumbling as they displayed their techniques. He, on the other hand, just stood there with a dumb face watching the excitement. Then, casually he sneezed. Unexpectedly, it created a tornado. It even extinguished the opponent's strange fire for artifact refining. Witnessing this, it made the old sect masters' mouths drop open, wide enough to fit 100 kilos of melons. Not only that, he also possessed the Lingbo Weebu footwork. From the end of the arena, he suddenly appeared right in front of his opponent. Finally, he gave him a jaw-dropping punch, sending him flying to heaven, to reunite with his ancestors immediately. After a minute of surprise, the well-endowed female MC, after checking for a while, finally realized he was the waste, Trang 13. From back in the day, who had now returned without needing to use any spirit energy at all. He defeated all opponents to win the #1 spot this year. The competition ended. He and the other new disciples went up the mountain to begin their cultivation journey. Suddenly, they were blocked by a group of soldiers, blocking the road, demanding to arrest a criminal, a wanted fugitive. Trang 13 thought to himself, in this remote mountain valley, he still couldn't find peace. He had to temporarily escape first. Thinking this, he tiptoed to sneak away from here. But unfortunately, a system suddenly popped up in front of him, forcing him to stop. It announced the first mission he was given was to pass the inspection directly by the Imperial Court's soldiers. Trang 13 was extremely frustrated, complaining to this system. Since it was activated, it only now decided to show its face. And the first mission wants to push me into a pit of self-destruction. To explain why he was wanted, as well as how he accidentally got stuck with this troublesome system, we must turn back time to the past. Ever since he was young, Trang 13, with his weak constitution, couldn't come into contact with anyone. Just a light balloon from the neighborhood kids hitting him was enough to make him tumble, teeth and lips all mixed up, sent flying hundreds of meters, breaking a few more ribs. To protect their precious son, his parents bought an entire deserted island in the middle of the sea and sent a female expert named Trang Niem to protect him while they were away. If I don't fend for myself, heaven and earth will destroy me. Trang 13 didn't want to rely on anyone, so he threw himself into physical training. Every day, he started by rinsing his mouth with a 10 kilometers run around the island, 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and finally, 100 push-ups, the full combo. The training regimen of some bald guy. He persisted for many years. Although Trang 13 didn't lose a single hair, he still possessed invincible strength, and at the same time, activated the Golden Finger system from the legends, called the Physical Cultivation Immortal. He thought it would be like other people's systems, helping the host cleanse his marrow, refine his bones and awaken a dominant spirit root. But no. This useless thing could only help strengthen his muscles. Its sole purpose was to make Trang 13 become the leading promoter of sports. To the masses, it sounds so lame. Not only was it not as good as other people's systems, it also had the bad habit of getting offended easily. Whenever he criticized it, he would immediately get zapped by electricity. It's truly a demonic species. Well, at least it allowed him to exchange for skill points and get some rewards for training. Just like that, for 2 long years, Trang 13 continued to train persistently, without missing a single day. Finally, this day came. The system announced he had enough points to upgrade. The system opened up countless new features like a shop and advanced training skills. Trang 13 hadn't even had time to test them when he suddenly discovered intruders. They landed with a loud crash, shattering the ground like supermen. They introduced themselves as soldiers of the imperial court, here to hunt down the entire Nam Kung family for the crime of treason against the emperor. At this same time, the female expert Trang Niem had also received the bad news. She immediately rushed to the young master's training area, so they could escape together in time. With her swift movements, she arrived just as the leader was about to strike. Trang Niem descended like an angel with a kick that shook heaven and earth, carrying an aura that could destroy the world. She fiercely kicked the imperial soldier. Bang! A resounding explosion. Dust flew everywhere, obscuring the vision of the hidden dragon guards. Trang Niem took advantage of the smoke. Quick as lightning, she threw 13 onto her shoulder and desperately fled, searching for a path to survival. The leader of the hidden dragon guards stood in the dust. Watching the 2 figures gradually disappear, he said grimly. The intelligence report said, "The Trang family's young master has a crippled spirit root. Just a waste hiding on a deserted island, avoiding the mortal world, with only one maidservant attending to him. It seems that maidservant is you." Trang Niem stopped and turned her head. Her long, narrow phoenix eyes filled with a cold light. She stared at the soldiers. Her voice was as cold as ice and snow. "Young master, you must go quickly. I will hold them off here." Hearing this, the hidden dragon guard leader's face turned fierce, shouting loudly, "We are the hidden dragon guards, serving the imperial court. A mere maidservant dares to speak so arrogantly." As he finished speaking, he waved his hand, summoning a magical artifact that transformed into a ferocious vortex of death. It locked tightly around Trang Niem's throat. 13 witnessed this with absolute horror. Having restrained Trang Niem, the ruthless leader yanked hard, and countless sharp streams of energy, like blades, madly tore Trang Niem's body apart. Trang Niem's body went limp. Fresh blood spurted out as she fell, heavily injured. 13's eyes widened and his mouth gaped, screaming, "Sister Trang Niem, are you okay?" Trang Niem lay weakly on the ground. Her face was pale as paper, and she groaned in pain. She struggled to lift her head and look at 13, her voice as weak as a spider's thread. "Young master, run quickly. Don't worry about me." An anger like an erupting volcano covered his handsome face with frost, along with a gaze as determined as steel. He stood silently beside Trang Niem for a long moment. The next second, he changed direction and resolutely advanced towards the hidden dragon guards. "Whoever dares to bully my Trang Niem, I, 13, will absolutely not forgive them." 13's body suddenly erupted with a powerful aura. The flow of Tao circulated as he clenched his fist. He raised it high and aimed straight at the hidden dragon guards to strike. Trang Niem was terrified. Her face turned pale with extreme worry, watching 13's back as she weakly called out, "Young master, what are you trying to do? Just a waste. Not even equal to a mortal. You dare to dream of opposing me?" After saying this, he ruthlessly waved his hand, sending a vicious palm strike carrying the aura of death straight towards 13. "There's a limit to stupidity." A hidden dragon guard at the side laughed loudly. reminding, "Stop playing around. That move of yours will chop him into minced meat." Facing the brutal attack, 13 remained calm and composed. He casually swung his fist to meet it. Boom! A loud sound, and the palm strike vanished without a trace. Seeing 13 casually neutralize the attack with one punch, the expression of the Hidden Dragon Guard leader shifted from arrogance to terror. He couldn't believe his eyes. He shouted loudly, his voice trembling. "How can this be? I am a distinguished Hidden Dragon Guard. My technique was actually neutralized by you." Before he could react, 13's figure moved like a ghost. A lightning-fast punch struck straight at the leader's throat. Splat! A sound like a watermelon being crushed. The Hidden Dragon Guard leader's body stiffened and collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back. His mouth hung open, his breathing sporadic. 13 stood tall, his face as cold as ice. A murderous aura filled the air. Physical exercise trains the body to be strong and strengthens the bones. The remaining Hidden Dragon Guard subordinates were utterly horrified, staring at their breathless leader on the ground. Cold sweat poured down. He's dead? One punch killed a Hidden Dragon Guard? How can a waste have such terrifying power? The 3 remaining Hidden Dragon Guards roared in terror. Waving their weapons, they madly attacked 13. "Everyone, no need to hold back anymore. Kill him at all costs." Facing the 3 ferocious attacks, 13 remained as calm as water, his eyes focused. He casually opened his mouth. "It's time to warm up the body and move the muscles." After speaking, 13's figure blurred like a phantom as he stretched his body. His movements were gentle and graceful. In an instant, he had easily dodged all the attacks. Trang Miem, at the side. Her eyes were wide with an expression of utter shock. Could this be the Qi nurturing technique that the young master practices every day? Usually, when I see the young master cultivating that strange secret art, I was always worried and tried to dissuade him. I never expected it to have such astonishing power. Back on the battlefield, 13 just gently flicked his sleeve. His chest-puffing movement was even more bizarre. He quickly intimidated the 2 remaining men. After defeating those 2, 13 continued to step forward, intending to cut the weeds and remove the roots of the last one. That soldier, his hand holding the communication jade slip, trembled as he screamed, "Don't you dare take another step, or I will immediately send a message to summon reinforcements." With lightning speed, 13, using his ghostly movement technique, in an instant, appeared in front of the Imperial soldier. Then, a decisive sky leg kick struck directly at the opponent's lower body. This kick was as powerful as lightning. In a flash, it destroyed his manhood. The jade slip in his hand also cracked and fell to the ground. Trang Miem, on one side, was a little surprised by this scene. The jade slip shattered upon hitting the ground. It suddenly created a mysterious barrier space. Inside, there was a strange fluctuation of spiritual power. After careful observation, Trang Miem exclaimed in alarm, "This is a spatial jade slip. Inside is a storage space. It contains the Hidden Dragon Guard's teleportation formation." Realizing the situation was urgent and extremely dangerous, Trang Miem hurriedly shouted a reminder, "Young master, we must leave this place quickly. There is an unparalleled expert inside about to break out." Before her words finished, a hand reached out from within the barrier, startling 13. Immediately after, a towering figure appeared. His domineering aura filled the sky. A murderous intent rolled off him like fierce waves, revealing the powerful presence of a great expert. As soon as he appeared, his gaze locked onto 13. "You are the Trang family's waste. The young master from the intelligence report? Indeed, I can't sense even a tiny bit of spirit chi from you. But then his gaze swept over the surroundings. He discovered the group of hidden dragon guards had been completely wiped out. And his gaze shifted to Trang Niem. The hidden dragon guards sent here are all dead? Was it all you're doing? A mere little maidservant actually has such a cultivation level. That's quite surprising. Today, to be able to die at my hands can be considered your great honor. Trang Niem, on the opposite side, was filled with indignation. But her own strength was too weak. She could only watch helplessly as Fong Thu Kian, with his profound cultivation, immediately made a killing move, wanting to take Trang Niem's life in one blow. The attack was like a lightning strike, fast as electricity, charging straight towards Trang Niem. In that hair-raising moment, 13 suddenly burst forward, using his own body to block the blow. Seeing 13's action, both Trang Niem and Thu Kian were startled and surprised. 13 was immediately hit by the terrifying force and sent flying backward, stumbling and dragging across the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Witnessing 13 suddenly dash out to block the blow, and then get sent flying right before her eyes, Trang Niem was horrified. Young master! Due to the attack just now, 13 had fallen unconscious, lying motionless on the ground. Thu Kian, at the side, was also a bit surprised by 13's physique. A normal cultivator hit by my move would definitely turn into a bloody mist. Yet he is still intact. Could it be he has a top-grade protective magic treasure? But it doesn't matter. Fong Thu Kian now stepped forward with an extremely arrogant posture. In an instant, he circulated his true qi, erupting with a domineering and bizarre aura. In any case, it's impossible for you to escape my grasp today. Trang Niem's face was pale, her eyes wide, staring at Fong Thu Kian. This is bad. The pressure of a heavenly general is terrifying. Just the aura alone is suffocating. Suddenly, a stream of sword qi descended from the sky, blocking his advance, startling him. Immediately after, the sky was filled with swordlight. The heaven and earth sword art struck simultaneously at the position where he was standing. Faced with the fierce offensive, Fong Thu Kian hurriedly flew back in retreat, dodging the sharp attack. Seeing the familiar technique, Trang Niem was overjoyed, her delight obvious. This technique, its master. Fong Thu Kian raised his eyebrows, his eyes cold. He glanced up high. Trang Ky. You actually managed to come here? The great elder, Trang Ky. The old man's face darkened. He stared angrily at Fong Thu Kian. Fong Thu Kian spoke with an arrogant and haughty tone to the old man. Trang Ky, aren't you supposed to be protecting the Trang family head? Why do you have the leisure to run to this place? Old Trang Kai's cold gaze locked onto his opponent. I am here on the family head's orders, to protect the young master's safety and escape. Next, the old man turned his face towards Trang Niem and shouted an order. Trang Niem, quickly escort the young master away from here. I will stay behind to hold off the enemy. Trang Niem stood in a dilemma, worried about her master, and also concerned for 13. Helplessly, she bit her lip and nodded at her master's command. After that, Trang Niem quickly picked up 13 with all her strength and flew away, escaping from Fong Thu Kian's sight. Thu Kian curled his lip in disdain, looking at Trang Ky. With just you dream of stopping me? He soared into the air with one punch, bombarding towards old Trang Ky. Old Trang Ky also swung his precious sword to block the attack. Old Trang Ky gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, my Trang family rules this region, controlling countless cultivation resources. In this cultivation world, the strong prey on the weak, that is the natural law. You tell me, what do we rely on to protect this foundation? You old thief, You really stop at nothing. A cold shout echoed, followed by a ferocious sword formation erupting. A fierce wind howled, sword chi flew everywhere, aiming straight for Thu Qian's vitals. Boom boom. The clash of energy was heaven-shaking. Dust billowed, obscuring the sky. Trang Niem held 13 tightly. Her figure moved like lightning, dashing across the high branches of ancient trees. Her heart was burning with anxiety, worried for her master's safety. Master, you must be safe. She prayed silently, the rise or fall of the Trang family. Perhaps it all depends on you. 13 was still deep in sleep, his soul seeming to wander. In his daze, memories of his past life suddenly flooded back. The sounds of tragic wails and terrifying collapses echoed in his ears. He saw himself as a lost child in a sea of fire. Tall buildings collapsed into ruins. In his panic, 13 stumbled, pain spreading through his limbs. His legs felt like jelly, unable to move. They might have been broken. 13. A heart-wrenching call rang out. His parents appeared amidst the thick smoke, waving towards him. 13 was overjoyed to see the familiar figures. He hurriedly reached out, wanting to touch them. But at this very moment, a giant shadow fell from above. A huge piece of concrete from the collapsing tall building. 13 was terrified, watching the object of death hurtle straight towards him. No! Just as his terrified scream ended, 13's parents dashed forward like arrows, using their weak bodies to shield him. His mother's gentle voice sounded. Don't be afraid, Mom and Dad are here. 13's tears flowed, he choked. Don't worry about me. I'll only drag you down. Don't. Ah! 13 woke up from the dream, cold sweat drenching his back. Trang Niem was staring intently at a secret letter from the family, and was startled when she turned, seeing 13 had regained consciousness. She hurried over. Young master, you're finally awake? 13 panted, looking around with a dazed expression, feeling his body was still intact. He asked in surprise, I was saved? Trang Niem's expression was grim. Fortunately, the great elder acted. That our lives were saved. Hearing that, 13 became even more worried and anxiously asked, how is the Trang family? My mother and father, how are they? Trang Niem lowered her head, her voice choked. Aside from the clan members scattered outside, everyone else has met with disaster. The family head, lost the protection of the great elder and was also captured by the imperial court. Captured. 13's eyes darkened, an endless grief washed over him, his heart felt like it was being cut by knives. He turned his face away, trying to suppress his emotions. His voice trembled, Is it because great uncle rushed to save me? That his clone at my parents' side was weakened? Isn't it? Trang Niem looked at 13. He was completely devastated, his heart in turmoil. She didn't know how to comfort him. 13 suddenly became furious. He angrily swung his hand and smashed it against the wall. Hateful! 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 Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The solid stone wall immediately collapsed into ruins. 13 blamed himself. Whether in my past life or this life, I always burden my parents. Just because I'm too weak and useless, always needing their protection. Am I really that useless? Am I forever just a waste in everyone's eyes? Trang Niem gently advised. Young master, don't be pessimistic. The future of the Trang family may still have to rely on you to save it. 13 was startled, raised his head in surprise, and asked, Sister, what did you just say? Trang Niem explained with a serious expression. Participate in the Zhantian Dao conference. Win the title of Dao Child. As long as you win, there might be a chance to save the Trang family. The Zhangtian Conference is a major event in the cultivation world, held only once every 15 years. The purpose is to find the most outstanding genius, the new Zhangtian Dao child. The Dao children of each generation can all enjoy supreme cultivation resources and privileges. They can even make one request to the imperial court. A general amnesty is not impossible. Speaking of this, Trang Niem excitedly gripped 13's hand. Young master, you must try. This might be our greatest opportunity. Although young master doesn't have a spirit root and cannot cultivate, but within your body, there seems to be a hidden, mysterious, and unfathomable power. If you can unleash this power, you can definitely help the Trang family rise again. When 13 heard this, his spirits were lifted, his morale soaring. He clenched both hands into fists. All right. Then let's immediately retreat into seclusion. We'll go into closed-door cultivation, train our bodies, and increase our strength. But Trang Niem hesitated. But the Zhangtian Conference only allows official cultivators to participate. Rogue cultivators are not qualified. 13 was stunned. He scratched his head in confusion. Then doesn't that mean I have to join a sect? But my aptitude is very easily exposed by others. Trang Niem patted 13's shoulder comfortingly. Young master, don't worry. I have found a hidden sect in the wild southern region. It's a blessed land suitable for cultivation. The imperial court's forces will have a hard time finding it. Young master just needs to disguise himself a little. 13's face crumpled like a steamed bun, clearly annoyed by Trang Niem's long-winded speech. But, young master, the path of cultivation from now on can only be forged by yourself. This old servant, under master's orders, must set off immediately to gather the remaining clan members and plan for the Trang family's revival. Young master, you must be careful. 13's morale soared. He shouted loudly like thunder. I will definitely train hard and diligently, strengthening my bones and increase my cultivation. Just like that, 13 stepped into the outer sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Time flew by. More than a long year passed. He finally won the championship in the arena and successfully entered the inner sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect. But who would have thought that on the way back he would encounter a group of imperial soldiers who were strictly checking the people passing by. What was more hateful was that damned system. Not only did it not encourage 13 to hide, it even issued a mandatory mission forcing him to honorably pass the soldiers' inspection. So, 13 now had to face the very people who were hunting him. 13's face was serious. The soldier barked like thunder. Lift your head, let me compare it with the wanted poster. Hearing this, 13's whole body trembled like a leaf. Cold sweat poured out, drenching his back. It's really over. They even have a portrait. It must have been drawn by that red-furred ape. This time, it's more bad than good. The soldier in front quickly took out the wanted poster and held it up for comparison. 13's mind raced with 1,000 thoughts. What should I do now? If I directly attack and defeat them, will that count as passing honorably? His two hands secretly clenched, ready to fight. The wanted poster was slowly unrolled, officially comparing it with 13. But as soon as he glanced at it, 13 almost coughed up 3 liters of blood. His portrait in the drawing was drawn to be as ugly as a yaksha demon. It made him feel disappointed and even indignant at the drawing. Just like that, the wanted man was casually ignored. The pursuing soldiers also subsequently left. Speaking of the moment the portrait was being sketched, Thu Qian didn't want to use words to describe him, but boldly declared he wanted to personally draw 13's portrait. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared like thunder. Someone, bring me paper and brush. Today, I must personally draw his face, so that he has no way to hide his identity. That old man, relying on his godlike painting skills, began to sketch 13's portrait. Back to 13's situation, the system simultaneously shot out a notification, displaying attributes and mission progress. Seeing the mission was completed, 13 breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that the ordeal was finally over. Next, he just needed to enter the inner sect and cultivate patiently, and make sure no one discovered his physical waste spirit root. Just then, the old woman inside spoke up, replacing the notification, plunging 13 once again into an abyss of despair. According to the rules for new inner sect disciples, you still need to have your spirit root tested. Only then can you officially join the sect. 13 frowned, his expression as if he had eaten a bitter herb. He thought in annoyance, "Are you kidding me? Is God deliberately messing with me? Isn't this trying to force me to my death? If I touch it, won't my waste spirit root identity be immediately exposed? And I'll be directly kicked out of the sect?" He hurriedly tried to sneak away, his mind a tangled mess. Or maybe I should change sects now? It seems my destiny and the Yulin immortal sect don't align. Then, suddenly, the system once again appeared to block his way. 13, you stop right there. 13's expression became even more panicked. What the hell is it now? The system instantly issued a mandatory mission, forcing 13 to proceed with the spirit root test. In a towering rage, 13 grabbed the system panel and roared like a lion. You tell me, are you deliberately trying to get me killed? Other people's systems are all dedicated and helpful, helping their hosts overcome difficult obstacles. But you, on the contrary, just want to push me to my death. The system, seeing 13 dare to resist, showed no mercy and issued a system punishment, electrocuting 13 until his body was charred black, but he still stubbornly walked step by step inside, preparing to undergo the spirit root test. In front of the numerous inner sect disciples, a voice announced, "The new disciples of the Nine Heavens Pavilion have been registered. Quickly come forward. Channel your spirit energy into the spirit stone. Not only can it check your cultivation realm, but it can also determine the grade of your spirit root." That old woman then took out an item that looked like an ancient version of an iPhone, to call the first person Shen Chong. Shen Chong puffed out his chest and swaggered up for the test. Shen Chong strode, with the gait of a dragon and tiger, to the spirit stone. As soon as he arrived, he channeled his body's full spirit energy and punched the spirit stone. A powerful aura immediately flooded the spirit stone, gradually displaying the cultivation level. After the test was complete, the old woman announced the results in a loud voice. Shen Chong, Qi Refining Realm, Level 8, Medium Grade Spirit Root. Zhen Wudi, Qi Refining Realm, Level 9, Medium Grade Spirit Root. Yan Sen, Foundation Establishment, Early Stage, High Grade Spirit Root. Not far away, a white-haired figure was secretly observing the aptitude testing process for the inner sect disciples. The majestic female sect master, Nam Kung Hoang, appeared. To her left and right were 6 elders and a fellow Taoist. The 7 of them had solemn expressions, their gazes like electricity. Simultaneously observing the front, she spoke in a deep voice. The aura of the new disciples this time is truly extraordinary, full of vitality and outstanding foundations. It seems our Yulin immortal sect has a boundless future. Below the stage, the deacon in charge of the spirit root aptitude test continued to call the next person on the list, Kwang Mo. As soon as his name was called, an old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a bamboo staff, stumbled out, causing the deacon to be a bit surprised. Coming right now. This old man, have cultivated hard for 65 years in the outer sect. Today, I finally have the chance to enter the inner sect. The deacon glanced at Kwang Mo and immediately shouted, "Why haven't you expelled him from the mountain yet? His age exceeded the limit long ago." Kwang Mo was dragged away, screaming miserably, full of indignation. "I want to appeal. I am still just a child of 60 springtimes." The 6 elders witnessing this scene couldn't help but frown, showing their dissatisfaction. As expected, it's unavoidable. People trying to take advantage and infiltrate the sect. Below, the deacon continued to call the next name. Trang 13. A handsome young man, his steps a bit unsteady, slowly walked forward. His expression showed a hint of worry as he thought to himself, "It's finally my turn." Deliberately dragging his time, 13 walked heavily, step by step, to the test stone. The fellow Taoist up high smiled and looked down. "I heard this person is the outer sect arena champion who once defeated 2 opponents in the arena with 1 punch." The elders beside him glanced over, showing skepticism. 1 punch? It must have just been an exaggeration. There's no deep story there. 13, while approaching the test stone, suddenly raised his hand and asked, "May I move my muscles and warm up a bit?" After receiving approval from the deacon, 13 took a deep breath and slowly raised his 2 hands high. He began to perform a series of bizarre gymnastic movements. The surrounding new disciples saw this and were bewildered. Their eyes filled with confusion. They all stared at 13. The elders who saw this were even more confused. Frowning, they asked, "What on earth is this kid doing?" These are all strange techniques never seen before. In 13's mind, the previous images reappeared. His heart grew even more troubled. "What should I do? The imperial court just finished their inspection. If my identity is exposed now, I will definitely be captured." But still trying to maintain a profound and unpredictable posture, 13. In his heart, he was still constantly thinking, "Is there any wonderful plan to escape this predicament?" After 1 incense stick's time, 13 still maintained his original posture. His mind was a mess of chaos. The deacon in charge of the test finally couldn't bear it any longer. He shouted loudly straight at 13's face, "1 incense stick's time has passed. How long are you going to delay before you take the spirit root test, huh? Do you want to be expelled from the inner sect?" Faced with the deacon's thunderous scolding, 13 hurriedly walked quickly to the side of the spirit stone. The test in his mind had already made a decision. "I can only risk trying this method. The Tao charm in this place is so dense. Perhaps I can rely on the fist wind's secret art. 4. Under extreme pressure, force all the spiritual energy in my body to flow into the spirit stone, creating an abnormal reaction, helping me pass this spirit root test. To pass this trial, I can only use the fist wind's secret art." Back in the outer sect, I practiced this move relentlessly. This is one of the strongest moves in the secret art of body cultivation that I possess. The fat elder above continuously stroked his beard, his eyes revealing a look of anticipation. "Oh, this kid is finally willing to make a move." In an instant, 13 erupted. With all his strength, he swung his fist forward, executing the paralyzing wind-rending fist. At the same time, his eyes, as steadfast as a blade, roared in his heart. "Miracle, appear." This fist contained the mighty power of a body cultivator. 13 unintentionally shattered the test spirit stone into countless fragments. This is the most basic introductory move in the familiarization and minor completion stage. It is also one of the most effective techniques. Before this, 13 had to practice hitting a sandbag every day. to train this technique. After countless training sessions, his cultivation base had greatly advanced. Who would have thought that today he would use this one fist to accidentally shatter the test spirit stone of the Yulin immortal sect? Seeing the sect's test spirit stone being shattered into dust by 13, the deacon was terrified. The sky at that moment roared with dragon's roars, shaking the heavens and earth. Between heaven and earth, the great Tao appeared. Countless bolts of lightning erupted. In an instant, they struck down towards the Yulin immortal sect, causing everyone to be terrified. Yu Ju Nan, Gong Huang and the two elders were also shocked to the extreme when they witnessed this strange phenomenon. The old fat elder's face twitched, unconsciously pulling his beard. Our test spirit stone is broken? Old Shou was no less astonished. His eyes widened in shock, his mouth agape. Scene changed to Yulin Hall. The furious roar of Old Shou echoed unceasingly. Damn it, let go of me. Today, I must skin this brat alive to relieve the hatred in my heart. Old Fat saw how agitated Old Shou was and hurriedly stepped forward to placate him. Calm down a bit. Pay attention to your elder's demeanor. Old Shou, blazing with anger, roared and cursed. The test spirit stone was personally set up by the founding ancestor when he established the sect. It has stood unshakable in our Yulin immortal sect for 10,000 years. His trembling finger pointed straight at 13. Today, it was shattered by this damn brat. Even if you atone with your death, it would be hard to redeem all your sins. I must throw you into the alchemy furnace to be tormented for 100 years to satisfy my anger. 13. Hearing Old Shou's thunderous scolding, looked a bit troubled. The next second, he put on an innocent, dazed expression. Looking at Old Shou, I was just following your request to strike with all my strength. It's also possible that the spirit stone test had reached the end of its lifespan. After all, it has been used since the founding ancestors' era. It has been 10,000 years. It must have expired. Or perhaps this product was inherently flawed. Your founding ancestor was, perhaps, too careless and didn't even notice this defect. Ignorant brat. Old Shou's beard and hair stood on end as he roared furiously. You dare speak nonsense? And even dare to cast blame on the ancestor? Nam Kung Hoang, at this crucial moment, spoke loudly, stunning the entire scene. Everyone, be quiet. The indestructible spirit testing precious stone of 10,000 years was shattered by Trang 13's single fist today. This is enough to show that his aptitude and talent are extraordinary and absolutely brilliant. If our Yulin immortal sect puts all its resources into nurturing him, the value he creates will definitely surpass that spirit testing stone 10,000 times. Old Fat beside him immediately echoed Nam Kung Hoang. Exactly, thinking about the current situation of the Yulin immortal sect. We are indeed in dire need of such a prodigy. Old Shou was speechless at Nam Kung Hoang's reasoning. He could only turn away in frustration. Nam Kung Hoang's eyes were like lightning, locking onto Trang 13 as he shouted. Nevertheless, the trial spirit stone is a sacred artifact, personally established by the founding ancestor of the sect. We must still punish you. You are hereby sentenced to 1 month of secluded repentance at Heavenly Peak Summit. Scene change to Heavenly Peak Summit, the towering mountain. Standing beside the Yulin immortal sect, Trang 13, with a look of resentment and indignation, was imprisoned in this remote, desolate place. His eyes scanned the surroundings as he muttered softly. This place has a clear spring and a lush green forest. The spiritual energy is dense. After a careful observation, 13 stretched, full of excitement. This is truly a blessed land. In such a desolate and remote place. I don't need to worry about my special identity being exposed at all. He immediately activated his thoughts and opened the cultivation system panel. Well then, I'll cultivate in peace. Before his eyes appeared the conditions for upgrading the system. Dazzlingly eye-catching, refinement points. Physique points, proficiency. Technique, 5th grade beast core. 6th grade beast flesh. And finally, medium-grade origin crystals. Looking at these harsh conditions, 13 stroked his chin in thought. Only by upgrading the system can I break through to the next cultivation realm. My current stats are still far off. He didn't hesitate. Clicking on the new cultivation technique items. One step at a time. First, I'll use refinement points to unlock the missing movements. After unlocking the physique training movements, 13 began to train his strength by lifting tripods using primitive, crude training tools. Refinement points are limited. There's no other way. I can't exchange for specialized equipment. I can only make do with materials from the mountains for practice. While he was engrossed in his hard training from the weeds, beside him, a giant 6-headed python with sharp fangs laced with deadly venom suddenly rushed out, attacking fiercely. 13 sensed the imminent danger. 13 let out a soft shout. A single fist strike directly suppressed the 6-headed python. It was the lightning fast strike. After knocking the snake demon unconscious, 13 observed it thoughtfully. As expected, body training materials deliver themselves to my door. Good, good. Following that, spirited shouts echoed. On Heavenly Peak Summit, 13 used the flexible body of the 6-headed snake to help himself train his tendons and bones. With its astonishing elasticity and unparalleled flexibility, 13 was using the snake demon to enhance his arm strength. The snake demon was in a miserable state. Its head was tied tightly to a large rock. Its body stretched taut by 13. During the arduous training, 13 constantly told himself, there are only a few years left until the Byzantine Grand Assembly. I must seize the time to cultivate. At Heavenly Peak Summit, under the boundless, vast sky, a great battle of the cultivation world, shaking heaven and earth, was taking place. This sharp claw is a divine weapon of the cultivation world. 3 parts sharp. 3 inches 7 fen long, weighing 3 liang the 23rd of June. It can cut gold and jade, slicing hair like cutting mud. This sharp claw is 3 inches 3 fen long, weighing 6 liang the 4th of June. In today's dragon versus tiger battle, the odds are 5-4, advantage to the upper hand. Seizing the opportunity to bet. Just as the first round began, that sharp beak crowed with great momentum. The crow hadn't even finished when it was grabbed by the neck by an iron-like hand, choking it speechless. 13 grabbed the 2 fighting cocks with both hands, his voice full of anticipation. Today's lunch has arrived. In a flash, the valiant fighting cocks were plucked and roasted by 13, becoming simple sustenance at his cultivation place. Besides training his body, high-quality protein is also indispensable in the process of strengthening the physical body. Suddenly, the clouds high above began to condense into a giant vortex. In just a blink, it formed the eye of a storm, its power shaking heaven and earth. Seeing the strange celestial phenomenon, black clouds gathering and lightning rumbling, 13 frowned in observation. Why are black clouds suddenly gathering and thunder rumbling like this? Is a storm coming? A terrifying aura continuously burst forth. The power of lightning struck towards Heavenly Peak Summit, the sound shaking the universe. Then it became more and more intense and abnormal. The disciples of the Yulin immortal sect far away also felt terrified. What's happening? Is the Earth Dragon angry? Quote. Old Shou and Nam Kung Hoang nearby had expressions of suspicion and uncertainty. They also felt the surging aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. Rolling over. Old Shou frowned, his eyes scanning the direction of Heavenly Peak Summit. He said softly, "This is the power of the great Tao's lightning tribulation. Only when a heaven-defying person ascends a realm does it trigger this aura to be transmitted to Heavenly Peak Summit. Could it be that some great power is undergoing tribulation?" Quote. Old Fat heard this, and a profound smile touched the corner of his mouth. He glanced at Old Shou and replied, "If I remember correctly, the Grand Elder is still in secluded meditation. Could it be that the old man chose Heavenly Peak Summit as his place of ascetic cultivation to break through?" Nam Kung Hoang's expression was grave. A sense of unease welled up in his heart. Not good. The Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, with such earth-shaking power, is originating from the place where the Grand Elder is in seclusion. I'm afraid it will flatten this mountain. The place where Trang 13 was sentenced to confinement is precisely Heavenly Peak Summit. If the lightning tribulation strikes down, even if he doesn't directly bear the force of the lightning, it will be hard to avoid being crushed to dust by the aftershocks of the tribulation. Realizing the critical situation, Kung Hoang exclaimed in horror. "Relay the order. Quickly summon the lightning avoidance umbrella magic weapon to save him." After giving the order, Kung Hoang thought to himself, "I originally wanted to take this opportunity to teach that kid a lesson. Who knew it would coincide with the Grand Elder undergoing tribulation, back to where the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was raging?" Trang 13 had a naive expression. He looked up at the gloomy sky and muttered, "The thunder is roaring. It's clearly a sign that the heavens are about to bestow sweet dew." His eyes looked regretfully at the half-roasted chicken. "But my chicken isn't cooked yet. Can't it wait to rain at another time?" Quote. "I wonder if my raging storm fist can disperse those thunderclouds." As he finished speaking, he immediately jumped up, his 2 feet planted firmly, his aura solemn. His fist gathered power, aiming straight at the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Then, he channeled his energy and struck, roaring. Raging storm fist. In that hair's breadth moment, the system panel suddenly appeared, startling 13. Then, a series of notification reminders echoed in his mind. Breaking through the realm's lightning tribulation can cleanse the marrow and refine the sinews, stimulate potential development, refine the Zheng gold body, and enhance the physique points. Through the system notification, 13 showed uncontrollable excitement, strengthened the physical body. How can there be such a good thing? Quote. 13 suddenly frowned and thought. But how can I devour the great Tao lightning tribulation? Quote. The system quickly grasped its master's thoughts and gave 13 detailed, step-by-step instructions. After understanding the guidance, he looked up at the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation and said confidently, "The Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation is so high up. I can only use that ultimate move." 13 immediately crouched to build momentum, his eyes fixed on the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. He used the sky vaulting movement technique. After building up enough force, 13 swung his fist hard, leaping towards the lightning tribulation. His face showed unprecedented determination. From a distance, his figure was like a streak of light. In a flash, he had entered the center of the lightning tribulation. As soon as he arrived, 13 shouted loudly, his fierce aura blazing, "Bring it all on." In an instant, countless lightning tribulations struck 13's body simultaneously. Waves of lightning tribulations containing supreme heavenly might. The violent aura of lightning in a flash engulfed 13's tiny body. after devouring the first wave of lightning tribulations. 13, full of vigor, shouted loudly. A little more force. This is still far worse than the system's punishment. Under the dense heavenly tribulation and the wrath of the system, a streak of lightning tribulation with peak power quickly descended, aiming directly at 13. Facing the powerful streak of lightning, 13's eyes widened, and a sense of panic rose in his heart. In just a few short breaths, the lightning tribulation struck 13 until his whole body was numb. The arrogant aura from just before vanished like smoke. 6. Amidst the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, myriad streaks of lightning ravaged relentlessly. But strangely, none of them struck Heavenly Peak Summit directly. This left Nam Kung Hoang, Old Show, and Old Fat completely baffled. Nam Kung Hoang's face was full of surprise. Why isn't the lightning tribulation striking Heavenly Peak Summit directly, but exploding in midair like that? Seeing that the situation was somewhat unusual, the three of them hurriedly used all their strength to fly towards Heavenly Peak Summit. At this exact moment, a hand that was forming a seal simultaneously relaxed. The Grand Elder, during his breakthrough, sat on a rock on Heavenly Peak Summit and let out a soft breath. My realm has finally broken through. But why didn't the Heavenly Tao lightning tribulation descend and strike my body? The old man looked a bit curious, his mind filled with unanswerable questions. The Grand Elder strolled leisurely on the summit of Heavenly Peak. Suddenly, his keen sense of smell caught a faint, exotic fragrance drifting over. Overly curious about this mysterious scent, the old man hurriedly flew through the air towards the source of the fragrance. As soon as he arrived, the old man came face to face with Trang 13, who was roasting a chicken. His body charred black. His face at this moment, jaw dropped, looked towards the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder was a bit puzzled, looking at the other's appearance. He thought to himself, why is this kid's whole body as black as charcoal like this? Looking at his attire, I know for sure that he is a disciple of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Before I went into seclusion, I secretly instructed Nam Kung Hoang that if he met a disciple with extraordinary talent, he could send them here for me to guide. He is the second person to be sent here. 13's face still bore a childish look. His delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly. His eyes filled with suspicion, locked onto the Grand Elder's back. That old Taoist has been staring at me this whole time. Could it be? Could it be? He's coveting this fragrant roasted chicken of mine? Just as the thought finished, the Grand Elder appeared beside him like a ghost. 13 let out a hearty laugh. Ha ha ha, you brat. Why did you appear in this remote and desolate place, huh? 13 was startled by the old Taoist's approach, and hurriedly, like protecting a treasure, hid the roasted chicken deep in his chest. The Grand Elder's eyes lit up. He was secretly calculating, with an indescribable look of excitement. It's perfect. I have just broken through my bottleneck. I was looking for someone to guide. This kid's appearance is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. 13 sat down on the ground dejectedly, his voice full of frustration. Ancestor, this disciple was punished with confinement in this place. The Grand Elder stroked his long white beard, his eyes scrutinizing. 13. Oh. What mistake did you make? Could it be you fought and brawled with a fellow disciple? 13 glanced indifferently into the distance. No. What this disciple did was a bit more serious. The Grand Elder began to feel a little uneasy. His eyes, as sharp as daggers, stared at 13. More serious? Don't tell me you trespassed into a forbidden restricted area? 13 remained seated, wagging his finger slightly. Perhaps a little more serious than that. The Grand Elder's eyes widened, his face showing extreme shock. Still not serious enough? Could it be? You inadvertently destroyed a precious magic weapon or spirit treasure? 13 looked crestfallen, incomparably mournful. Ancestor's guess is close. That's right. It can be considered that this disciple accidentally destroyed a magic weapon. When the Grand Elder heard this, he burst out laughing, slapping his thigh in delight. Ha ha! No need to blame yourself like that. Our Yulin immortal sect, although not a famous or prestigious sect, still has some foundation. What's the big deal about breaking a small magic weapon? But the next second, 13's answer was like a bolt from the blue, causing the old man's expression to change drastically. This disciple destroyed the inner sect spirit testing stone. The Grand Elder's expression changed from extreme joy to extreme shock and towering rage. The old man roared like thunder, What did you just say? The spirit testing stone is considered the sect guarding treasure. It's an ancient relic from time immemorial. It's something the founding ancestor personally arranged. How could it be destroyed by a brat like you who still reeks of his mother's milk? Moreover, according to ancient records, beneath the spirit testing stone, an ancient true phoenix is suppressed. Now it seems the seal has been broken. Our Yulin immortal sect will surely face a sect-destroying disaster. 13 felt like a sinner of ages, being criticized by the Grand Elder. He could only stand still as if petrified, his face full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the Grand Elder seemed to discover something heaven-shattering. With an attentive gaze, he walked step by step, circling and observing 13's body. After a careful observation, the old man finally stopped and spoke in a deep voice. Indeed, I cannot sense any spiritual energy on your body. Is this because the gap between my realm and yours is too vast? Or do you have a strange treasure on you that conceals the heavenly secrets, preventing me from probing? Hearing this, 13's heart tensed to the extreme, afraid that his heaven-defying identity would be exposed. The Grand Elder continued thoughtfully. A cultivator as young as you, only 15 or 16 years old, yet you can shatter the spirit testing stone, let alone this divine continent. Even among the experts of the upper realm's immortal palace, few could do it. Are you sure that the spirit testing stone was broken by you? Is what you're saying true? 13's forehead was beaded with sweat. He nodded repeatedly, looking at the Grand Elder with an earnest gaze. Then, the old man suddenly ripped off his outer robe, revealing a firm, bare chest, his muscles bulging as if containing terrifying power. Come here. Use all your strength and punch me. Seeing the Grand Elder's strange behavior, 13 was so frightened his expression changed. Old ancestor, what trick are you trying to pull now? The Grand Elder's expression was as firm as a rock. I only believe what I see and hear. I don't believe in empty words. You, use all your strength and strike. Let me see just how strong your ability is. Trang 13 was terrified in his heart, afraid that this one punch would result in a fatality. He hurriedly waved his hand to refuse. Disciple must refuse. Old ancestor, old man, are you trying to pull a scam and frame this disciple? The Grand Elder on the opposite side was so angry his hair and beard stood on end. He shouted, Brat, What kind of person do you take me, Li Ruo, for? Just then, in 13's mind, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang out. An unexpected mission appeared. Two choices appeared. Yes or no to old Li's request. The attractive reward was high-quality protein. Seeing 13's strange smile, old Li urged him even more, thrusting his muscular chest forward. Don't hesitate anymore. Just use all your strength and hit me. Old Li chuckled inwardly, full of pride. Because I just reached a new peak. After breaking through the realm, my defensive methods and the protective technique, Heavenly Immortal Aegis, have also made great progress. It's a good opportunity to test it out. While old Li was still lost in thought, 13's stormy punch had already rushed fiercely towards his face, causing him to stare wide-eyed and open-mouthed in utter shock. With an expression of extreme panic, old Li hurriedly shouted, "Hey, brat, I haven't said start yet." In an instant, a hair's breadth moment, the old man activated his defensive divine ability, the Heavenly Immortal Aegis, to block. But 13's earth-shattering punch, in a flash, crushed the old man's solid defensive layer like a thin piece of paper. The remaining power immediately crushed the ground in front of him into countless fragments. The supreme strength from his innate physique nearly shattered the laws of heaven and earth. The terrifying destructive power in an instant formed a thick cloud of dust, billowing up on Heavenly Peak summit. Seeing the force erupt from the young man's body, Elder Li was terrified, exclaiming in shock, "Strange. Just a simple punch. But it contains such astonishing power?" As his thoughts raced, the old man unconsciously shifted his gaze and observed the young man before him again. This kid is still young, but his strength is already on par with the holy sons and holy maidens in the immortal sect. With such heaven-defying talent, if he can join the Yulin immortal sect, it would be a great thing. Just as he was pondering, the Heavenly Immortal Aegis at his realm suddenly shattered, causing him to be shocked once again. The old man's expression became unusually grave. What? Heavenly Immortal Aegis at grand completion was broken so easily? His whole body trembled slightly. A strange sound, NDT-0. Indeed, NDT-0. Brat. You really made me see you in a different light. In an instant, a powerful aura burst from old Li's body. His eyes, like lightning, stared fixedly at 13. Come, brat. Let's have a good match. Let me experience how strong you really are. Seeing the other party wanted to go all out, 13 thought to himself, recalling the reward the system gave him. Unconsciously, he threw a punch. Yet it only managed to injure the old man's defensive layer. I wonder how strong his true strength is. Facing Elder Li, the image of the young shield-bearer from the past reappeared in 13's mind. This powerful aura is indeed similar to that violent gorilla I fought before. Before 13 could react, old Li raised his hand. The scepter in his hand transformed into a streak of light, striking fiercely. Brat. Take my move, Tathagata's divine palm, twin echoes. 13 was forced into a passive position, momentarily terrified. This feeling of oppression is truly too overwhelming. Just in the nick of time, Nam Kung Hoang suddenly appeared, his voice like rolling thunder, stopping the impending battle. Grand Elder, please stop. Seeing Nam Kung Hoang appear, Elder Li was startled and shocked. He hurriedly withdrew his spiritual power, a look of embarrassment on his face. As soon as Nam Kung Hoang arrived, he hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed to Elder Li. Congratulations to the Grand Elder on his successful emergence from seclusion. But, I don't know. What kind of play are you performing here? Quote. Looking at your posture. Could it be you want to spar and compete? With the disciples in the sect again? Quote. Hearing Nam Kung Hoang's questioning, Elder Lee felt a bit awkward. His expression immediately changed, and he faked a few coughs. How could that be? My status is so noble. How could I arbitrarily make a move against a fellow disciple? Quote. I was just pointing out a few moves for him. You all know that I have always valued etiquette and acted with propriety. Nam Kung Hoang was inwardly disdainful. But on the surface, he replied gravely. It is precisely because you have always acted with such propriety that at the slightest whim, you want to test the disciples' strength, forcing them to spar with you, causing countless casualties. That's why, while you were in seclusion, I had to be extremely careful when bringing disciples here. Elder Lee simultaneously turned his attention to 13, stroking his beard and smiling. I see this kid's aptitude is extraordinary. Perhaps we should end his confinement early and let him enter the inner sect to cultivate. In the end, thanks to the Grand Elder putting in a few good words, Trang 13 successfully ended his confinement early and officially set foot into the inner sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Scene changed to a scrap warehouse of the Yulin Immortal Sect. As soon as he set foot in the place, 13's expression immediately darkened, showing clear dissatisfaction. Looking at the dilapidated room before him, his heart was filled with disappointment and emptiness. 13 couldn't help but question. Is this the inner sect you were talking about? Quote. The old steward looked up at the sky and gave a strained laugh. This isn't the true inner sect, but a temporary settlement area for new students before they officially enter the inner sect. Originally, this time, the number of disciples entering the inner sect exceeded the quota. Moreover, you were delayed by nearly a month before officially entering. The other areas are all full. We can only arrange for you to stay temporarily in this scrap warehouse. After a brief explanation, the old steward rode the clouds and wind and left, not forgetting to instruct. Tidy up the place yourself. Remember to go to the Spirit Platform Hall tomorrow to get your identity jade tablet. 13 frowned as he observed the surrounding environment. A remote location. A tranquil scene, with a clear lake backed by majestic mountains. 13, after a careful assessment, couldn't help but feel joyful. Isn't this place a perfect hidden sanctuary? Quote. Wow, this peaceful atmosphere reminds me of the carefree days of living freely on the deserted island. In an instant, 13 shed his Taoist robe, immersing himself in nature. This feeling is truly refreshing. The unity of heaven and man. It's truly a wonderful place for quiet, arduous cultivation. His figure glided like a streak of light, like a rock spreading its wings in the sky, and like a coiling flood dragon. After a perfect flip, 13 dived straight into the lake, his body completely dissolving into the clear water. Each powerful kick. His swimming speed was as fast as a meteor, parting the waves. 13 swam freely in a Z pattern, winding like a carp transforming into a dragon, while drifting in the water. Suddenly, a hazy female figure appeared, and 13's eyes flickered in surprise. Looking ahead. There seems to be someone ahead. In a moment of crisis, 13 hurriedly circulated his true essence, executing the 9 dragons' indestructible body, using all his strength to forcibly stop his body. Oh no, I'm about to have an encounter with a mermaid. Due to the astonishing force, the lake surface immediately formed a giant vortex. Then, a fateful encounter between the flood dragon and the jade. Leaf on the lake's surface. Accidentally created a steamed bun with polka dots, painting. Full of deep meaning. Their eyes met in the vastness of heaven and earth. In the mortal world. A fated, yet troublesome, connection. Between the three-legged youth and the hundred-holed maiden. The youth's eyes were hazy, carrying an innocent purity. Like the full moon. At 16, he had already fallen for Ajang. On a night of bright starlight. The magnificent mountain peak. We turn back time. Half an hour before 13 unleashed an unintentional punch, causing the mountain peak to shatter. Countless debris scattered everywhere. The law of all things began to disintegrate from here. A small stone among the countless fragments went astray. It collided with a spirit fruit, giving birth to the five-element law. The spirit fruit, just as the theorem was established, shattered the universal order. The spirit fruit then followed the cycle of reincarnation, colliding. It struck the giant rock again. The giant rock then continuously collided with other boulders. An endless loop was formed. Finally, a rain of rocks of unknown origin fell from the sky, descending all at once. Nearby, a graceful woman strolled on the path leading to the Yulin immortal sect. I am Lan Tan Huyan Tan, the newly appointed mentor of the Yulin immortal sect. Today is my first day in office. I originally wanted to ride the wind and fly. But in order to get acquainted with the teaching environment, I deliberately took a stroll. Although this place is desolate and barren, it is compensated by unparalleled tranquility. The air is also fresh and pure. In the air, there is even a hidden gloomy aura. It makes one feel as if one is merging with nature. Her words had not yet finished. Countless giant rocks suddenly fell from the sky, landing in front of her. Looking at the scene before her, Tan Huyen was horrified. Her face showed clear panic. What kind of monstrous place is this? In this quiet, deep forest, why would such a landslide and earthquake occur? Suddenly, an endless, vast emerald lake appeared before her eyes. Her heart was filled with excitement. Tan Huyen quickly walked forward. Finally, she found a place to cleanse her body. And then came the situation of encountering 13. Tan Huyen had also taken off her clothes and jumped into the cool, clear water to wash off the mud and dirt from her body. Suddenly, she encountered a figure, which startled her greatly. Feeling something was unusual, Tan Huyen hurriedly turned her head to observe. What is this? Could it be a giant water monster appearing? Immediately after, the water surface moved violently, forming an endless vortex. Following that was the appearance of 13 with an innocent face, staring fixedly at her. The situation happened too quickly. It made Tan Huyen unable to react, her eyes wide with astonishment. She stared intently at 13's robust body and thought that the body lines were perfect. But something was not right. It seems my body is currently naked in front of this man. After realizing she was in an embarrassing situation due to excessive panic, Tan Huyen let out an earth-shattering scream. She then quickly put on her outer robe, covered her body and moved to summon her precious sword. She glared at 13 and shouted loudly, "Shameless! You bold thief!" Being so surprised, 13 hurriedly raised his hand to signal it was a misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Tan Huyen, on the opposite side, refused to listen to the explanation. She directly swung her sword in a frantic slash towards him. A powerful sword aura immediately created a deep gash in the middle of the lake, containing terrifying power. 13's eyes widened in fear. He thought to himself, this sword aura is too strong. If I get hit, my soul will be scattered. Before 13's reaction, Tan Huyen once again rushed forward. Die for me. Seeing a beautiful, angry woman in front of him, rushing with a sword wanting to kill him. 13 was stunned when he saw the scenery on her chest, his cheeks blushing. Instantly, he quickly dodged to one side to avoid the opponent's powerful ultimate move. A little annoyed after successfully dodging, 13 opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "I already said this is a misunderstanding. Moreover, your appearance now is even more beautiful than before." Tan Huyan, hearing 13's words, became even more furious. "You still dare to say that? It seems I must cut you down." With that, Tan Huyan swung her sword horizontally forward. Her anger erupted, filling the sky. 13 on the opposite side hurriedly retreated, continuing to dodge the sword path. Immediately after, the sword path accidentally streaked past, cutting off his sideburns, causing him extreme fear. Yeah, that was close to losing my life." Feeling that he couldn't explain, 13 hurriedly swam away at an astonishing speed. "If I can't explain, I should slip away first and figure it out later." As he swam away, he left behind a towering column of water splashing everywhere, surprising Tan Huyan. The water surface then returned to its original calm. Tan Huyan, with an icy expression, stared ahead. He actually ran away. His movement technique is extraordinary. Before bathing, I clearly released my divine sense to scan for the aura of others. Yet I was careless and let him get close. You'd better not let me see you again. Otherwise. With an angry and furious look, Tan Huyan stood in the middle of the lake and shouted loudly, "I swear I will not live under the same sky as you." 13, meanwhile, was hiding behind a giant rock with a sorrowful expression. After successfully escaping from the opponent's sight, 13 let out a breath of relief that was too dangerous. After a short while, 13 went deep into the inner sect, following the guidance of his old friend, to receive his identity jade tablet. Under his disguise, 13 was a bit curious. This is the inner sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect. As expected, the atmosphere is much more extraordinary than the outer sect. It's just, the style here is a bit strange. Why does it feel like an illusion formation? Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling him. This is the inner sect's corridor. There will be some disciples trading here. Before the explanation of the fellow cultivator beside him, Trang 13 was still confused. He turned to assess the female cultivator beside him and immediately bowed in courtesy. This fellow cultivator must be the disciple in charge of the entrance examination. I heard that fellow cultivator Trang 13 shattered the spirit stone with one punch. 13 was surprised and hurriedly argued, "Is there a misunderstanding? I have disguised my face so thoroughly. How could you recognize me?" The female cultivator immediately rushed forward and hugged him tightly, revealing boundless joy. "Great benefactor. I finally get to meet you. Even if you turn to ash, I would still be able to recognize you." 13's mind was filled with suspicion. "Why do you call me benefactor?" The female cultivator immediately stated her identity to 13. "My name is On On. Thanks to benefactor's single punch shattering the spirit stone, I was lucky enough to pass the assessment and slip into the inner sect. If I hadn't passed the entrance test that day, I would have probably been expelled from the sect long ago." 13 took the opportunity to ask about the location of the Spirit Core Hall. "Miss, you've been in the sect for almost a month. You should probably know the way to the Spirit Core Hall. I've been searching for half a day and still no sign." On happily led 13 to the Spirit Core Hall. As soon as he arrived, 13 heard countless whispers and discussions from the crowd of disciples, all directed towards him. Faced with those whispers, 13 was a bit annoyed. Could it be that everyone already knows about it? I didn't want to be noticed by others. I just want to focus on cultivation. Own quickly took out an item from her iPhone. Sect Benefactor. The matter of shattering the spirit stone with one punch was something that had never happened before. At that time, Benefactor caused a sensation throughout the sect for a whole half a month. Seeing the novel item in Own's hand, 13 was astonished, his mouth agape. The cultivation world also has such a novel treasure. He then went to the counter to receive the identity jade tablet belonging to him. Own explained in more detail. This jade tablet not only proves identity, but can also be used to look up information about the sect and many other uses. 13 clenched the identity jade tablet in his hand, thinking, I have finally officially set foot in the inner sect. I also have the qualification to participate in the Zon conference. Own's words made 13 reveal a look of surprise. So, the Zon conference is the benefactor's goal. But the Yulin Immortal sect only has 2 participation slots. Not only that, this is also the preliminary round. Only disciples ranked in the top 10 in credits have the qualification to register to compete for these 2 slots. This means even seasoned disciples who have joined the Yulin Immortal sect for 15 years will also participate in the competition. These words made 13's expression change drastically, revealing disappointment. At the same time, he became doubtful about his own credits. Own immediately led the way to answer 13's doubts. As soon as they arrived, Own pointed towards the Thien County platform. Just scan your identity jade tablet on the Thien Co. platform, and you will be able to check your own credits. Following Own's instructions, 13 quickly placed his identity jade tablet on the Thien County platform. Immediately, the inner sect credit ranking board slowly appeared before his eyes. 13 stood in front of the inner sect credit ranking board. His expression gradually became dazed. His ranking number climbed to 113. He persistently looked down at the second row, but still didn't see his name. Sweat beaded on his forehead. When he saw his credit score and ranking clearly, 13's eyes widened in horror, and a look of despair was evident on his face. Credits unranked, bottom of the list. Own hurriedly raised her hand to reassure him. Credits can be earned by completing courses, sect missions, and contributions. Moreover, Benefactor just entered the sect and was punished with a month of confinement. Temporarily falling behind others is also a common thing. Benefactor doesn't need to be too pessimistic. With Benefactor's strength, I believe you will quickly catch up and surpass others. His expression still gloomy. 13 said dissatisfied, You mean, to get credits, I have to stand out in everyone's eyes? His heart was in turmoil. Being so flashy and annoying, won't it easily expose my identity? I just want to cultivate peacefully. Suddenly, a male figure rushed into the Spirit Core Hall aggressively, shouting loudly, Trang 13, you brat, hurry up and get out here for Grandpa. With a fierce and ferocious look, he roared wildly in the middle of the Spirit Core Hall, attracting everyone's attention. 13 frowned and looked straight at the opponent with disdain. What kind of hybrid are you? Own looked at the fierce man in front of her in horror. This is bad. That damn guy. How could he trace us all the way here? His heart was filled with surging hatred and sky-high resentment. The person next to 13 heard Own's terrified cry and couldn't help but be startled and scared. What? I've never even seen him. How could I have enmity with him for no reason? Own's expression was grave as she quickly replied. It's probably because of the aptitude test for the spirit root at the entrance. This matter has a crucial impact on the future of cultivation. It's truly a test that assesses true aptitude. It's not just related to merit points. but also one of the bases for dividing levels. 2 months later, the result was: you shattered the spirit stone with one punch, directly invalidating the test results, making him hold a grudge in his heart, his resentment hard to dissipate. With an arrogant look, he raised his hand and pointed straight at 13, shouting loudly, "You treacherous brat! You used despicable means to destroy the spirit stone. Today I must expose your true face in front of everyone. Do you have the guts to accept a life and death duel with me?" In his anger, he thought to himself, merit points can be exchanged for countless cultivation resources. Yet you caused me such a huge loss. Let's see how I cripple your cultivation today. On hurriedly shouted to stop him, her voice full of anxiety. Absolutely do not agree. Do you remember the new student merit ranking of the inner sect that we just looked at? Not only are the top 3 absolutely outstanding, among the heroes, he is one of those 3. His cultivation level has long reached the foundation establishment initial stage. His name is Manhwa, ranked 3rd in the inner sect new student list. Manhwa then roared again, urging 13 to accept the challenge. Trang 13. If you have any guts, then step up here and fight me to determine a winner. On also quickly reminded him, according to the inner sect rules, unless the opponent agrees to participate in the challenge, no one is allowed to arbitrarily start a fight. After all, in this Spirit Core Hall, there is an elder overseeing. He wouldn't dare to act rashly. Following On's guidance, 13 decisively raised his hand to refuse the challenge, startling Phyla. The next second, he turned and walked away. I'm busy earning merit points. I don't have time to waste on you. Phyla felt insulted. He gritted his teeth with an angry expression. I am the 3rd-ranked inner sect new student. Yet my challenge is treated like a child's game by you. At this point, he roared fiercely. Then let's bet 50,000 merit points. Do you dare? Hearing the mention of merit points, 13 suddenly stopped. A strange smile gradually formed on his lips. The system immediately showed a mission notification, giving 2 choices regarding Manhwa's challenge. The reward for this mission actually has a specialized spirit flying magic weapon. He just stared thoughtfully at the system panel. But the reward for this mission is worth up to 300 physique points. His eyes instantly lit up brightly. Having both merit points and mission rewards, it's truly an irresistible temptation. But, no. Doing so will attract the crowd's attention. This will expose myself. My identity must be kept normal. I must try to be patient. I must not let greed cloud my judgment. In a flash, his face showed a greedy look, staring straight ahead. At this moment, he was already standing proudly on the arena, facing Manhwa, accepting the challenge after an internal struggle. 13 covered his face. In the end, I still succumbed to the greed in my heart. Own, below the arena, continuously shouted encouragement. It has come to this, benefactor. I believe you will definitely win this match. 13 on the stage looked at Phyla, silently calculating, to deal with this Phyla, using the nourishing life fist is already overkill. The key point is still not to perform too excessively. Avoid exposing my identity. I must not be showy in front of everyone. Manhwa on the opposite side, with a contemptuous attitude, laughed loudly and roared, Haha, I finally waited for this day. Accepting the challenge is equivalent to signing a life and death waiver. Even if I kill you here, I don't need to bear any responsibility. With that, he waved his hand, channeling his spirit energy, summoning the red-walled black dragon spear. Own, below the stage, saw this and was terrified, her eyes wide with shock. This aura, could it be a spirit-grade low-rank magic weapon? In this remote, wild mountain place. Moreover, he is just a new student. Why would he possess a magic weapon of this level? I'm afraid Benefactor is in great trouble. On the arena. Phi Le gripped the red-walled black dragon spear tightly and rushed towards 13 at full speed. Die. For me. Facing the opponent's heaven-shaking strike, 13 used his superior vision. Staring straight ahead. Quick as lightning, he reached out and grabbed the magic weapon. Then he repeated a strange weightlifting motion. In front of everyone. All the inner sect disciples below who saw this scene were astonished to the extreme. Mouths agape. With his strong physique, 13 in an instant broke the opponent's magic weapon. Faced with this situation, Phi Le and Onaon were completely bewildered. What on earth is happening? Suddenly, 13 felt a bit embarrassed about his previous actions. Wait, what am I doing? Didn't I tell myself not to be showy? Just now, seeing the cylindrical object, I instinctively mistook it for weightlifting. Mong Phi Le on the opposite side suddenly knelt down on the ground, looking at the red-walled magic treasure in his hand. His face filled with grief and reluctance. He cried out in pain. My family's heirloom, the red-walled spirit treasure. It was actually broken by him using his physical body. Directly. His anger flared up. His fury rose to the blue sky. He continuously roared. The sound was like thunder, startling 13. This time I will definitely flay you and pull out your bones. Mince you into 100 pieces. With that, he roared and rushed forward. A punch carrying a surging Tao rhythm. But 13's ghostly movement technique allowed him to dodge leisurely. His figure just shifted slightly, and he easily dodged the countless attacks. During the fight, seeing the opponent's stance was unstable, 13 had already seen through the flaw. The strength of your arm is indeed NDT 0, but your foundation is shaky. It seems you have neglected to train your lower body. Mong Phi Le at the same time formed hand seals with both hands, his mouth mumbling an incantation. Raging calamity, blazing palm. A spirit-grade fire. Attribute cultivation technique. His hand gestures were a bit strange, but the operation was extremely slow. A sky full of fire aura gradually gathered in his mouth, hiding terrifying power, but before he could even unleash it, 13 had already moved strangely and kicked him hard in the butt. Your chanting is too cumbersome. With just one kick, he easily sent Phi Le flying straight to the distant mountain. All the inner sect disciples were terrified for the second time, witnessing 13's true strength. On that day, the news about him spread like a storm throughout the Yulin immortal sect. The headlines were shocking. This immediately made 13 extremely scared. How did it turn out like this? I've become a famous figure in the sect again. No. I've been acting a bit high profile lately. I must restrain myself. I must act more humbly. I should still focus on cultivation. Accumulating contribution points is the best policy. Early the next morning, at the large martial arts field, where all the inner sect disciples gathered, Lan Tan Tuyen's voice announced like a great bell. From today onwards, all new student courses will be presided over and taught by me. I am the one who will guide you on the path of cultivation at the Yulin immortal sect. I am Lan Tan Tuyen. 13 was also in the crowd. Seeing Tan Tuyen's figure, his expression immediately changed drastically, horrified. What the hell is this? It's unexpectedly that nemesis, Lan Tan Tuyen, stood in front of all the inner sect disciples, introducing herself. Seeing this, 13 felt even more uneasy in his heart. He hurriedly looked for a way to escape. Oh no! It's truly a narrow road for enemies. To avoid trouble, it's best to leave first. Amidst the sea of people, the inner sect disciples and Tan Tuyen's gaze suddenly flashed, noticing a familiar figure. That brat wants to escape. How dare he not give me any face? She pondered for a moment, then raised her voice and shouted. That fellow cultivator with green hair. Do you have something important that you need to leave for? 13 heard this and broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. It's over, she spotted me. Immediately, another disciple stepped forward and loudly scolded. It's only the mentor's first class. And you already want to leave. Are you perhaps disrespecting the teacher? He reached out and grabbed 13's shoulder, turning him around and shouting loudly. Hurry up and turn back and continue listening to the lecture. 13 was suddenly spun around by someone, simultaneously revealing his original appearance. Damn it! Tan Tuyen, from afar, stared fixedly. A trace of familiarity suddenly rose in 13's heart. The memory of that year suddenly rushed back. He is actually that lecherous thief who accidentally saw me bathing a few days ago. Truly searching 1,000 miles, only to find him right before my eyes. It turns out he is a new student of the Yulin immortal sect. Today you have fallen into my hands. Your dog's life is hard to protect. She immediately used sound transmission, surprising 13. Have you revealed what happened that day to anyone? A little confused, hearing the voice echo in his head, 13 panicked, crying out, Who is it? Who is transmitting their voice? Tan Tuyen's face was stern as she continued to transmit. This is sound transmission. Don't shout so loudly. Just reply with your thoughts. Knowing Tan Tuyen was using sound transmission to communicate with him, 13 became even more flustered in his heart. It's you. 13 swears. I will absolutely not reveal a single word of this matter to the outside. That day was just a misunderstanding, an unexpected accident. Tan Tuyen's mouth curved into a smile. She thought to herself, very good. When the time comes, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. But I can't conveniently make a move at the sect mountain. First, I must torture you a bit and let you taste some suffering. After devising her plan, Tan Tuyen raised her voice and announced. In today's first lesson, I want to train your ability to withstand pressure. As you all know, if the cultivation realm gap is too large, the strong don't even need to make a move. Just by releasing spiritual power and erupting with pressure, they can easily repel an opponent. Resisting spiritual pressure is also one of the essential processes for cultivators. Therefore, I now need a disciple to come up to the platform to demonstrate in front of everyone. Who is willing to practice with me? Hearing this, a disciple immediately showed an unusually excited expression. He couldn't help but murmur to himself. The opportunity to get close to Master has finally arrived. This young master of the direct Zhang family line has extraordinary aptitude. The reason I humbled myself to descend to this third-rate sect is entirely for her. That Zhang Mu Duang immediately stepped forward to greet her. He extended his hand in a salute. Master, your disciple is willing to cooperate. Before he could finish his sentence, he only saw mentor Tan Tuyen wave her sleeve. A palm of lightning struck down, directly sending Zhang Mu Duang flying 100 zhong away, ending that enthusiastic drama in an instant. She immediately turned and walked in front of 13. Her voice was like a silver bell, carrying a hint of deep meaning. This junior brother, I wonder, are you willing to practice with me for a bit? If you can, demonstrate in front of all the inner disciples. There will naturally be a generous reward. Witnessing Tan Tuyen's smiling, yet not smiling appearance, 13 couldn't help but be terrified. This smile truly hides killing intent. There must be a malicious plot. I just want to cultivate quietly. I don't want to become the focus of everyone. Just then, a sudden change occurred. The system panel suddenly appeared above, displaying the test mission and 2 choices. Regarding Lan Tan Tuyen's proposal, the reward is actually a prop that randomly strengthens quality. 13's expression instantly became solemn, faced with the attractive reward. The next second, he opened his mouth and agreed. Disciple is willing to demonstrate with Master. I respectfully ask Master to show mercy. When Tan Tuyen heard this, she thought to herself, this new disciple has at least the cultivation of the Foundation Establishment realm. In that case, I'll first use Foundation Establishment stage spiritual power to probe him. Thinking of this, Tan Tuyen gently raised her hand, channeling Foundation Establishment stage spiritual power, and suppressed 13. In an instant, a fierce Foundation Establishment aura descended from above 13's head. A blinding aura of boundless power, instantly transformed into a powerful gale, sweeping in all directions. Mu Duang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his expression a bit ugly. He mumbled, the spiritual pressure is truly strong. Some of the surrounding disciples with low cultivation even found it difficult to breathe. His gaze gradually focused on 13, carrying some doubt. Yet that guy Trang, 13, standing under such a fierce aura, has no reaction at all. 13 was seen still standing there blankly, a bit of surprise on his face. Oh, has it started? When Tan Tuyen saw this scene, she felt even more annoyed. This brat still dares to pretend to be calm, wanting to make me lose face in front of everyone. How? She immediately channeled her true essence, forcibly raising her spiritual power. Very well then. Golden Core Realm, let's see how long you can keep pretending. 13 finally frowned slightly, feeling the surrounding space begin to shatter. But his face still maintained a calm expression. Oh, now I feel something. Seeing 13 still at ease, Tan Tuyen was furious. Still looking so composed. It seems from our first meeting, he was able to escape quickly. He indeed has some strength. Lan. Tan Tuyen immediately erupted with her true essence, madly urging her spiritual power, releasing the pressure from the nascent soul. Early stage. In an instant, an invisible, mountain-like pressure simultaneously pressed down towards 13, intending to crush him to dust. In this critical situation, 13 looked up at the sky, his domineering aura instantly erupting, colliding with the earth, causing the ground around him to shatter into countless small pieces. The vast and surging Tao rhythm aura made the nearby inner sect disciples unable to stand firmly, and they all fell to the ground. Their faces showed looks of pain. Even Zhang Mu Duang was tightly constrained by that invisible pressure. Kneeling on the ground, he looked up at Trang 13 in astonishment, his heart filled with doubt. He can actually stand tall like a pine tree. This aura is really a bit too terrifying. His face was filled with horror. He couldn't help but ponder. Mentor has never before unleashed such terrifying power. Tan Tuyen, on the side. Her eyes were wide with a face full of disbelief. I have directly used the Wind Seal divine ability, yet he can still withstand it. In that case, let me increase my magic power and crush you directly. In an instant, under Tan Tuyen's Wind Seal divine ability, a giant storm quickly condensed, directly suppressing 13, causing him to feel the pressure increase sharply. His body began to show signs of trembling. His teeth gritted tightly. But immediately after, 13 suddenly straightened up, his feet as if rooted to the ground. He shouted loudly, activating the power of a body cultivator. His 2 legs were like pillars, standing firm and unmoving, proudly resisting that terrifying crushing pressure. Tan Tuyen was horrified, her jaw dropped. Her voice carried a bit of panic. What? He can still stand firm in this situation. 13 simultaneously channeled the power of 9 cauldrons. His extraordinary body cultivator physique easily lifted the source of spiritual power above his head. The aura instantly changed direction, counterattacking Tan Tuyen, causing her expression to gradually lose its calmness. Not good. The divine ability is being reflected. It wants to attack me back. Before her words finished, she was hit by the very tornado she had created, blown away, letting out a piercing scream. In the end, she reaped what she sowed, her head hitting a giant rock from her own move, and she fainted. She hurriedly announced, "Today's pressure resistance test ends here." Late that night, at 13's small courtyard in the back mountain, he had an excited expression, checking his information on the official channel of the Yulin Immortal Sect. It seems this performance didn't cause any controversy. Suddenly, along with his gaze, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking towards a strange piece of information. What is this? Above was a message from Jiang Ra. The words were vague, containing a warning tone. 13 felt a little doubtful in his heart, pouting his lips in disdain. This guy is AI, truly an unknown nobody. Right at this moment, a notification from the new Lam Tian Tong, Imperial Forest Immortal Sect, suddenly descended. Inside was information related to the sect's triennial New Kiem Dai Hoi sword riding assembly. The champion can receive 1,000 contribution points. The sect also provides high-grade cultivation resources and even the chance to be personally guided by the master to nurture talent. Seeing the competition rewards, 13's eyes suddenly burned with fire, shining brightly like stars. The spiritual treasure reward is truly alluring. These 1,000 contribution points are enough for me to erase my karma and escape the status of a sinner. But participating in this competition, isn't that too alarming to all sides? Moreover, my own foundation is ordinary. I don't have a spiritual root. Where would I get the true chi to ride a sword and fly? If I participate, won't I expose my identity and attract a fatal disaster? It's better to be content with my lot and cultivate diligently, training my body, and earn contribution points in a practical way. That's what I should do. Just when 13 was feeling at ease, the bizarre system suddenly manifested, directly shaking his spiritual sense, causing his mind to ache as if split by an axe. Seeing the system appear, 13 angrily clutched his head and shouted, "Din Kong Man! You don't need to use this strange method to appear before me." Wait a minute. You damn system, appearing at this time. Could it be the system instantly issued a new mission? High-level mission. Participate in the sword riding competition and seize the champion position. The Golden Core, Kim Dan, Great Tao can possess an indestructible golden body with boundless radiance, stepping on excrement and riding weapons, with abundant blood and spiritual energy. As for cultivators of lower realms, they need to borrow external forces, using spiritual power to control artifacts as support. At the same time, participants must at least reach the Qi refining, Luyen Qi, stage. The most common method is still sword riding flight. The moment of 3 to 5 years, the New Lam Tong's, New Lam Sect's, sword riding competition finally arrived. The female attendant disciple held an amplification artifact, her clear voice soaring with momentum. The sword riding assembly officially begins. May all participating disciples please enter the arena. Amidst the vast sea of people, 13's small figure still stood out uniquely. His eyes glanced in all directions, scanning the young cultivators around him, thinking to himself, This competition is truly crowded, a mountain and sea of people. Suddenly, an infinitely arrogant voice came from the side, making 13 a bit surprised. Jiang Muk Duang, with a proud and smug expression, stepped forward, his tone disdainful. I didn't expect an unknown brat like you would dare to participate in today's assembly. This time, competing on the same stage, don't you dream of seizing the boundless glory? 13 frowned, somewhat suspicious. His scrutinizing gaze stared at Jiang Muk Duang. Who dares to act mighty and dominant in front of me? Muk Duang roared in anger, shouting furiously. Blind dog! You don't even dare to recognize me. A few days ago, we were in the same class with leader Su Ku Ku, teacher Cough Cough. Let me formally introduce myself. This young master is Jiang Muk Duang, young master of the Jiang family from the southern border wasteland, ranked second on the sect's hero contribution board. As soon as he finished speaking, his eyes quickly glanced towards the high platform where the elders and leader Lan Tan Tuyen, teacher Lan Tan Tuyen, were standing and observing. Thinking to himself, I must definitely show off and display all my talents. With a smug look, he turned back to look at 13, his tone even more contemptuous. This competition, you can only watch from afar and eat the dust behind this young master. Seeing 13 still indifferent, not paying him any mind, Jiang Muk Duang became even more furious, grinding his teeth. This brat dares to look down on me. The female attendant disciple continued to speak loudly, reminding all disciples. Now please choose the personal magic treasure you want to use. A male cultivator heard this and immediately stepped forward. From his storage ring, he took out a refined iron alchemy cauldron crafted from outer domain star stone, mumbling to himself. It's finally time for me to reveal my true self and show my boundless power. The Dragon Crown Empress Magic Treasure. The female attendant disciple exclaimed in surprise, praising profusely. This aura, it is indeed a magic treasure of the spirit rank, lower grade. The first disciple has already taken out a rare and precious spiritual treasure. Next, another male cultivator showed disdain, snorting coldly. It's just an ordinary magic treasure. After speaking, the strong beauty, my new Luke Dean, waved her hand and took out a strange rope, shouting loudly. Dragon Tendon Immortal Rope, Long Zai Tian Thang, come out, my Con Ko Yu Jia. The female attendant disciple continued in a high voice. Although its shape is bizarre and hard to describe, this magic treasure's aura is not ordinary either. Indeed, everyone has come prepared. All magic treasures are at the spirit rank or above. Muk Duang. Standing nearby, his expression of contempt even more obvious. Truly a bunch of blind fools. Just a few trivial spiritual treasures. He stepped forward arrogantly, took an item from his chest, and shouted loudly. An ancient, powerful aura instantly erupted, shaking all directions. Open your eyes wide and look at mine. Its power is heaven-shaking, earth-shattering, absolutely terrifying. It broke through the silent atmosphere, followed by the appearance of a sharp sword. A cold light radiated in all directions, peerless, Tuyet Tran. The sword lay snugly in Jiang Muk Duang's hand. The elders and the sect master on the high platform were all shocked and pale, extremely astonished by the aura of this heaven-rank magic treasure. The old man with a high forehead and extraordinary bearing stared down below, muttering softly, this kind of spiritual power fluctuation is definitely a heaven-rank treasure, without a doubt. The old friend beside him frowned gravely, his expression solemn. He pondered and said, magic treasures are divided into 5 ranks: mortal, spirit, heaven, immortal, and saint. In all past competitions, the sect uniformly provided magic treasures. This time, allowing disciples to prepare their own, isn't this losing the path of fairness? Nam Kung Hoang's eyes were sharp, staring straight ahead, firmly replying, in cases of equal strength, the magic treasure is the key to victory or defeat. Although it's unfair, the rules were set long ago. In a life-and-death bloody battle, would the enemy abandon a superior magic treasure for the sake of fairness? Muk Duong's late-stage truck foundation establishment, cultivation base was surging, as if holding the world in the palm of his hand, secretly thinking, peak foundation establishment realm, plus a sect guarding magic treasure for protection. This competition is as good as in the bag. He glanced contemptuously at 13, his tone commanding. 13. It's time for you to present your artifact. Before he finished speaking, both pupils of Muk Duong almost popped out, extremely shocked. What? What the hell is that? You dare to bring this thing out as an artifact? 13, with a face as bright as a flower, replied calmly, that's right. Before the assembly began, I specially consulted the old uncle who sweeps the trash outside the mountain gate. Muk Duong's face was completely blank, muttering to himself, isn't this just an ordinary house broom? Do you take this assembly to be a children's farce? The presiding attendant slowly stepped forward, announcing the rules in a solemn voice. All disciples, please place your artifacts in the designated positions. 13 stood beside, listening intently, carefully observing the rules. The attendant continued to speak loudly. This competition is not just a single round. The focus lies in using spiritual power to control the artifact. First, you all need to use spiritual power to retrieve your artifact from a certain distance. Then, follow the pre-drawn route and execute the sword-riding flight technique. Whoever reaches the finish line first will win the champion title. Of course, countless treacherous obstacles will be placed along the way. After hearing the rules, 13 was momentarily stunned, his face revealing clear despair. What? I don't even have half a point of spiritual power. So how can I retrieve an object from a distance or control an artifact remotely? Muk Duong took the opportunity to mock, his tone even more contemptuous. 13. Hee hee. Now do you feel the real pressure, huh? After a while of preparation, all artifacts were in their designated positions. The female attendant's voice, like a chiming bell, echoed across the square. The sword-riding assembly officially begins. As soon as the command was given, countless artifacts simultaneously transformed into streams of light, soaring through the air, quickly rushing towards their owners, signaling the start of the second round. Muk Duong's momentum was sky-high, his gaze as sharp as an eagle's, looking straight ahead, tightly gripping the Tuyet Tran, peerless, sword. The corner of his eye glanced at 13, saying sinisterly, I'm going first, you useless brat. After speaking, he urged the sword light to fly, transforming into a brilliant rainbow, leading the group of inner disciples, charging forward, leaving behind a cloud of dust that covered the starting point. In just a moment, the dust cloud gradually dispersed with the wind, revealing the lonely figure of 13. Seeing 13 still standing motionless like a stone statue, the crowd of disciples immediately buzzed with discussion. Sounds of ridicule and mockery rang out incessantly. Why hasn't that guy started yet? Could it be he can't even retrieve his own artifact? How? Impossible. He doesn't even know the most basic operation. This kind of trash also dares to dream of participating in the assembly. 13's face gradually turned pale, his heart filled with extreme panic. This is bad. If I just keep standing still like this, everyone will definitely suspect my identity. The old man in gray robes beside him frowned, his eyes filled with suspicion, looking at 13. What's wrong with that Trang 13? Could it be that he can't even use a single bit of spiritual power? Lan Tan Tuyen's mouth curved up in a contemptuous smile, secretly mocking in her heart. Haha, this foolish brat really brought this humiliation upon himself. 13's gaze was as firm as steel, staring intently at his artifact in the distance, grinding his teeth. This is the only way, I have to risk it to find out. He immediately swung his arm forward vigorously, letting out a heaven-shaking roar. Broom, why don't you obediently come to me? After that, 13 used all his strength to stomp on the ground, causing the ground to crack and rubble to fly everywhere. This terrifying stomp instantly created a shockwave, extremely powerful, launching the ordinary broom into the air, flying straight towards 13. After firmly grasping the artifact in his hand, 13 revealed an unusually excited expression, shouting loudly. Retrieving the artifact from midair is easily completed. The old man in gray robes gaped in astonishment, muttering as if lost in a daze. Like that also counts as retrieving an artifact from midair. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, the contestants had already entered the obstacle zone meticulously arranged by the sect. Countless restrictions activated simultaneously, erupting with fierce attacks, mercilessly striking down rows of cultivators, causing them to fall freely like kites with broken strings. Muk Duong, relying on his superior cultivation and the protection of a heaven-rank magic treasure, barely withstood the first wave of attacks, feeling proud and self-satisfied in his heart. I am a talented sword cultivator, and I have a supreme magic treasure to help me. This competition is practically designed just for me. At the same time, 13 was still struggling at the starting point, stomping his foot hard on the ground, trying to retrieve his artifact. With just one simple stomp, he easily retrieved the artifact. Immediately after, he leapt up violently, jumping into the air. His body like an arrow leaving a bow, heading straight for the midair, with a gaze as steady as a rock. The old man in gray robes looked even more bewildered, rubbing his eyes, staring at 13, stammering, What kind of posture is this? His sword-riding flight, why is it a world of difference compared to others? 13 had now caught up to the first obstacle zone. As soon as he arrived, he was hit by countless ferocious energy attacks, blocking his path. Relying on his unusually agile body, 13 quickly jumped up to dodge. Then took the opportunity to step on the air, running swiftly on the chaotic aura emitted by the obstacles. The old man in gray robes was once again shocked to the core, muttering to himself. His technique feels more and more unbelievable. Muk Duong was still immersed in the illusion of victory, continuing to ride his sword towards the finish line. All those useless trashes have been left behind by me. Suddenly, a strange figure appeared beside him, startling him. His soul nearly scattered. Muk Duong stared wide-eyed at 13, roaring in anger. You rotten brat, since when? 13 remained as steady as before, continuing to advance neither quickly nor slowly. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery seemed to freeze. Space froze solid. 13's body lost its gravity, gradually falling downwards, his face showing clear helplessness. Muk Duong at his side was also extremely surprised, turning his head to look at 13 in bewilderment, his heart filled with doubt. On this side, Trang 13 was still lost in naive contemplation, thinking, this is bad. My movement technique has reached its limit. The distance to those giant rocks is still far away. Right now, there is no foothold to borrow strength from. I'm really done for. The system previously issued a mission to win first place at all costs. An SSS-level mission like this, if I can't complete it, the punishment will surely be extremely tragic. That Muk Duong was still calmly using an arrogant tone, glancing sideways at Trang 13. Your sword-riding technique isn't even properly trained, yet you dare to dream of participating in the sword-riding assembly. Let me send you off as a thank you gift for daring to be presumptuous in front of the sect master. This time I'll give you a great gift to ensure you never recover. He then circulated his body's spiritual power. Both palms began to condense blinding lightning. Cam Long 2, dragon-grabbing hand. The rocks were simultaneously attracted by Muk Duong and pulled close together. After closing the distance to a suitable range, Muk Duong waved his hand, controlling all the obstacles to fiercely strike towards Trang 13. Countless giant rocks simultaneously obeyed Muk Duong's will, like meteorites bombing the opponent's position. The attendant elder witnessing the scene was shocked and pale, hurriedly speaking up. Using magic to control the giant rocks to attack other opponents, isn't this violating the competition rules? How? Lao 7 Fu, Old 7 Fu. The white-robed elder was stern, his gaze as sharp as a blade, looking straight ahead. In the rules of the assembly, this behavior is absolutely not forbidden. Trang 13, in midair, was in free fall and suddenly faced a barrage of attacks from countless giant rocks. Witnessing the massive obstacles rushing towards him, Trang 13 was extremely shocked, his expression solemn, staring straight at the attack. Instantly, at Trang 13's position, countless heaven-shaking explosions echoed throughout the 9 heavens. The entire space seemed submerged in a sea of fire soaring to the sky. Muk Duong's mouth curved into a wicked smile, glancing back. Even if you have mastered the indestructible Vajra divine art, if you are hit by such a terrifying explosion, it would be hard to survive. Suddenly, amidst the sea of fire and explosion, a sword light as fast as lightning tore through the smoke and fire, carrying a world-destroying momentum, rushing straight forward. Next, Trang 13's figure appeared heroically, with a gaze as firm as steel, his face full of fighting spirit. In just a brief moment, his figure had already approached Muk Duong, causing the latter to be extremely shocked. His arrogant expression instantly turning into indescribable horror. "Wah! What? How could you calmly escape that explosion so easily?" Trang 13's face gradually revealed a fierce look, his eyes like a hungry wolf's, staring at the opponent. "Thank you for going through the trouble of setting up this brilliant fireworks display." After speaking, Trang 13, without mercy, launched a kick straight into Muk Duong's face, causing the latter's head to spin, almost fainting unconscious. "This is a small token, as a return gift I specially prepared for you." After that heaven-shaking kick, Trang 13 took the momentum to glide away. His bizarre movement technique transforming into a stream of light, tearing through the wind, gliding forward quickly. The kick just now had completely knocked out Muk Duong. His body slid along the ground like a broken kite. Trang 13, over here, had already approached the final finish line of the competition, riding the sword like an arrow leaving the bow, shooting straight ahead. Just like that, at the decisive moment, Trang 13 swaggeringly seized the champion position, becoming the first person to touch the glorious finish line. The female attendant disciple then also announced in a clear voice, "The champion position of this year's sword riding assembly has been decided." It is none other than disciple Trang 13. Moreover, not only did he win the champion title, Trang 13 also broke the record set by the previous senior brother, officially creating a new era for the sword riding assembly. Hearing this news, the surrounding crowd of disciples was extremely shocked. "Wah! What? Just an unknown brat can actually win the championship of the sword riding assembly, and even broke the senior brother's record. I absolutely do not believe this absurd story. It can't be true." The system, at this very moment, also transmitted a message into Trang 13's sea of consciousness. "Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. This time's reward is a set of supreme and paramount cultivation techniques." As soon as he heard the words, cultivation technique, Trang 13's heart immediately bloomed with joy, overjoyed. He hurriedly opened the interface to check what kind of divine technique it was. The system continued to remind. Currently, the system has a special newbie gift package. The host can freely choose the desired reward. Just by spending a few accumulated points, you can own a treasure rare in this world. Trang 13, still with a foolish, dazed look, stared forward. "Huh. I accidentally broke the record, too." After breaking the record of the sword riding assembly, Trang 13 immediately harvested countless spiritual herbs, magic treasures, and sect contribution points. After that, he leisurely accepted the preferential gift from the system. Trang 13, just like that, peacefully and freely enjoyed a carefree life, free from worries. He was currently sitting by a campfire, roasting a wild chicken. It's time to nourish the body with high-grade protein again. Adding a little secret spice on top will surely make this roasted chicken ascend into an ultimate delicacy. He then leapt into his cave dwelling, vaguely remembering that in the room, there were still some precious spices stored. After getting the spices, he hurried back to the fire to continue roasting the chicken. But suddenly, the scene before him made him so angry his face turned purple. Where is my roasted chicken? Why is there only a pile of bones left? One by one, the various high-grade spirit beasts he had painstakingly prepared all vanished into thin air, temporarily disappearing. Trang 13 now fell into another puzzle. Could it be that a demon beast is lurking in this place? He then continued to take out another chicken and carefully roasted it again from the beginning. At the spot where it was just stolen, the area around the chicken was filled with traps. The main purpose was to capture that damned thief alive. Not far away, a pair of sharp eyes was secretly observing every movement meticulously, carefully. Trang 13, after setting up the trap, hid himself in the shadows, patiently waiting for the prey to appear. This time I'm specifically using a fat, plump chicken as bait. I don't believe I can't catch you. Right at this moment, a black shadow from the distance, like an arrow leaving a bow, rushed quickly, approaching Trang 13's fragrant roasted chicken. Sensing the aura of another person, Trang 13 immediately circulated his spiritual power, preparing to fight. You've appeared. The moment the black shadow's hand just touched the roasted chicken, Trang 13 erupted with astonishing speed, pulling the rope hard, activating the trap mechanism set up earlier. The trap also immediately took effect, pulling taut and tightly binding the target, lifting it off the ground. Finally succeeded in capturing a little girl with an expression of pure innocence. Seeing that it was a little girl with a pure and otherworldly appearance, Trang 13 was so shocked his soul nearly scattered. Cold sweat poured down like rain, his face filled with extreme surprise. What the hell is this? It's not a demon beast. I can't believe it's a young lady from a prestigious family. The two figures just faced each other like that, their faces filled with stunned surprise. The little girl knew her actions were exposed. Clutching the roasted spirit chicken tightly, her steps were like treading on wind, instantly turning into a cloud of dust. After a wild dash, she turned her head back, laughing smugly, ha ha ha. Just a mere immortal binding rope, and you dream of binding me. Just as she finished speaking, she accidentally glanced at 13, her phoenix eyes immediately widened, revealing extreme shock. 13, still holding the rope tightly in his hand, shouted angrily. Which thief are you? Return my spirit chicken. The little girl frowned, looking extremely annoyed, glancing disdainfully at 13. HMPH, it's just a low-grade roasted chicken. After speaking, the little girl's body suddenly paused. Immediately after, a kick like heaven and earth splitting fiercely kicked straight towards 13. This kick contained astonishing power, instantly creating a heaven-shaking collision. Dust billowed up. Then the little girl smirked coldly, stepping out of the dust cloud. HMPH, HMPH, HMPH. Daring to try and hold me back, you're seeking death. Suddenly, 13's calm voice rang out once more, causing the little girl to be surprised. Oh, what a strong fragrance. This roasted spirit chicken truly is the essence for nourishing the spiritual sense. Sensing something was wrong, the little girl hurriedly turned her head to look. As soon as she turned, she was horrified to find 13 opening his mouth like a dragon sucking water, frantically devouring the spirit chicken from just now. In just a brief moment, the entire roasted chicken had turned into nothingness, leaving only a bone. After that, he stared blankly at the little girl in front of him, muttering, "Not a single bit is left." The little girl finally came to her senses, hurriedly looking for the roasted spirit chicken that was originally in her hand. Discovering the sacred item had been stolen by 13, she immediately flew into a rage, shouting angrily. "You damned little thief! Do you want your soul to scatter?" After speaking, the little girl gathered all her spiritual power into one palm, striking towards 13 with heavenly might, causing the ground to crack severely. 13 on the opposite side shouted helplessly. Hey, you little girl, why are you so shameless? Playing the victim after being the thief. This roasted spirit chicken is clearly mine. How did it become your item? Since when? Her face sullen and filled with anger, the little girl used her hands to pull and break the rope binding her. Next, she seemed to go berserk, continuously punching and kicking towards 13, her posture furious. Seeing the opponent's attack carried significant power, 13 couldn't help but be surprised. This girl has a small body, but her strength is so terrifying. A casual strike could shatter mountains and break rocks. With a proud and arrogant face, the little girl shouted, "Brat, do you only know how to hide like a mouse?" But right after that, her body was tightly bound by 13's specialized immortal binding rope, successfully restraining the opponent. 13 held the rope tightly, threatening loudly. "Sorry, if I let you go again, I'm afraid this place will be destroyed by you without a single piece left." While being controlled, the little girl angrily waved her hand, her tone arrogant and unrivaled. "You think just by using a mortal rope like this, you can imprison me? Watch my ability." After struggling with all her might, the little girl was a bit shocked that the rope binding her body hadn't budged at all. Out of panic, the little girl continuously struggled, screaming like crazy. After a fit of hysteria, the little girl began to show fear. "Even immortal-grade magic treasures couldn't bind me. But why this rope? Why can't I break it?" 13 at the side immediately explained loudly. "This rope has a rebound force. It was created by me circulating spiritual power to reinforce it. How could it be easily broken by you? I really didn't expect that the qi refining, Luyen Qi, object that the system gifted during this competition would be this useful." The little girl, unable to escape, angrily shouted straight at 13. Don't you know who I am? How dare you disrespectfully tie me up like this?" 13 stared forward with a blank face. "Oh, then tell me, who are you?" Hearing this, the little girl smirked strangely. "I am your senior sister, Su Tai. The famous Tiu man, Shao man, a disciple of the new Lam Tien Mon, Imperial Forest Immortal Gate." The two once again, with dazed and foolish faces, stared at each other, their hearts full of confusion. 13 immediately asked loudly, full of doubt, "You little girl, you look like you're only 7 or 8 years old, yet you dare to call yourself my senior sister?" With an excited and mischievous face, the little girl stared at 13. "Although my age is still young, I entered the path earlier than you. Offending a senior sister is insubordination. Do you know what punishment you will face?" Suddenly, her body was slowly lifted up into the air. The posture of being lifted made the little girl panic and shout loudly, Hey, what the hell are you doing?" 13 held the little girl tightly, his face grim, looking forward. "If I know you are also a disciple of the new Lam Tien Mon, then it's easy. Now I just need to bring you to the main hall to be punished and properly discuss how you will compensate for the roasted spirit chickens that I lost." Just like that, 13 eagerly carried the little girl straight towards the main hall of the new Lam Tien Mon. Scene changed to the martial arts training ground in front of the new Lam Tien Mon, where a crowd of disciples was gathered, discussing the Tao and cultivating. Suddenly, amidst the crowd, a disciple shouted, causing everyone to panic. "Oh no, the little demoness is out." In just a blink of an eye, all the disciples present scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace, leaving 13 stunned and bewildered. Seeing the situation, he almost collapsed. "It seems the rumors about you really don't have a single good word, huh?" 13 then continued to control and pull the little girl towards the majestic main hall. The little demoness of the new Lam Tien Mon, renowned and famous, was actually restrained by that 13. What a strange and rare sight. The outer disciples secretly watched and whispered, discussing, their words carrying a bit of gloating. HMPH, that little demoness finally got a taste of failure. Let's see if she still dares to be arrogant. Little demoness with sharp ears heard every single one of those mocking words. Her face turned purple with anger. immediately channeled energy into her foot and kicked, sending the pebble next to her flying towards the crowd. The stone carried a howling gale, in an instant hitting a loud-mouthed guy, causing him to scream, "Eh!" then roll over and faint unconscious. The remaining people were terrified to the extreme. Their souls scattered, shouting out, "Oh my God, he fainted. He really fainted." 13 frowned, his tone somewhat helpless. "Can you stop causing trouble or not?" The little demoness snorted coldly with an arrogant expression. "This lady hates those insects the most. Bugs who dare to gossip behind my back." 13 glanced at the little demoness's stubborn face. Couldn't help but purse his lips and think inwardly, "I don't know what kind of people your parents are, to give birth to someone as rebellious, stubborn and fierce-tempered as you." Just then, a majestic voice rang out. "What the fellow Taoist said is indeed not wrong. I am Tu Man's mother." Hearing that noble voice, 13 was terrified to the extreme. Petrified on the spot. A feeling of despair that pierced his heart and liver welled up inside him. The female sect master Nam Kung Hoang led 13 and Tu Man to the Yulin Palace, recounting the beginning and end of the matter. After hearing 13's explanation, Nam Kung Hoang turned to reprimand Tu Man. "Weren't you being punished in seclusion? Why did you dare to leave the meditation chamber on your own?" But Tu Man lowered her head with a sad and gloomy expression. "Mother, your daughter heard that someone broke the spirit testing stone, and even defeated Tiu Duong. Duong's record-breaking 6th-stage sword technique. My curiosity was uncontrollable. I wanted to go out and see who that person was." Nam Kung Hoang sighed, raised her hand to rub her forehead. "Seclusion for another month. Copy the Tao scripture once every day as punishment." But Tu Man frowned with a displeased expression. "What? Like this, won't your daughter be locked up until she grows moldy?" Nam Kung Hoang glanced at Tu Man, her tone stern. "You still dare to complain?" Tu Man knew she couldn't resist, so she dejectedly lowered her head. "Your daughter dares not. Tu Man asks to take her leave." The little demoness trudged out of the Yulin Palace, returning to the meditation chamber to continue her seclusion punishment. Watching Tu Man's lonely retreating figure, Nam Kung Hoang's gaze was distant. A feeling of sorrow welled up in her heart. Tu Man, this child is truly pitiful. Her background is inherently different from ordinary people. 13, standing beside, was a bit confused, asking, "Sectmaster, what do you mean by not like ordinary people?" Nam Kung Hoang retracted her gaze and slowly explained. "She was born from a giant egg that I accidentally found many years ago." Hearing this, 13 was astonished, his mouth agape. "An egg? Don't tell me it contains tons of protein. Luckily, I wasn't the one who found it. Otherwise, it might have been cooked into soup long ago." Nam Kung Hoang's next words made 13 feel disappointed. "When I first found that egg, I also thought about cooking it for nourishment. But unexpectedly, when the egg encountered high temperatures, it hatched a baby girl. Moreover, right after birth, the baby's talent had already reached the peak stage of body refinement, born with divine strength and a robust physique. Out of compassion, I took her in as a disciple. But Tu Man cannot control her innate strength. She often unintentionally causes harm to others, creating indelible emotional scars, even fellow disciples. Just a light touch from the girl could cause their tendons and bones to break. Because of that, Tu Man doesn't have a single friend. Lonely and isolated." Hearing this, 13's eyes widened like bronze bells. His heart felt as if pierced by a sharp object. A feeling of empathy arose, remembering his own lonely image in his previous life. "She is exactly like me in my previous life, having no friends." Nam Kung Hoang continued to talk about Tiu Man. And because of that, Tiu Man's personality gradually changed, becoming rebellious and stubborn, liking to pull strange pranks. 13 had a bewildered expression, deeply sympathizing with Tiu Man's fate. She acts like that, perhaps just to attract everyone's attention. Don't look at her cheerful and smiling appearance. But deep down inside, she probably feels extremely lonely. Scene change to a secluded mountain, where Tiu Man was being punished with seclusion by Nam Kung Hoang. Her heart was filled with resentment. Tiu Man vented her anger on the cliff wall, each punch carrying powerful energy, bombarding it. With a sulky expression, she kept muttering the name 10. 33. Hateful you. You made my punishment even heavier. 13 appeared behind Tiu Man at this exact moment, and asked, "Is this your meditation chamber?" Tiu Man was startled and spun around, discovering 13. She couldn't help but be surprised, staring at 13 with bewildered eyes. "It's you again. What are you doing here? How did you know about my place? Could it be that you intentionally came here to violate me?" 13 stood opposite, stunned for a moment, carefully observing Tiu Man's angry appearance. In his mind, he suddenly recalled Nam Kung Hoang's request. The sect master wished for 13 to help Tiu Man control herself. The next second, 13 turned his head to one side with a scrutinizing gaze. The next moment, Trang 13 turned his gaze to scan the desolate surroundings. A desolate scene hit his eyes. "Is this your cave dwelling? How can it be devastated to this extent?" Looking at the tattered, dilapidated ruins piled up, it's truly no different from a zombie burial ground. Tiu Man felt her self-esteem was offended. Her anger flared, staring straight at Trang 13. "As expected, you only came here to mock me. I am already furious right now, seeing the other person like a wild beast about to go berserk." Trang 13 quickly waved his hands to signal calmness. Hey. Fellow Taoist, calm down a bit. I don't want to fight you. You like doing such weird pranks. Is it because you want to attract the attention of others? Is that right?" Hearing these words, Tiu Man, her eyes widened in stunned surprise. Trang 13, on the opposite side, continued to speak. "Deep down, you always longed for friends, to have fun together side by side. It's just because of your unusual innate physique that makes others terrified and stay away from these things. It's exactly like the memories of my past life's love trial." Hearing this, Tiu Man fell silent like a dazed statue, looking towards Trang 13. After a long while, she quickly turned her face away, not wanting to reveal her sadness. Her whole body trembled slightly, her voice stuttering a bit. Who told you all these presumptuous things, huh?" Tiu Man, her eyes glistening with tears, glanced at Trang 13. "Who dares to slander me for having no friends?" She continued, pointing towards the stone puppets, standing tall nearby, enthusiastically introducing, "Look here. This is Tiu Man number 11, and this is Tiu Man number 12. Seeing the other's dazed and listless appearance, Trang 13 could only sigh helplessly, thinking to himself, "Isn't this just molding human figures out of mud? This child's inner demons are probably quite strong." Right. Tiu Man simultaneously shifted her attention to Trang 13. "What face do you have to talk about me? I've also been observing you for a long time, seeing that the place you live is remote and desolate. Not even a shadow passes by, kid. You are also lonely and solitary. Isn't that right?" Being hit right on the mark by Tiu Man, Trang 13 showed obvious embarrassment, feeling extremely ashamed. "Who told you that, huh? Who dares to slander me for having no friends?" He immediately took out a specialized magic tool, enthusiastically introducing, "This is Taoist brother Iron Tendon. Next, Trang 13 took out a small dumbbell. Holding it up, and this is Taoist brother Big Strong. Finally, he took out a super elastic rope. Showing it off in front of Tu Man. You've met this one before. Just call him Taoist brother Slender Dog. With a face radiant as a flower, Trang 13 said enthusiastically. These are all the Taoist brothers who accompany me on the path of cultivation. Tu Man showed clear confusion, her expression as blank as a chicken. Thinking to herself, this guy's sickness is even worse than mine. Trang 13 suddenly reached into his Tao robe, took out a secret cultivation manual, and directly gave it to Tu Man. This is for you. Faced with this sudden situation, Tu Man still hadn't recovered her senses. You. What kind of trick are you playing? Trang 13 continued looking forward. Just take it. This is a peerless treasure manual. Consider it an item. To apologize for getting you a heavier punishment. Tu Man was dumbfounded. She took the manual from Trang 13 with both hands. Her expression still dazed. What cultivation method is this? On the cover of Trang 13's manual, there were also a few lines of writing: tendon easing, muscle relaxing art. Tu Man had a disdainful look, pouting to show her dislike. What ugly handwriting, it's like chicken scratches. Did you write and direct this yourself? Trang 13 on the opposite side immediately shouted. What do you mean by this contemptuous expression, huh? Do you know how precious this handwritten secret manual is? These are the relaxation movements that a mighty body cultivator, after reaching the peak of body refinement, bestowed upon me. I see that your strength, although powerful, cannot be controlled, especially when you get emotional. That is because the tendons and muscles in your body are overly tense. Therefore, right now, what you need is not to practice strength, but to learn how to relax. This tendon easing, muscle relaxing art has the ability to help you regulate your body, relax your muscles and tendons, and improve your mood. After giving meticulous instructions, Trang 13 turned and left. Take this time to study it carefully. I have nothing else to do. Farewell. Tu Man remained standing still on the spot, intently watching Trang 13's retreating back. An indescribable emotion welled up in her heart. Her hands trembled, tightly gripping the manual that Trang 13 had just given her. On the screen now were countless pieces of news related to Trang 13 and Tu Man. A man sat up high, his face dark and treacherous. Recently, all the rumors have been about him. This person named Trang 13 has been really too noisy lately. Mu Yang, his body covered in injuries, knelt on the ground. It was him. He used dark arts to win the competition, turning me into this miserable state. Fia Le next to him also groaned in pain. The wounds from the previous fight had not yet healed. Big Brother Liu, please uphold justice for us. The man named Liu above immediately showed a cunning face. You all just rest assured. He has stolen too much attention. We must find a way to suppress him. The scene shifts to the large square of the Yulin sect. A crowd of inner sect disciples was buzzing with discussion about the number of spirit stones being traded. This time, a few people nearby were curious about the merchants. Who are these strangers? Why do they look so unfamiliar? They are merchants from the mountain gate. Sometimes they are allowed to trade and sell on the road. So, should we stop by and try our luck a bit? A disciple nearby immediately waved his hand in refusal. Forget it, they are just a bunch of spirit stone traders. A one-time transaction and that's it. If we get cheated, who knows who to sue? Boom! A heaven and earth-shaking explosion suddenly echoed, causing the two figures standing there to turn pale with fright. Oh my God! Someone has opened a medium-grade spirit essence again. The young man was momentarily panicked and extremely surprised. Wow, what? inside a raw stone can actually hide spirit essence. Isn't this the main cultivation resource for cultivators? And also the common currency in the cultivation world. How? Spirit essence is divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, and top grade. And yet from a piece of ordinary raw stone, one could actually extract medium grade spirit essence. Which fellow Taoist actually has such heaven-defying luck? The eyes of the two people immediately shot like arrows simultaneously towards 13 and On. At that exact moment, On hugged the spirit stone tightly with both hands, cheering joyfully, "Young master truly has divine calculation. You actually managed to open a medium-grade spirit essence. This level of spirit essence in the desolate lands is extremely rare." The old merchant opposite had a constipated look on his face, extremely dissatisfied, muttering, "What kind of blasted luck does this brat have? He only used 100 low-grade spirit stones and managed to open a medium-grade spirit essence." 13, standing beside, felt a wave of disappointment well up inside him. His face fell like a funeral, thinking annoyedly, "This crowded place is really too ostentatious. If it weren't for the system forcing this mission, I would never have set foot in this noisy place. But forget it. One of the conditions for the system upgrade is to collect 10 enough 1,000 medium-grade spirit essences. Just consider it as accumulating." Clap, clap, clap. The sound of clapping rang out along with the hearty voice of another person, making Thap Tam, 13, startle in surprise. "Not bad, not bad. Trang Thap Tam, 13. The name that has recently become famous in the inner sect. I didn't expect you to be proficient in essence techniques as well. It's true that hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. Your reputation is well deserved. I, Lu Tan, came here specially, precisely to befriend fellow Taoist 13. He couldn't help but feel suspicious, along with a watchful gaze scrutinizing Lu Tan. Among the new inner sect disciples, there is someone named Lu Tan. On, standing beside, was sweating profusely, her face pale with worry. Why is he here? He is not a new student, but an old monster, who has cultivated in the immortal sect for many years. He belongs to the heaven grade class of the senior students." Lu Tan waved his hand, pointing in one direction, continuing the introduction. "This friend of mine is extremely knowledgeable in the way of raw stones, and would like to compete with fellow Taoist 13. As soon as the words fell, a young man in a purple robe clasped his hands in salute. "I am Fuang Thien Society. I just saw fellow Taoist Trang's profound essence technique, so I brazenly came here to ask for guidance." 13's expression was extremely flustered, staring blankly ahead. "Essence technique? What the hell is an essence technique? I don't know anything." Thien Society heard this, chuckled lightly, and replied, "Junior brother Trang, you shouldn't be so overly modest. To show my sincerity, I will also presume to show off my meager skills." Having said that, he slowly walked over step by step, meticulously observing the mountain-like pile of raw stones nearby. His gaze was like lightning, sweeping across each raw stone, searching for the treasure hidden deep inside. In just an instant, he seemed to discover something. He immediately reached out his hand, placing it on one of the old merchant's raw stones. After carefully sensing the aura on the raw stone, Thien Society picked up the stone, holding it out in front of the boss. "I want this raw stone." The transaction was completed. Thien Society immediately circulated his profound energy, executing his essence skill. Streams of sharp, knife-like energy pierced into the raw stone. In just an instant, before everyone's eyes, a high-grade spirit stone appeared. the essence sparkling brilliantly. Own. Standing beside, cried out in astonishment, her mouth agape. This is truly too magnificent. 13 saw that splendid scene and couldn't help but be amazed. Doubt arose in his heart. This is high-grade spirit essence right before my eyes. In just the blink of an eye, he could extract this level of spirit essence. How can this person's energy be so powerful? Could it be that he is a raw stone appraiser? But while 13 was still carefully observing Thien Society, the system suddenly appeared right before his eyes, issuing a warning. Warning. The high-grade spirit essence in the pile of raw stones. There is only one piece left. Host quickly seized the opportunity. Seeing the glaring warning message, 13 turned pale with fright. What? What did you say? There's only one piece left. Lu Tan also spoke up at this time to challenge 13. What's wrong, Trang 13? Do you dare to accept this challenge? Let's see who can extract a more valuable spirit essence. The loser must offer all the spirit essence extracted today to the winner. 13's face was grim, showing contemplation at the opponent's challenge. Just a moment later, the system once again appeared before his eyes, issuing a mandatory mission. Accept the gambling invitation and seize victory. Receiving the mandatory mission from the system, 13's eyes became firm, showing absolute determination, his heroic spirit soaring as he announced. If you want to fight, then let's fight. Who's afraid of whom? Lu Tan saw that the opponent had agreed to his challenge. He laughed heartily in triumph, then revealed a treacherous expression towards 13, saying, "Very good, you stinky brat. Just as expected, a reckless fool. So easily hooked. This is the bet between you and Fuang Thien Society. Besides that, do you dare to have another side bet with me?" Faced with the opponent's proposal, 13 was a bit confused. A side bet? What exactly do you mean? Lu Tan, with a treacherous expression, quickly waved his hand to signal. We will each contribute an additional 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. My meaning is, the loser will not only lose all the spirit essence today, but must also pay an additional 10,000 spirit stones. The disciples standing around immediately burst into noisy discussion. What? 10,000 spirit stones, that much? I've been in the sect for over 10 years, and have only saved a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. 13 hurriedly turned his gaze towards Own. Own. The low-grade spirit stones I exchanged from contribution points. How many are left? Own quickly checked the storage ring. We only have less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones left. 13 was momentarily embarrassed upon learning of the meager amount of spirit stones he currently had. HMPH, just 2,000 spirit stones. This measly amount of assets. Can't even afford a block of waste raw stone. Lu Tan snorted contemptuously, his tone like thousand-year-old ice. Thap, 13, after his spiritual sense swept over the storage bag, discovered that the spirit stones were indeed insufficient. His expression became a bit grave. He said in a low voice, "The spirit stones I have, I'm afraid are not enough to bet with you." Lu Tan's eyes narrowed like a venomous snake, staring at 13, the corner of his mouth lifting into a strange smile. It doesn't matter, if you lose, just sell yourself to me. 3 years as a servant to be ordered around can be considered as paying off the debt. Benefactor, you absolutely must not agree. Own hurriedly stepped forward, her voice carrying worry and unease. Looking at his triumphant appearance, he must have prepared this long ago. Before 13 could think carefully, the icy voice of the system suddenly rang out in his sea of consciousness. A mandatory mission appeared before him. Refusal is not allowed. Accept the gambling agreement with Lu Tan. 13 took a deep breath, raised his head, puffed out his chest, and firmly replied, "Fine. I accept." As soon as the words were spoken, the surroundings immediately burst into an uproar, with everyone's gaze focusing on him, filled with surprise and confusion. The stall owner, who had been dozing off, heard this. His eyes suddenly brightened. He laughed and stepped out, his voice echoing through the stall. "Ha ha ha, it's rare in this desolate mountain gate to witness an essence technique competition. A fight this dramatic. This old man can't hide his skills anymore." Finishing his words, the old man waved his sleeve. A flash of light revealed 3 raw stones, several times larger than the raw stones normally displayed, appearing on the ground. A dense aura of spiritual charm radiated in all directions. This is a 9-aperture raw stone, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The probability of opening high-grade spirit essence is much higher. Originally, this old man intended to bring this to the Tianyuan stone market for trading. Today, I'll just bring it out for fun. Lu Tan's eyes were greedy, sweeping over the 3 raw stones. He clapped his hands and laughed loudly. "Good. Very good. Then the essence technique competition officially begins." But following Lu Tan's command, 13 and Fuang Thien Society stepped forward at the same time. Fuang Thien Society. His 2 hands quickly formed a magic seal, activating the Heaven's Eye technique to observe. When his spiritual eye touched the 9-aperture raw stone, sensing the extraordinary spiritual charm, he immediately identified his target. But unexpectedly, 13's phantom-like figure had already appeared beside it. His hand was already placed on the 9-aperture raw stone, his eyes as firm as bedrock. "I choose this one." Fuang Thien Society was terrified. Paled, he snatched it first. This speed is demonically fast. The stall owner stroked his long white beard and said slowly, "This little fellow Taoist truly has good judgment. But this raw stone costs 3,000 spirit stones." "What, 3,000 spirit stones?" 13's expression changed drastically upon hearing this, crying out, "Then my spirit stones aren't enough to pay." He inwardly cried hardship, his purse was truly flat. Fuang Thien Society smiled coldly with satisfaction, crossing his arms to watch. "The theme of this bet is spirit essence. How can you use spirit essence to trade?" Having said that, he quickly stepped forward, wanting to snatch the 9-aperture raw stone from 13's hand. This action by Fuang Thien Society astonished 13. He glared at him, anger rising in his heart. Own below also shouted angrily, her voice full of contempt. "Fuang Thien Society, you are truly shameless." Fuang Thien Society sneered, revealing an extremely arrogant expression. "We came here to compete fairly. Not enough spirit stones. You can only blame yourself for not preparing thoroughly." Finishing his words, he waved his sleeve, a sharp energy current like a knife chopped down on the 9-aperture raw stone. Boom! The stone shattered. A blinding light flashed. A perfect, flawless high-grade spirit essence appeared before everyone's eyes. 13 stood stunned, terrified in his heart. This was the last high-grade spirit essence. Fuang Thien Society was triumphant. Admiring the high-grade spirit essence, he said arrogantly, "I am not an ordinary treasure appraiser. I am a fate master, far nobler than an appraiser. I can explore the essence veins below and deduce the secrets of heaven and your destiny above. I saw through it long ago." The stall owner stepped forward again and said gently, "Little fellow Taoist, do you want to check the other 2 stones? These O2 stones only cost 2,000 spirit stones. The price is much more reasonable." 13 sat plopped on the ground like a soulless person. covering his eyes with his hands, muttering nonsensical numbers. His bizarre actions confused others, as if he was practicing some strange cultivation technique. Lu Tan saw this scene. Cold sweat broke out, feeling uneasy. What devilish trick is this stinky brat up to now? 13 rubbed his temples with both hands. He thought to himself, the high-grade spirit essence is indeed all gone. But the system has not announced the mission failure. Moreover, the mission requires extracting at least high-grade spirit essence. This proves that within these raw stones, there must still be hidden an even more precious treasure. He recalled just now. He only used his eyesight to glance over the 3 raw stones. Perhaps his eyesight was not yet enough. Unable to see the truth. The eye protection exercise finished. 13 suddenly came to his senses, his eyes wide open. Light shot out in all directions, like 2 sharp swords looking straight ahead. The moment to decide victory or defeat has come. He shot up to his feet, taking firm steps forward. His gaze swept back and forth across the pile of raw stones, determined to find the top-grade spirit essence. His mind's eye at this moment seemed to have become clearer than before. He could feel the spiritual energy hidden within each raw stone. His spiritual sense also became stronger. Indeed, he could see much more clearly. 13 exclaimed in surprise. Then he slowly turned to observe the entire stall. The image in his eyes became extremely real. Everything seemed to become transparent, no longer covered by an outer shell. From amidst the chaotic pile of raw stones, he accidentally discovered a raw stone, emitting a brilliant red glow, an unusually rare quality. Having identified the target, 13 did not hesitate. He strode quickly to the red raw stone, quickly picked it up, and brought it before the old merchant. I want this raw stone. Lu Tan, standing nearby, sneered contemptuously. His voice was like scraping metal. Picking up some courage from this scrap heap is truly laughable. Trang 13, with the sharp eyes of a refiner, spoke in a clear voice like a bronze bell. This raw stone's texture is clear. Its geology is stable and abnormally solid. It must have originated from the Dragon Vein Palace. A stone with such an outer shell not only has the ability to gather spiritual essence, but also has the hidden effect of isolating its glow. This is definitely a rare, top-grade spirit essence. Hearing this, Lu Tan frowned, his scrutinizing gaze fixed on Trang 13's figure. Trang 13 also did not delay. He channeled energy into his palms and forcefully split the outer shell of the raw stone. Immediately, a cracking sound rang out. The stone inside cracked. A brilliant red light shot out in all directions. In just the blink of an eye, the supreme quality of the spirit essence stone was clearly revealed. In Trang 13's hand, Lu Tan witnessed this scene. His face changed drastically as he cried out, pale. It's the crimson quality, this crimson spirit essence. Fuang Thien Society, standing beside, was also scared out of his wits, yelling, this is the legendary top-grade spirit essence. In this pile of trash, how could such a precious treasure be hidden? Lu Tan immediately flew into a rage, grabbing the old merchant's collar and roaring, what the hell is going on here, huh? The stall owner, terrified, hurriedly explained, this humble one doesn't know. This pile of trash is all waste material, bought from the mining area. Who would have expected a top-grade spirit essence to be hidden? Inside, Trang 13 clenched the top-grade spirit essence in his hand, his eyes shining brightly. Although this spirit essence is only the size of a fist, its absolute value far exceeds that high-grade spirit essence of yours. He stood proudly in front of Lu Tan and Fuang Thien Society, his voice echoing, you have lost to me. What are you waiting for? Hand over all the spoils of war now. Hand over all the spirit essence that you extracted today, along with the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones that were bet. Lu Tan ground his teeth, his face ashen, glaring fiercely at the opponent. He then resentfully took out the storage items and threw them forward, handing over 10,000 spirit stones and all the spirit essence harvested. Trang 13, with quick hands and eyes, caught the storage rings, collecting the spoils in his hand, his gaze as firm as bedrock. Lu Tan ground his teeth and said resentfully, "Here are 2 rings. The red ring contains all the spirit essence we extracted today. The other one is the 10,000 spirit stones after defeat." Having said that, Lu Tan and Fuang Thien Society left in anger, their retreating figures full of distress. His eyes glanced sideways at Trang 13, his voice as cold as ice. "Trang 13, don't be triumphant too early. The good show is still to come." Own, at this moment, ran happily to Trang 13's side, her eyes sparkling. "Benefactor truly has divine calculation. Even a fate master is no match for you." Trang 13 laughed triumphantly, his voice full of excitement. "Ha ha, it's all just luck." He then took out a ring containing 10,000 spirit stones, generously giving it to On. "Today, thanks to your help. This is a small token of my appreciation." Seeing On intending to refuse, Trang 13 said generously, "Just take it. After all, it's just an external possession if I keep it. Besides, I've already harvested a lot of essence cores today." After giving the storage ring to On, Trang 13 turned and walked away. "Farewell, I must go into seclusion to cultivate." When the scene changed back to the simple cave dwelling on the back slope of Trang 13's sect, he was currently focused on observing the illusory system panel before him, checking the rewards he had just received. Countless completed mission animations appeared, along with a reward of 1,000 training points. In the storage bag, spiritual light sparkled. Countless top-grade and high-grade essence cores were piled up like a small mountain. Trang 13 pondered, his eyes focused on the system panel. Upgrade. The system needs 2,000 medium-grade essence cores. So how do I separate the existing essence cores? The system seemed to read its master's mind, immediately displaying information on the method to separate essence cores into smaller grades. Trang 13 did not hesitate. He took out a high-grade essence stone and held it forward. "Then there's nothing to worry about anymore. You do it automatically." In an instant, the high-grade essence core and the storage ring were both separated and absorbed into the system, turning into pure energy. The training points instantly reached their limit, even having a surplus of 300 points. At the same time, his physical value and other factors also grew remarkably. After careful observation, Trang 13 shifted his focus to beast cores. Among the remaining upgrade conditions, everything else was not a problem. The next targets were beast cores and beast meat. Just at this moment, On suddenly rushed in, exclaiming in alarm, "Benefactor, something terrible has happened." Seeing On's panicked expression, Trang 13 couldn't help but be curious. "What happened to make you so flustered?" On panted heavily, hurriedly reporting, "It's that treacherous stall owner. He brought people here to cause trouble." A scene transitioned to the Imperial Forest Hall, the majestic main hall of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. As soon as he entered the hall, the stall owner hurriedly knelt down, presenting miserably, "Sect Master, please judge. These are the spirit stones that Kid used to trade with this humble person. Now they have all turned into useless stones. He must have used a profound illusion technique to deceive this humble person." Hearing this, Trang 13's anger flared. He roared furiously straight at the merchant's face, "You're spitting nonsense. These spirit stones were all rightfully exchanged by me using credentials. Besides, when you received the spirit stones, why didn't you open your eyes wide and check them carefully? The cunning stall owner sneered and retorted loudly. This humble person has mortal eyes and a low cultivation realm. How could I see through your bizarre illusion techniques? Nam Kung Hoang finally spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant like a large bell. So, how do you want to resolve this matter? Hearing the words of the Imperial Forest Sect Master, the stall owner's face revealed a sinister smile. Ha ha! Using fake spirit stones for a transaction naturally doesn't count. This humble person's request is not excessive. He just needs to return that top-grade essence core, and we'll consider this matter between us as if it never happened. Trang 13, standing nearby, spoke coldly, so, what you're after is the top-grade essence core. But unfortunately for you, that top-grade essence core has already been completely refined by me. The stall owner's face turned pale as he cried out in horror. How can that be? That was a treasured top-grade essence core. How could you have absorbed it completely in such a short time? Are you lying? Will you not be quiet for this seat? The sect master finally raised his voice, intending to regain control of the chaotic situation. Everyone, please be calm. This is a high-grade origin-seeking stone. Its quality is perfect. There is still one last chance to mine it. Perhaps it contains a top-grade essence inside. Enough to compensate this Taoist friend for his loss? Trang 13 heard this, his sorrow surged, and he roared, Sect Master, how can you be so muddled? The cunning old stall owner chuckled smugly. Ha ha, fine, fine. Consider it this old man taking a loss. 13 gritted his teeth, his furious gaze looking as if it wanted to burn the old man in front of him. This treacherous dog thief. The old stall owner's heart was filled with satisfaction. He sneered, want to fight this old man? You're still too green, kid. That night, shocking news spread everywhere, causing horror. Trang 13 used illusion techniques to commit fraud, his shameless behavior exposed, revealing the true face of the high cultivation madman. Trang 13's despicable methods and vicious heart. Countless hashtags aimed straight at Trang 13, making him grit his teeth in anger. What the hell is this? Why is bad news about me suddenly trending? The sect master frowned, unable to understand. That old man is clearly a swindler. Why did we have to reconcile with him? The female sect master beside him suddenly remembered something and hurriedly said, I forgot. Once that artifact is activated, it will attract countless beasts. Then one day, in the deep mountains and remote valleys of the southern border's desolate region of Yulin. This place was originally the territory of a flock of ignorant beasts. They lived in herds. The days passed peacefully. Until one day, the appearance of a terrifying giant shattered the original tranquility, spreading terror to all living beings here. He was the one who destroyed the peaceful life of the beasts, becoming a nightmare, a god of destruction descending upon this forest. Trang 13 casually snatched a spirit chicken, preparing a sumptuous lunch today to supplement protein. The title of Great Demon King Protein was renowned throughout the mountain forest. The moment the animals saw his figure, their souls scattered. Trang 13 now had no choice but to venture deep into the forest every day, hunting those pitiful creatures to maintain his cultivation. Suddenly, while relaxing in the forest, a tragic scream tore through the silent atmosphere, startling 13. Help, help! His gaze immediately focused towards the source of the sound. His spiritual sense swept forward. Someone is calling for help. It seems there's trouble. Without hesitation, 13 activated his movement technique, turning into an afterimage, and sped towards the sound of the cry for help. When he arrived, the scene before him made him gasp in surprise. A black boar beast with an unusually strong body was madly chasing an inner sect disciple, whose face was filled with terror. A beast chasing a person. This black boar has abundant spiritual energy, rich protein. Wait. It seems the person being chased is 13 rubbed his eyes and looked closely. He instantly recognized him. Isn't this Fang Thien Society, the one who made a bet with me 2 days ago? Why is he here? But during the chase, the black boar beast suddenly accelerated, using its massive body to ram fiercely into Fang Thien Society. It sent him flying to the side. His body skidded violently across the ground, creating a cloud of dust and agonizing pain. 13 exclaimed in surprise, "Isn't he a true inner sect disciple? Why can't he even handle one black boar beast? Could it be all his skill points were put into origin techniques?" Fang Thien Society, his body battered and weak, sat slumped on the ground, staring with terrified eyes at the ferocious beast in front of him. This place is too far from the sect. It seems I won't escape my fate today. Just then, his gaze inadvertently caught sight of a familiar figure standing not far away. He was stunned. Isn't that Trang 13? In his desperation, Fang Thien Society unconsciously blurted out, "Trang 13. Save me." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. No. That's not right. 2 days ago, I was the one who targeted him. Will he really step in to help me? While he was still bewildered, the black boar beast charged again. Its sharp tusks aimed straight at his injured body. 13 witnessed this scene, his face showing indecision. This blow is probably enough to send him to his grave. Should I intervene? He was the one who gave me trouble 2 days ago. It serves him right to be taught a lesson by the beast. But we are fellow disciples after all. It's really not right to watch him die and do nothing. The system, as if understanding 13's inner conflict, suddenly appeared before his eyes at this very moment. The familiar selection panel appeared again. Above were 2 options: save or do not save Fang Thien Society. Accompanying them were 2 attractive rewards. 13's eyes lit up, revealing a greedy look. A tracksuit. Ha ha. Sorry, Fang Thien Society. It seems even heaven wants me to ignore you. After the fatal blow, Fang Thien Society lay motionless amidst the slowly dissipating dust cloud. His injuries piled up, and with a desperate gaze, he glanced towards where Trang 13 was standing. Seeing 13 standing there, sneering, his heart grew even colder. He can still stand there and laugh at me? It seems he really doesn't want to save me. And rightly so. A sycophant who fawns on the strong like me. I deserve to die. Memories flooded back. He remembered the solemn oaths before leaving his family, determined to revitalize the clan. But because of his mediocre aptitude, he was despised by the world. So when faced with power, he only knew how to bow his head in submission, losing his family's original aspiration. Because of that, he suffered humiliation. It's only natural that retribution has come. He deserves it. The black boar beast's eyes were filled with fierce light and killing intent. It growled, staring at Fang Thien Society. In the next second, it gathered all its demonic power and madly rushed towards where Fang Thien Society lay, preparing for a fatal blow. Fang Thien Society closed his eyes in resignation, thinking sorrowfully, goodbye to this world full of suffering. Suddenly, a figure appeared, blocking Fang Thien Society, taking the attack of the black boar beast. Fang Thien Soc's eyes widened in utter shock. It was Trang 13, standing proudly in front of him, blocking the beast. As expected, compared to a tracksuit, protein still has a more fatal attraction. Fang Thien Society trembled all over. He struggled to sit up, his eyes fixed forward. When he realized Trang 13 was risking his life to save him, he was overwhelmed with shock and moved to tears. Facing the beast's attack, 13 let out a loud shout. He threw an earth-shattering punch, meeting it directly. Witnessing 13's terrifying strength, Fang Thien Soc's eyes widened, his jaw dropped. He muttered in a daze, so strong. He killed the beast in just one move? Trang 13, having killed the ferocious black wind boar in one move, turned around. His eyes, like lightning, swept over Thien society. His tone was indifferent. It's just a beast whose body is just a bit stronger than ordinary. What's so difficult about killing it in one blow? Fang Thien society quickly scrambled up from the ground, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, "You! What did you say?" "That was a fourth-order beast. Its strength is equivalent to a golden core stage cultivator." 13's lips curled slightly as he glanced at Thien society. "Oh. It didn't feel much different compared to the ordinary chickens and ducks I usually eat for meals. They naturally can't withstand one pan of mine either." Fang Thien Soc's eyes were filled with suspicion as he stared at 13. "There was some friction between us. Why were you willing to step in and help?" 13's steps didn't stop as he continued forward. His lazy voice drifted back, "No reason. I just suddenly had a whim. I wanted to eat some roasted meat. It's as simple as that." And so, the majestic fourth-order black wind boar beast finally met its tragic end, turning into delicious roasted meat full of beast essence for 13. While savoring the delicacy, 13's gaze nonchalantly flickered towards Thien society. "Are you sure you don't want to try a bite?" Thien Soc's face was pale. He quickly waved his hands, saying in horror, That's the meat of a fourth-order beast. In my current weakened state, if I swallow even one bite, I'm afraid I won't be able to suppress the violent beast essence and chi in my body. At best, my meridians would rupture. At worst, I'd suffer chi deviation and die." 13 heard this and was inwardly amazed. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? It's just some ordinary roasted meat. Is it necessary to exaggerate to such an extent? Thien society, on the opposite side, also frowned tightly. His mind was in turmoil. Is he crazy? No matter how strong his body is, eating so much fourth-order beast meat, isn't he afraid of backlash? After swallowing the last piece of meat in his hand, 13 slowly spoke. "Speaking of which, it's strange. You're a cultivator. Why were you attacked by a wild beast like that?" Thien society immediately put on a serious face. He raised his hand and said solemnly, "First, I must emphasize. That was absolutely not an ordinary wild boar. It was a fourth-order beast. And, as you know, I am a fate master. When we cultivate the Tao, the biggest taboo is to be disturbed by external forces. That's why we need to find a place in the deep mountains and remote valleys to cultivate in seclusion. The desolate area behind the Imperial Forest Immortal Mountain borders the 10,000 Beast Mountain. It's usually a place few people go. But the strange thing is, the beasts of 10,000 Beast Mountain have never crossed the border before. Yet today, a fourth-order beast suddenly appeared. I suspect some unusual incident is definitely happening inside. Also, this life-saving grace, how should I repay you? I don't like being indebted to people. How about I try to divine your fortune for you? Help you turn misfortune into luck. This is the only thing I can do right now." 13 listened and pondered. With my current status as a wanted man, maybe this could be useful. He finished speaking and casually sat down on a large rock. "All right, I'll reluctantly let you try it." In a short moment, the two were standing in the middle of an empty clearing. Fang Thien society also took out his precious 8 trigrams compass, preparing to perform the divination. A fate master predicting the future needs to ascend the fate ascension platform. The higher the fate ascension platform, the clearer the heavenly secrets one can see. Of course, that also comes at a very high price. After speaking, he began to circulate his magic arts, controlling the 8 trigrams compass in his hand. In just an instant, a spiritual energy barrier vibrated intensely. It formed around his body. Then, he solemnly formed a hand seal, pointed a finger at his glabella, and with a determined gaze, looked straight at the heart seal formation diagram. Fate's heavenly secrets. In his consciousness, he had now climbed to the fate steps of the formation. His pupils instantly contracted, revealing utter horror. How? How can this be? Before his eyes, an illusion gradually condensed into a martial gate of hidden heavenly secrets, containing endless mysteries. Why isn't the Fate Ascension platform appearing? Why is a martial gate appearing instead? If a peerless expert used great magic power to conceal the heavenly secrets, then I certainly couldn't enter this space right now. But in the current situation, even if I can enter the space, I still can't see the Fate's mandate. Could it be that the true Fate's mandate is hidden behind this door? Does this martial gate need to be opened to be seen? He didn't hesitate. He stepped forward and reached out towards the illusory martial gate. The moment he touched it, countless violent bolts of lightning erupted madly, invading Thien Sok's body, terrifying him. In just a flash, his body suffered a severe backlash. His whole body was thrown far away like a broken kite. He escaped the illusion, but his body was also severely injured at the same time. Under the immense suppressive power, his frail body was easily thrown again, rolling miserably on the ground. 13, witnessing this scene from the side, was horrified. He shouted, Are you okay, Fang?" Thien Society, after suffering the backlash, hurriedly struggled to sit up. He glanced towards 13 with a dazed look. Did I fail? Is it because my Tao is not profound enough? Or is his future simply impossible to see? 13 saw Thien Sok's miserable state and said lightly, "Forget it. Saving you was just a matter of convenience anyway." Thien Society quickly waved his hand and said resolutely, "No. I absolutely refuse to be indebted to others. If I cannot divine your future, then I will personally give you clarity. Right now." 13 looked at Thien Society with some interest. "Clarity? What do you mean?" Thien Society immediately stood up, his expression serious as he explained, "Actually, the spirit stone bet 2 days ago was all secretly manipulated by Liu Tan. That stall owner is a retainer of the Liu family. The high-grade spirit stone we opened was prepared in advance. They just didn't expect that among those waste spirit stones, there was actually a top-grade spirit stone. The subsequent plot to frame you for faking the spirit stones was also just to tarnish your reputation." Trang 13 clasped his hands behind his back, his expression thoughtful. He sighed softly. "So that's the truth of the matter. I had my doubts before. It seems that treacherous thief met with heavenly retribution." Thien Society beside him quickly added, "I will immediately post on the notice board, expose Liu Tan's true face, and restore your innocence, brother." Trang 13 stepped forward to stop him, "But aren't you his subordinate? By doing this, aren't you putting yourself in danger?" Fang Thien Society lowered his head, his expression somewhat sorrowful. "After this life and death experience, I seem to have rediscovered my original intention. Brother, rest assured, I know my limits." That night, the sect's notice board lit up once again. Large words appeared, colluding with treacherous villains. The mastermind behind the betting incident has been revealed. Trang 13 was actually framed. Trang 13 was also a bit surprised by Fang Thien Sok's action. "I didn't expect him to actually post it. And this news is spreading rapidly throughout the entire sect." Scene transition to the second day, at Trang 13's cave dwelling behind New Fong Mountain. At the crack of dawn, the news within the sect was boiling once again. Terrible news. The person behind the bet the other day was actually Fang Thien Society. What a thief crying, "Stop thief." Fang Thien Sok's 3 consecutive actions, accepting bribes and then betraying. What exactly is his motive? In just one night, the notice board was filled with insults. Fang Thien Society. Trang 13 hurriedly sent a message to reassure Fang Thien Society. But in an instant, he received a reply from Fang Thien Society, asking to meet at the summit of Nam Sun. Scene transition to the summit of Nam Sun, near the New Lam Immortal Sect. Trang 13 arrived as scheduled. "Didn't he ask me to meet here? Where is everyone?" Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. "You're finally here." Hearing the voice, Trang 13 immediately turned to look. His eyes revealed horror when he saw the person in front of him. Before him, Fang Thien Society was being hung upside down from an ancient tree branch by Lu Tan's men. Beside him was the sinister face of Lu Tan. Lu Tan spoke slowly, "You, come over here and speak clearly." Fang Thien Society was covered in bruises. Red syrup dripped in extreme agony. Being hung upside down like this was even more painful. Trang 13 was horrified by this scene. "Was it you who reduced him to this state?" Lu Tan looked at Trang 13 arrogantly. "He dared to betray me. This is the price he pays." Trang 13's face gradually darkened, revealing his anger. "We are fellow disciples, more or less. Did you have to be so cruel?" Lu Tan heard this and laughed smugly. "Ha ha, fellow disciples? But how can the immortal sect have someone as naive as you?" Trang 13 was exasperated and didn't want to waste any more words on this Lu Tan. He slowly took a step forward, revealing a resolute aura. "If you put it that way, then fine." Every movement of his contained supreme power. It created an immense oppressive aura. Even the surrounding space vibrated from his extraordinary presence. Lu Tan saw that Trang 13 was about to attack and raised his hand to stop him. He shouted loudly, "You! Stop right there for me." A sharp strand of true essence appeared on Fang Thien Soc's neck. Lu Tan wanted to use it to threaten Trang 13. He had the situation firmly in hand and became even more arrogant. "If you take one more step, his little life will be hard to keep." Trang 13, facing this move from the opponent, still didn't respond. He just watched calmly. Lu Tan continued to use Fang Thien Soc's life to force Trang 13 into submission. "Kneel down and kowtow to me. Otherwise, I will take his life immediately." As he spoke, he intensified the sharp true essence, pressing it deeper into Fang Thien Soc's neck, creating a fatal threat to Trang 13. Trang 13 sighed. His attitude also turned cold. Truly, no matter the world, the behavior of traitors is always the same. Lu Tan stared at Trang 13 in a panic. "What are you talking about?" Trang 13's movement technique was like lightning. He directly executed a movement art, rescuing Fang Thien Society from his control. This made Lu Tan's eyes widen, his jaw drop, in utter horror. Trang 13 then gently placed Fang Thien Society to the side, letting him recover from Lu Tan's brutal beating. Next, he looked at Lu Tan with ice-cold eyes and soaring killing intent. "I say, how should I settle the score with you now, huh?" Lu Tan was stunned, as if petrified. With a horrified gaze, he turned to look at Trang 13. Since when could he teleport behind me? Like this? Witnessing Trang 13's terrifying strength, his face turned pale with fear. Indeed, he has some confidence. His arrogant bearing is truly extraordinary. The next second, he waved his hand, ordering his subordinates to rush forward. "Surround Trang 13. Everyone, attack! Kill him!" The subordinates immediately rushed up, surrounding Trang 13 from all sides, wanting to use their numbers to overwhelm him. But unexpectedly, Trang 13's movement was like a phantom. In less than a breath, he had used his terrifying speed to take them all down. They couldn't even see his shadow clearly. Lu Tan's eyes showed increasing horror. What just happened? There was absolutely no movement at all. Before, when I couldn't see his movements, I thought I was just careless and didn't watch closely. But now, even when concentrating all my spiritual sense, I still can't see clearly. Knowing he had only one path left, he condensed his magic arts. He summoned his Shanshan innate war artifact, the heavenly steel flute. Lu Tan, with his late-stage golden core cultivation, was still arrogant. "My golden core realm, plus a Shanshan war artifact. Why would I be afraid of a newcomer like you?" The next second, Trang 13 again executed his divine speed, rushing forward like lightning, condensing true essence into his fist. Faced with this terrifying strength, Lu Tan was extremely horrified. Trang 13 simultaneously threw an earth-shattering punch. Lu Tan was overly frightened. He hurriedly circulated his spiritual power, controlling the heavenly steel flute to defend and counter. Trang 13, facing the powerful immortal artifact, immediately had the skin on his fist torn apart by the sword chi. Feeling the pain, he widened his eyes, showing clear shock and surprise. He quickly retreated backward. He maintained a safe distance, dodging the attack. After stabilizing his body, Trang 13 narrowed his eyes and observed his opponent. It actually managed to injure me. This sword is truly not an ordinary item. Seeing that his sword chi could injure Trang 13, Lu Tan became even more arrogant. Haha, your time is up, isn't it? Today, I will let you taste the true power of a Shanshan war artifact. As he finished speaking, Lu Tan once again circulated his spiritual energy. He activated his sword art, intending to use the Heavenly Realm war artifact to completely defeat 13. The attack was fierce. Trang 13 could only retreat, using his movement technique to defend, struggling to withstand each wave of attacks. While defending, 13's face was furious as he shouted, retorting that if the opponent liked using weapons. His hand moved and he summoned his life-bound magic treasure. At the same time, Lu Tan's Heavenly Realm war artifact was still raging. It attacked with unstoppable momentum. But it immediately dispersed into smoke, completely failing, when 13's giant ruler descended, striking it bent. Witnessing the Heavenly Realm war artifact being beaten bent, Lu Tan was horrified. He screamed inwardly, "What? The Heavenly Realm war artifact was shattered in an instant? What grade is this weapon? Its shape is so bizarre, I've never seen it before." While he was still in shock, Trang 13 had already soared through the air, rushing forward, his fists like a tempest. In just an instant, 13 had successfully suppressed his opponent, viciously pinning him underfoot. Lu Tan immediately begged for mercy, but his expression remained as arrogant as ever. "Wait a minute. I admit defeat. Spare my life, I'll compensate you however you want." Before he could finish his words, Trang 13 ignored him, fiercely slapping him across the face. The pain was heart-piercing. Receiving this slap, Lu Tan continued to scream, "Don't be reckless. I am a veteran disciple of the Heaven Tier class. Do you know how severely you'll be punished for causing trouble after hours? I have backing." Trang 13 had no intention of stopping. He stared at the arrogant fool before him. Coldly, "Your mouth is really noisy." And just like that, he enthusiastically, continuously slapped his opponent's face. The opponent couldn't resist. In just a short time, his face was swollen and deformed, losing the ability for biometric identification. Suddenly, from the 9 heavens, a voice like thunder echoed, accompanied by an oppressive pressure like a mountain collapsing. "Even when beating a dog, you must see its master's face. For a newcomer, you've got some nerve." The terrifying pressure made Trang 13 feel uncomfortable. His body weakened slightly. This pressure is so strong. Immediately after, Lu Tung Han's group appeared, their attitudes arrogant, wanting to use their pressure to suppress Trang 13. As soon as he arrived, he shouted in an arrogant tone, "Even if he's just a dog of the Heaven Tier class, for you to humiliate him like this is no different from slapping the Heaven Tier class in the face. A newcomer like you sure has a lot of nerve." Lu Tan, his face bruised and swollen, lay on the ground, wailing miserably, "Boss! Boss!" Trang 13 saw the stranger arrive, so arrogant and disrespectful. He couldn't help but ask, "Who are you?" Lu Tung Han's subordinate immediately replied with contempt, "You're truly blind. This is the representative of our Heaven Tier class, from the prestigious Lu family of the Central Continent, young Master Lu Tung Han." Lu Tung Han glanced at Trang 13 with a smug expression. The authority of the Heaven Tier class is not to be challenged. He gave an order, teach him a lesson. Everyone, attack him for me. The subordinates beside him heard the command and eagerly rushed forward, wanting to take down Trang 13. 1033 still calmly revealed a contemptuous look. A bunch of people who don't know martial virtue are imitating this guy. He shouted loudly in rebuttal, his tone arrogant. I also have this for you to see. After speaking, 13 used Lu Tan's body as a weapon, breaking the opponent's offensive posture. The terrifying impact force caused the opponent's weapon to be destroyed. At the same time, it created a direct attack force on the enemy, causing them to receive terrible damage. Lu Tenghan's subordinate was completely defeated, exclaiming in shock, this kid actually treats Lu Tan like a weapon made of flesh and blood. Trang 13, with his extraordinary physique, used Lu Tan's body like a staff, continuously spinning in front of the people being sent flying. The next second, 13 then threw Lu Tan's body towards Lu Tenghan, using it as an attack. Lu Tenghan hurriedly used heaven-breaking fist to block. Then he knocked Lu Tan away. Taking this opportunity, Trang 13 concentrated all his strength into his fist wind, attacking Lu Tenghan. But this punch from Trang 13 was blocked by Lu Tenghan, easily caught. His strength far surpassed him by a level. Faced with this situation, 13's expression was extremely shocked. Unexpectedly, he blocked it. Lu Tenghan slowly raised his hand to form a seal, circulating spiritual power to control his sword. Chi. Qin Theme 2. In just an instant, a sword chi shot up from the ground, causing Trang 13 to cry out in pain when hit. His expression still couldn't help but be horrified, thinking to himself, without using a magic weapon, just relying on magic techniques, he could actually injure me. Thap Tam thought while quickly retreating backward, widening a safe distance from Lu Tenghan. Lu Tenghan remained arrogant, not bad. This move was originally intended to pierce your head, but you actually managed to dodge it. Trang 13 was a bit doubtful and asked loudly, what exactly is your cultivation realm? Lu Tenghan replied arrogantly, early nascent soul. Is that okay? Early nascent soul. The system appeared right in front of Trang 13. Detecting that the host was threatened, the system suggested, immediately pretend to be V Tuan Kiet or counterattack in retaliation. Trang 13 looked excitedly at the system panel. It's come to this. Is there still a need to say? Just then, Lu Tenghan again used the dragon-grabbing hand magic technique, condensing countless earth and stones, transforming into a giant hand wanting to grab 13. Trang 13 was also quickly captured by the opponent unexpectedly, revealing a panicked and frightened expression, unable to escape. Lu Tenghan quickly executed the magic technique, pulling Trang 13 towards him. When Trang 13's figure suddenly appeared, Lu Tenghan immediately activated his sword light, intending to slay him. But in an instant, Trang 13 smiled wickedly and wildly, you dog thief. Grandpa was just tricking you. Before the words were finished, a move, dragon subduing tiger taming fist, fiercely struck, directly sending the opponent flying. At the same time, breaking the earth prison stone trap formation. Lu Tenghan's body was like a broken kite, tumbling on the ground. Trang 13 stood with his hands clasped, observing, with a gaze as resolute as a knife. Just now you had killing intent. So this venerable one naturally must repay grievance with grievance. Lu Tenghan struggled to get up. With a sinister gaze, he glanced at 13 and said contemptuously, your punch just now had some strength. Unfortunately, it still lacks refinement. Trang 13 saw that he could still stand up. His expression was slightly astonished, wondering inwardly why. He was clearly hit, yet he was completely unharmed. Could it be he is a dual body and technique cultivator? Lu Teng-han laughed arrogantly. This young master greatly appreciates your strength. Now I give you two paths. One is to surrender to this young master. Become my right and left hand. Two is this young master immediately sends you to heaven. The system's sensitive warning sound rang in Trang 13's mind, reminding him that he was in a dangerous situation. Trang 13 was furious. Swatting the system aside, get lost. This venerable one's blood is really boiling now. From the beginning until now. Those who can force this venerable one to truly use his real strength are not many. Lu Teng-han saw Trang 13's arrogant attitude. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Trang 13 roared excitedly. Then right now, let this venerable one properly experience just how many of my moves you can take. After speaking, Trang 13's figure was like lightning, furiously striking out, causing Lu Teng-han to be terrified out of his wits. It turned out 13 had silently circulated his entire body's qi and blood, activating his body's potential, unleashing the first layer of the savage force art. At the same time, Fuang Thien Sok also woke up from his coma. Could it be I have returned to the underworld? As soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw Lu Tan's ravaged face, causing him extreme horror. Fuang Thien Sok sprang up in panic, shouting, "A ghost! Wait a minute, isn't this person Lu Tan? Why has he become so miserable?" Suddenly, the earth-shattering sound of fighting reached his ears, attracting Fuang Thien Sok's attention. Horror became more and more evident in his eyes. Before his eyes appeared the figure of Trang 13, aggressively confronting Lu Teng-han. Fuang Thien Sok was terrified out of his wits. His heart worried. Could it be he saved me from danger? Who is the expert fighting against him? Fuang Thien Sok continued to observe Lu Teng-han. Is that Lu Teng-han? This is the chief of the heaven character class. He actually came too? Fuang Thien Sok worried Trang 13 would meet a mishap. He wanted to stop him. Don't. If I don't stop him, Trang 13 will likely face more harm than good. Stop quickly. Before the words were finished, Fuang Thien Sok's eyes widened in utmost surprise. On the other side, Trang 13 had already rushed forward, using his exceptionally powerful body cultivator strength to attack Lu Teng-han. Relying on his earth-shattering physical strength, 13 arrogantly shouted, "Let this venerable one properly experience. Let's see how much of this venerable one's power you can take." Trang 13 was like a fighting machine, continuous and unending, madly bombing, turning into countless fist shadows, attacking Lu Teng-han relentlessly. Faced with this storm-like power, Lu Teng-han was exceptionally frightened. With his eyes fixed on 13's movements, facing the high-intensity attack, Lu Teng-han desperately defended, only able to barely resist. The violent force continuously erupted, gradually forming a thick cloud of smoke, accompanied by terrifying tremors. Fuang Thien Sok was extremely terrified, staring dumbfounded at Trang 13. What? Lu Teng-han has reached the nascent soul realm. His strength is comparable to an elder. Yet he's being suppressed and wildly beaten by Trang 13 like this. What kind of monster is he? Faced with the series of consecutive attacks, Lu Teng-han could only use all his strength to defend, struggling miserably, even screaming tragically. But the next second, unexpectedly, his protective jade pendant suddenly was crushed and shattered by the pressure. This made him terrified out of his wits, extremely frightened. What? My heaven grade. Protective magic treasure was actually broken by him? It's shattered? Trang 13 continued to strike. One heavy punch struck Lu Tunghan's lower abdomen. While he was still off guard, this punch directly hit his dantian, causing him pain as if he wanted to die and live again. Because the force was too great, his entire body was sent flying by Trang 13, continuously scraping across the ground. He had now completely lost the strength to fight back. The pain pierced his bones. Spitting blood, Trang 13 took the opportunity to pursue, continuing to rush forward with his fierce offensive. It seems my fists are effective. Just then, a formation barrier appeared from above. Instantly, countless black iron chains howled and came, madly rushing towards Trang 13. In just an instant, shackles bound Trang 13's hands, leaving him astonished and stunned. The next set of chains rushed over even more violently. In a short time, both of Trang 13's hands were completely shackled, cuffed, but his face still showed bewilderment. The head of the punishment hall. Several elders of the New Lamb Immortal sect appeared. As soon as they arrived, they coldly shouted at Trang 13, still not stopping? Looking at Trang 13 with an angry expression, he continuously shouted threats. You dare to fight privately within the sect? Violating the sect rules, a crime that cannot be forgiven. Trang 13 frowned in dissatisfaction, glancing at the elders. They attacked and bullied me first. This muddle-headed old man doesn't distinguish right from wrong. Yet he wants to convict me? The old man shouted loudly, how audacious. Do you know what Lu Tunghan's identity is? The Lu family is a prestigious and noble clan, serving the seventh prince. Loyal and righteous, a family of martyrs. Not someone our New Lamb Immortal sect can afford to offend. What's more, you are just a nameless junior. After hearing this, Lu Tunghan looked even more arrogant. His attitude became even more domineering. That's right. Trang 13, offending this young master. You will definitely not have a good ending. As soon as Trang 13 heard seventh prince, the killing intent in his heart became even more resolute. You just said his family's power is connected to the seventh prince. Then this venerable one must be even more determined to completely eliminate this future trouble. I cannot be lenient with this kind of scum. As soon as the words fell, Trang 13 circulated his entire bodies. True essence, erupting with powerful savage force. Stretching the chains taut, causing them to break, successfully escaping the bonds. The old villain behind him witnessed this phenomenon. His mind was terrified. My magic technique, this kid can even break it? Lu Tunghan faced the oppressive pressure and violent offensive. His expression was grave, hurriedly looking for an opening to dodge. But Trang 13's movement was ghostly, his speed like lightning. This punch struck directly in front, hitting him straight in the face, making Lu Tunghan's head spin. The world turned upside down. The supreme force instantly erupted, forming waves of shockwaves. A fierce wind howled, sand and dust filled the air. This heavenly punch directly knocked out Lu Tunghan. His body scraped across the ground, like a broken kite, fiercely crashing into the cliff wall. The towering elder wanted to stop him, but it was too late. He could only watch, blinking, and roared angrily. You little beast, how insolent! You treacherous disciple! You dare to defy this elder's order! You truly disrespect everyone! As soon as the words finished, the old man circulated the divine mountain palm, the sect's suppressing technique, violently striking towards Trang 13, wanting to suppress him on the spot. The terrifying palm wind carried an overwhelming pressure, rumbling as it struck. Trang 13 witnessed this scene. His eyeballs almost fell out, shocked stiff. His heart was in turmoil. Just at the nick of time, from above, a blood-red sword light, carrying an infinitely powerful aura, descended from the sky. Separating the two, the terrifying force directly shattered the elder's palm wind and pushed Trang 13 far away. The look of surprise on his face intensified. He muttered, "Such a domineering sword chi. Is this what a true peerless expert is?" The elder focused his gaze, suddenly recognized the identity of the person who had just arrived. Hong Duyen Sword, Sect Master Nam Kung Hoang. Nam Kung Hoang arrived, treading on his sword, his figure in the air, majestic, standing between the elder and Trang 13, preventing the conflict from continuing. Change of scene, New Lam Hall. New Lam Immortal Gate. Just returning to the hall, the old elder was already fuming with rage. Unconvinced? What? That kid is only punished with facing the wall to reflect? Confined for only 1 month? Nam Kung Hoang stood majestically in the middle of the great hall. Replied indifferently. After all, Lu Tong and Lu Tung Han, they were the ones who attacked first, threatening 13 first. The old elder's face turned purple with anger, firmly objecting. This old man is not convinced. This kid is arrogant and lawless, disrespecting everyone. He doesn't abide by the sect rules. He even dares to defy my orders. Sect Master, why do you keep favoring him like this? His old friend next to him sneered and advised, Old Ghost. Aren't you ashamed to say that? As an elder, you can't even subdue a new disciple. Is it because in recent years you have neglected your cultivation? As soon as the words fell, the old elder immediately flew into a rage, arguing noisily with his old friend. Seeing this, Nam Kung Hoang shouted majestically, suppressing the entire hall. Both esteemed uncles, please be quiet. The old elder gritted his teeth and replied, in any case, this old man is not done with this matter. To resolve it completely. Unless the old friend saw the old elder being evasive, he became even angrier. Unless what, Old Ghost? A cold light flashed in the old elder's eyes. He glanced at Trang 13. Unless that Trang 13 can withstand 2 of my palms, without using any protective magic treasures. The old friend heard this and shouted in dissatisfaction, You shameless old man. You really have no shame. In this entire New Lam Immortal Sect, how many people can withstand 2 of your palms? Moreover, Trang 13 is a genius being heavily nurtured. If his cultivation foundation is seriously injured by you, what then? The old friend turned to Trang 13, lowered his voice and reminded, Don't you agree with him? Today, I will stand up and protect you. Trang 13's expression was calm. He smiled and replied, Thank you, Elder, for your concern. But, as he spoke, 13 glanced at the notification that just appeared on the system interface. The notification displayed, The next mission is to forcibly agree to the Elder's request. Trang 13's eyes firmed up and he immediately replied, If this can put an end to this matter, this junior is willing to accept the Elder's request. The old friend heard this. He was stunned, his face worried. Are you crazy, kid? That Old Ghost's strength is already at the mid-stage nascent soul realm. Don't think it's just one small realm higher than Lu Tung Han. Below the nascent soul realm. Every single realm difference. The difference in strength is worlds apart. Nam Kung Hoang had trusted Trang 13 from the start, smiling and nodding. It's okay. Just let 13 try. Not long after, this news spread everywhere. The disciples buzzed with discussion, spreading the shocking news to each other. Trang 13 is going to fight Elder Zhao. All the disciples heard this and clamored, pulling each other towards the martial arts arena. Extremely excited. There's a good show to watch. He actually dared to provoke Elder Zhao. Change of scene. The martial arts arena square of New Lam Immortal Sect. At this time, Trang 13 and Elder Zhao were already standing opposite each other. On the stage, the atmosphere was tense. Trang 13 was very surprised. He glanced around. Why are there suddenly so many people here to watch? It's so lively. Elder Zhao frowned and shouted, "What are you looking around for? Hurry up and start." As soon as the words fell, the old man immediately circulated his spiritual essence, activating the divine mountain seal, his innate magic treasure, wanting to use full force to suppress Trang 13. The old friend below witnessed this and shouted angrily, "You shameless old coot! How dare you use a magic treasure, a high-grade spirit rank divine mountain, to deal with Trang 13? The divine mountain seal at the critical moment appeared, hovering over Trang 13's head, causing him extreme terror. His eyes widened like bronze bells. His originally calm face instantly became tense, like a zombie encountering sunlight, shocked by the ancient, powerful magic that was trying to suppress his body. Under the weight of 1,000 jun pressing down on his shoulders, Trang 13 gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist. The ground beneath his feet rumbled and shattered, forming a spider web pattern. The divine mountain seal on one side was still frantically pouring down boundless pressure, wave after wave of violent tremors, like a tsunami. Elder Zhao observed from afar. Seeing 13's expression, a thought flashed in his mind. He secretly guessed. So that's how it is. Trang 13 growled lowly, biting his teeth until they bled. Trying hard to resist, he sighed inwardly, as expected of a mid-stage nascent soul. Realm. This powerful aura, compared to that old thief's life and death test, it's even stronger by leaps and bounds. But in the very next moment, Trang 13 suddenly stood up straight. His two hands lightly lifted the divine mountain seal high, as if lifting a feather, without any effort at all. During this time, I haven't been standing still either. Then he channeled strength into his arms, arched his body and forcefully threw the divine mountain seal 10,000 zhang away. In just a flash, Elder Zhao's divine mountain seal technique was casually tossed away by 13 like rubbish. All the cultivators present witnessed this horrifying scene. Everyone's jaws dropped in shock. Their faces turned ashen. Elder Zhao was extremely terrified. His eyes stared so hard they almost cracked. Staring fiercely at Trang 13, he muttered, "My technique was broken by you. So easily? No, that's wrong. Just now, I didn't feel any spiritual power, fluctuations from you at all. Could it be you relied on brute force to break my attack?" Trang 13 was terrified inwardly, afraid of his heaven-defying identity being exposed. He quickly operated his Linko, spiritual mechanism, quick wits. Thought of a terrible excuse. "I accidentally overdid it. Please don't suspect me." Then 13 hurriedly explained his method of dispersing the force. "Actually, I am a body refinement cultivator." Elder Zhao frowned, his expression extremely ugly. "Even if you are a body refinement cultivator, it's hard to reach this level, especially under my full-powered attack." Trang 13 proudly raised his head and slowly explained, "There is one possibility. That is, an elderly cultivator like yourself inevitably experiences some unspeakable problems, such as qi and blood decline, cultivation regression, leading to a weakened body. The techniques naturally weaken along with it." Feeling his self-esteem trampled, Elder Zhao roared like thunder. howling in anger. "You dead brat! Watch me destroy you today." With that, Elder Zhao poured out all his spiritual power, unleashing the strongest technique he had comprehended, wanting to completely annihilate Trang 13. Heaven-grade palm technique, Brahma. Divine mountain seal. In an instant, the sky, which was originally clear, changed color. Dark clouds rolled in, pulling in a huge mountain. As heavy as 10,000 jun, it descended from the sky. Its might was earth-shaking. Elder Zhao had truly flown into a rage, wanting to use this technique to crush Trang 13 to dust. The old friend's face changed dramatically, shouting in horror. "You old immortal, are you trying to destroy Trang 13? I can't just stand by and watch anymore. I must intervene." Nam Kung Hoang on the side hurriedly stopped him. "Old friend, wait. Just watch calmly. Let them continue to fight. I want to see how Trang 13 will cope with this violent technique." Facing the world-destroying might, Trang 13. His eyes rolled back. Cold sweat poured out like rain. His face was one of absolute panic before that terrifying technique descended. Trang 13 hurriedly circulated his entire body's qi and blood, using his weak body to resist the terrifying suppressing force. As soon as it hit, it formed countless terrifying shockwaves, sweeping up sand and stones into the sky. The old friend watched from afar, under the terrifying might. He still couldn't stop narrowing his eyes, exclaiming in surprise, "I can't believe he can barely block the heaven-grade palm technique of that old Zhao." Trang 13, after barely blocking one heavenly strike from Elder Zhao, secretly sighed in relief inwardly. Outwardly, he pretended to laugh loudly with excitement. But right after that, he suddenly realized something. The smile on his face froze before his eyes. The crowd of cultivators all had their jaws dropped in shock, looking at him like a monster, unable to believe their eyes that he could block such a violent technique. At this very moment, Trang 13 finally realized he had been too careless. He secretly cried out in his heart, "This is not good. What is the meaning of what I did? Elder Zhao here originally just wanted to punish me a little. He just wanted to find a ladder to step down, a way to save face. And I actually succeeded in blocking two of his techniques. Doing this is no different from slapping him in the face in front of everyone, even if I'm lucky enough to escape punishment this time. But in the future, it will definitely be hard to avoid him holding a grudge against me. Moreover, I've now revealed too much of my strength. It also makes others pay attention and gossip. This is definitely not a good thing. So why don't I take this opportunity to act out a bitter flesh play, feign injury, to gain some benefits for myself?" After pondering for a moment, Trang 13 immediately pretended to be a fraud and stumbled. His whole body trembled violently. His mouth shouted tragically, I can't hold on anymore." Elder Zhao witnessed this bizarre situation. His face showed a look of confusion. His suspicious eyes stared intently at Trang 13. On the other side, 13 continued to fall backward, pretending as if he had completely failed in resisting Elder Zhao's technique. The divine mountain seal simultaneously slammed hard into the ground, creating a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering earthquake, shaking the entire immortal sect. Countless broken rock fragments shot out everywhere. The old friend saw this and was terrified out of his wits, shouting breathlessly, "You old immortal, still not withdrawing your hand? Do you really want to force him to death?" Elder Zhao heard this. He raised his hand high, circulating the technique to retract the surging technique's power. The illusory divine mountain seal, in an instant, vanished like foam. Only a cloud of dust remained, covering the arena. Shortly after, the old friend and Nam Kung Hoang flew onto the battle stage. Hurriedly checking Trang 13's condition, the old friend frowned, sweating like rain. With an extremely worried look, staring intently at Trang 13. "Kid, are you all right?" Trang 13 still lay motionless on the ground, looking disheveled after the act of pretending to lose to Elder Zhao's divine ability. Then his eyes moved slightly, glancing towards Elder Zhao. In a weak tone, "Thank you, Senior Zhao, for going easy. Otherwise, this junior's small life would probably have long returned to the heavens." Elder Zhao stood nearby, his brows furrowed slightly, looking at Trang 13 as if examining his whole body. "He's completely unharmed. Could it be he was just playing dead? Moreover, at the beginning, he clearly endured my world-shaking ultimate technique. Could it be he fell down on purpose? He didn't want me to be embarrassed in front of the crowd?" Elder Zhao finally understood the truth. He stepped forward and loudly acknowledged Trang 13's strength. "Your body refinement technique is truly well deserved of its reputation. Such a powerful body. And you're not injured at all." Trang 13, still lying on the ground, with a slightly embarrassed expression, awkwardly frowning slightly at Elder Zhao. The old friend immediately stepped out, laughing heartily and replying, "Oh, what's so strange about this? The world is vast, all things are unpredictable. A rare talent like Trang 13 is not exactly rare within the inner sect. That little demon girl's cultivation is only at the Qi induction realm. But her physique is abnormally strong. Her strength can even match a golden core stage cultivator." Nam Kung Hoang also quickly added, "The divine continent. 9 regions, each region is different. The Central Plains forces are divided into 3 sects, 4 parties. 72 gates, and above them, the imperial family rules the world. The New Lamb Immortal sect has declined. To this day, I'm afraid it's hard to even keep our position among the 72 gates. Now, 3 prodigies have suddenly appeared. This is an omen that the New Lamb Immortal sect will definitely rise up and revitalize the sect. Trang 13 has already taken 2 of your moves. Do you have any objections to this punishment for him anymore?" Elder Zhao was now completely convinced. He hurriedly clasped his hands in respect. "I dare not. Everything is as the sect master decides." After some time, Trang 13 returned to the secluded valley where he lived. He cultivated diligently in seclusion, hoping to break through the realm soon. His expression was a bit helpless. He sighed wearily. "Really, the contribution points from this punishment have all vanished into thin air, forcing me to cultivate again from the beginning." Suddenly, the system sent another strange sound, making Trang 13 a little surprised. The current proficiency of the 13 forms has reached the 90% threshold. This news made Trang 13 very excited. It seems this goal has been completed. Only 3 more systems left to be able to level up. I can enter the next stage to refine and strengthen the skills in my 6 Fu and 5 Zhang organs. While he was happily studying the system, suddenly from the high heavens descended a dazzling golden light. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Trang 13 was both surprised and curious. Staring blankly, he muttered to himself, "Why did that direction suddenly emit such a strange light?" Unable to suppress his curiosity, Trang 13 immediately activated his movement technique, heading towards the strange light. After walking for a while, Trang 13 strode into a desolate, quiet forest. Desolate, with wild trees growing densely. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly stopped. His eyes revealed surprise as he looked ahead. Before his eyes, an ancient manor had appeared out of nowhere. quietly located in the middle of the sacred forest. What the hell is this? In this desolate valley? How can there be a mansion like this? Immediately, Trang 13's eyes stared blankly, focusing on the mansion, towering majestically in front of him. Doubt rose in his heart. Could that golden light have come from here? Could this place be the hidden residence of some grand elder? After pondering for a moment, Trang 13 turned around, intending to leave. Forget it. Forget it. I shouldn't get involved, lest I bring disaster upon myself. It's better to slip away. Suddenly, the half-closed gate of the manor slowly opened. A man with an arrogant appearance and a conceited demeanor stepped out and spoke. This little friend, since you've gone to the trouble of coming here, why not come inside the mansion for a rest? It can be considered a fateful encounter. In his heart, he thought to himself, fateful my ass. To lure you here, this immortal had to expend spiritual energy for several days. Yet you still didn't notice. I had no choice. I could only use immortal power to transform light, to attract your attention. As soon as Trang 13 heard this voice, he quickly turned his head to look. Extremely surprised in his heart, could it be you are also a grand elder of the New Lamb Immortal sect? The mysterious man immediately waved his hand in denial. No, no, I am not. After speaking, he continued to mutter to himself. But don't lump me in with those ants from the lower realm. This immortal is an immortal from the upper realm, an existence that you mortals cannot compare to even in 10,000 lifetimes. Helplessly, he had to continue. The competition among immortal realm cultivators is fierce. This immortal is just one of them, choosing to descend to the mortal realm to live in seclusion as a great expert. It just so happens that some time ago, I sensed your aura and wanted to lead you here, to give you a chance to witness my transcendent demeanor, so that my 1,000 years of bitter cultivation would not be in vain. That strange man suddenly burst out laughing. Calling myself this immortal? No. This humble one is Li Naim Pham. Just an ordinary commoner. Having said that, he thought smugly, intentionally revealing a small flaw. This way of calling oneself this immortal, not just any ordinary big shot would dare to use it. You kid. You must have understood my humility. Right? Trang 13 seconds later eagerly stepped quickly into the courtyard, causing Li Naim Pham to feel a bit let down. If you have sincerely invited me as a guest, then I will take the liberty of not being polite anymore. It just so happens that I am also parched. Feeling that he was being underestimated, Pham Naim was extremely helpless. Didn't you notice anything at all? Trang 13 just stepped inside. He looked up at the words on the gate. Imperial Forest Mountain, Blessed Land. Mortal True Residence, Grotto Heaven. Hearing these words, Li Pham Naim continued to be smug and complacent. Very good. Finally, it succeeded. Attracted his attention. This is the calligraphy personally written by this immortal. The brushwork within contains countless Tao rhymes. Kid, you just go ahead and immerse yourself in it. Trang 13 casually replied. This handwriting is also NDT0. Li Naim Pham choked with anger. His expression instantly turned ashen. The main point is not there. Completely off topic. Trang 13 then stepped directly inside. In the very next moment, his eyes widened. A look of shock and surprise was evident on his face. Before his eyes, 2 rows of brilliant rare flowers and strange herbs. Green bamboo covered the entire vast courtyard. Li Naim Pham once again became smug and excited. Haha, although slow, he finally sensed it. This place is full of high-grade spirit herbs. Even if one is trash. Inhaling a breath of spirit energy, can also cause one's cultivation level to advance. Trang 13 again gestured to Li Naim Pham. Pham Naim Chien. Sin, sir, is indeed elegant and refined. I didn't expect you to be able to arrange the courtyard layout so uniquely. Just then, a ferocious spirit beast suddenly appeared beside them, growling, staring fixedly at 13. Every step it took carried a fierce and brutal force. Its aura also fluctuated violently. Trang 13 was also a bit startled when seeing its appearance in the courtyard. Li Naim Pham continued to think smugly and proudly. This tyrant is this immortal's mount, the immortal beast. This time, I'll let it directly release its arrogant immortal might. It should be enough to make you kids submit. Then Trang 13 at the same time came forward to pat its head and pet it, making the spirit dog wag its tail happily. Meanwhile, 13 was also constantly observing its appearance. Just now, I was really startled by this dog's aura. Startled. I didn't expect its appearance to be so fierce. But its nature is so gentle. Li Naim Pham was speechless, his face gradually turning pale. Haha, everyone says that. Damn it. This stupid dog, you are a majestic immortal beast. After entering the main courtyard, Li Naim Pham had already prepared tea to entertain 13. 13 looked at Li Naim Pham with a reserved expression. I'm really troubling you too much. And you even specially made tea for me. Li Naim Pham quickly replied. This is the enlightenment tea, a specialty of my hometown. Little friend, just try a little. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Naim Pham continued to think arrogantly, This is the famous enlightenment tea. It can cause storms and bloody rain in the mortal world, even if your spiritual sense is dull to whatever extent. When swallowing this divine enlightenment tea directly, how could it not produce some strange phenomenon? Trang 13 calmly raised the cup and slowly sipped the tea. His posture was calm. Once the tea entered his throat, he immediately showed great interest. Indeed, its reputation is not undeserved, the taste is extraordinary. Li Pham Naim was secretly happy when he saw this. Finally, there is some reaction. He hurriedly pressed. Do you feel anything else? Trang 13 frowned, looking at Li Pham Naim with a puzzled expression. That's all, it tastes good. Li Pham Naim spent countless efforts. But in the end, he felt helpless. His emotions were momentarily agitated. With a sulky face, he continued to ponder. It doesn't follow common sense at all. According to logic, this mortal, shouldn't he be kowtowing and worshipping a senior like me? This person is definitely not ordinary. While thinking, Li Pham Naim walked around observing Trang 13. Then he pondered and analyzed. I really can't feel any spiritual energy from him. Emitted. Could it be because the cultivation gap is too large? My immortal energy completely conceals his spiritual energy. So, it's all because his cultivation is too low. He cannot perceive the value of true treasures. The proverb says a wild boar cannot appreciate pearls. After a moment of thought, Li Pham Naim came up with a new brilliant plan. To make him submit, he extended his hand, pretending to be generous. This little brother, it's almost time for dinner. Why don't you stay for a spirit meal? What do you think? Trang 13 immediately accepted without any politeness. Since Taoist friend is so humble, I will take the liberty of not being courteous. Li Pham Naim heard this and became enthusiastic. He excitedly took out a large platter of beast meat. His face was full of smugness. Please allow me to solemnly introduce. Today's spirit meal is the meat of a level 5 demon beast. It contains powerful strength and violent blood essence. Any cultivator at the God transformation realm or below, if they consume too much, their body will explode and they will die. As soon as Trang 13 saw the meat, his eyes lit up, and he unconsciously exclaimed, Protein? The next second, he immediately wielded his chopsticks, picking up large pieces of spirit meat. Mumbling, "Then I won't be polite. I will accept it fully." Li Fam Naim was still calculating in his heart, eagerly awaiting the result. Finally, a decent reaction. When the essence energy backlashes, I will step in to help, a deeply hidden move. A hidden expert. After waiting for a while, still no movement, Li Fam Naim curiously opened his eyes to look at Trang 13. With a doubtful expression, the scene before him made Fam Naim extremely horrified. Terrified. What is this situation? Trang 13 was currently happily rubbing his full stomach, laughing ha-ha. Ha-ha, so full. So full, suddenly. Trang 13 felt the strength in his whole body, soaring higher and higher, along with the familiar level-up sound of the system. This made him extremely surprised. And it sounded a bit familiar. What is this sound? The system interface simultaneously appeared before his eyes. Trang 13 in an instant. Inside, a few lines of notification were displayed. First time consuming the flesh and blood of a 5th-tier demon beast. Blood essence enhanced. Muscle points plus 10, strength increased simultaneously. Reading the notification, Trang 13 was overjoyed. My strength has increased again? Next, 13 with a serious expression continuously searched for a magic weapon to practice with. I really want to find something good to practice with. Suddenly, 13 discovered a bow with a strange shape, continuously emitting powerful energy, hanging on a bow rack. Realizing this was a treasure, 13 excitedly ran over. Is it a bow? With a curious expression, 13 slowly put his hand on his chin, stunned. Staring at this design, looking at the aura and grade. It's probably extraordinary. I heard that the higher the grade of the bow, the harder it is to draw. Trang 13, wanting to test his strength, expressed his desire to borrow the bow from Li Fam Naim. Senior, can I borrow this treasured bow? Li Fam Naim unconsciously nodded in agreement, but immediately realized in shock, wait. The bow he mentioned, could it be? Li Fam Naim's gaze turned to Trang 13. With a panicked expression. Indeed, it is. That is my treasured possession. The pinnacle of the mortal world. An immortal weapon, without divine power or godhood, it's difficult to draw the bow. Trang 13 at the same time gripped the treasured bow in his hand, observing it intently. It's really heavy. Wanting to verify, 13 immediately used strength to draw the bow, but even with all his effort, it didn't move. He sighed softly, it didn't even budge at all. Li Fam Naim felt slightly relieved in his heart. Seeing 13 unable to draw the bow, he was startled and terrified. This treasured bow, even an immortal from the upper realm would find it difficult to casually draw it. Trang 13, after gathering strength for a while, tried again. This time I must use my full strength. Saying that, 13 hugged the bow tightly, using all his fierce strength. Drawing the bow using all the physical strength he madly pulled the string, clenching his teeth. Muscles gradually bulged. His palms were full of fresh blood. As he strenuously pulled Li Fam Naim's bow, Li Fam Naim suddenly saw the bowstring being stretched. Extremely shocked, his eyes suddenly became extremely tense. 13 was still violently pulling the bow with one hand. His whole body trembled uncontrollably. Li Fam Naim cried out in misery in his heart. His primordial spirit shook like roaring sea waves. His handsome face showed extreme horror. This is not good. He was actually able to grasp the sun-chasing divine bow. This divine bow is named Sun Chaser. Even in a state without arrows, after being drawn, it can automatically condense. A spiritual arrow with divine might. It's truly unpredictable. fearing that 13 would unintentionally cause chaos in the human world. Li Fam Naim hurriedly shouted to stop him, his voice, carrying a hint of helplessness, quickly let go. Trang 13 was a little surprised when he heard this. As if waking from a dream, he quickly let go. Who would have thought this surprised movement would cause the sun-chasing divine bow to erupt with an unconscious stream of spiritual power? The spiritual power instantly transformed into a divine arrow that tore through the wind, shooting straight up to the 9 heavens. The divine light flourished, boundlessly violent. The divine arrow tore through the sky, revealing the outer realm of the heavenly Tao, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire world. Time seemed to pass endlessly. The divine arrow still roared arrogantly in the 9 heavens. Then it carried the destructive force of heaven and earth as it descended. The target was an ancient tower of strange architecture, located in the middle of a desolate, deserted mountain. The terrifying force tore apart the barrier covering the ancient tower, shaking the entire wilderness. At the same time, at the ancient tower, an old man was in secluded cultivation, was accidentally hit by the spiritual power backlash. His meridians burst, madly spraying blood mist. His face was as pale as paper. His trusted attendants were terrified. Hurriedly asked, reporting to the clan leader, "Are you all right?" The old clan leader's face was pale, drenched in cold sweat. His stern eyes seemed to pierce through the void. He said in a deep voice, "This is terrible, the 10,000 demon spring. The seal on the vein is broken." Returning to Li Fam Naim's quiet valley, both looked up at the sky in horror, watching the shocking phenomenon before them. Trang 13, startled and uneasy, asked, "This divine bow's power is that terrifying?" Li Fam Naim helplessly held his forehead and sighed. "It's all my fault for not warning you in time, Taoist friend." Trang 13 hurriedly asked Fam Naim, in a worried tone, "Will a great disaster descend?" Li Fam Naim stared blankly at the arrow, mumbled, "It's heading towards the 10,000 demon mountain range. Maybe it won't cause widespread destruction. But Taoist friend, you are truly a dragon among men. The mortal world actually has such an outstanding hero. It turns out I was the fool." The scene shifts to the 10,000 demon forbidden land that Li Fam Naim mentioned. After the restriction seal broke, demons escaped their confines, demonic energy surged out, billowing. A giant demonic claw tore apart the ancient tower. A monstrous figure with demonic wings and ghostly bones appeared. Just reappeared in the human world, the arrogant demon emperor roared. The sound shook. The 9 heavens, the demon emperor, has finally returned to the mortal world. The demon emperor used his sharp claws to stab his own body, condensing demon blood, then spraying it out. Demon blood, essence blood of demons scattered everywhere. The demon emperor roared to show his might, demonic energy filling the sky. "I, the demon emperor, use my bloodline to summon the demon kings to come and pay respects. The demon clan rises, to blood wash the world." As soon as the words fell, the 10,000 demon forbidden land shook violently. Countless demon beasts madly rushed over like a tide. Greetings to the demon emperor. The demons knelt and shouted loudly, "Your Majesty the demon emperor, may you be well, all demon gods await your command." At this moment, a human figure walked through the air. The pressure shook the world, the voice rumbled like thunder, a 5th-tier demon beast. With early nascent soul cultivation dares to call himself a demon king. A 6th-tier beast can barely take human form, barely calling itself a demon cultivator. With God transformation cultivation, you dare to dream of being the demon emperor. Finally, some prey has caught the eye of this venerable one. Seeing the human figure, the demon emperor angrily shouted, asking the human cultivator, "How dare you trespass into the demon clan's forbidden land?" The demon emperor was boundlessly arrogant, overestimating himself, daring to invade the sacred land of the demon clan. He stood up aggressively, facing the human figure, roaring, "I will take your head to sacrifice for the restart of the demon clans." Path of slaughter. The human man still replied arrogantly, his tone contemptuous. "This venerable one's current strength is limited. But dealing with trash like you." Then the man calmly waved his hand. One strike pierced the demon emperor's skull. The demon emperor roared in pain, instantly turning to dust under one strike, his spirit destroyed. The demons witnessing this scene were terrified, screaming in horror. The demon emperor has fallen. They madly fled in all directions, scattered, only hating that they were born with too few legs. In the end, the demons scattered. Only the human cultivator and the demon emperor's corpse remained. The scene was desolate and bleak. The cultivator's face was calm. His eyes were as quiet as an ancient well, staring intently at the remains before him, slowly opening his mouth. Indeed, it's not beyond expectations. These crude demon beasts only focus on training their physical bodies, but neglect the cultivation of the primordial spirit's path. So even if their strength reaches the heavens, they can hardly resist a spiritual soul attack. In the end, this demon emperor's physical body naturally belongs to this venerable one. After speaking, the cultivator did not hesitate, opened his mouth to devour, arrogantly absorbing the demon emperor's remaining divine power, which madly poured into his body, only to see the cultivator's body suddenly turn into a strange mass of liquid, like mercury, seeping out from the demon emperor's 7 orifices. In an instant, the cultivator again raised his hand and waved. The demon emperor's physical body immediately turned to dust and dissipated in the world. In just a few breaths, the male cultivator had completely refined the demon emperor's demon power, channeling it into his meridians. After absorbing the demon emperor's body, the cultivator felt comfortable all over. He couldn't help but exclaim, "NDT0." Although this physical power is still a way off from the peak stage, there is still a considerable distance. But to flatten a small sect, it's probably more than enough. That imperial forest thief back then destroyed my body, suppressed my primordial spirit in a solid spirit stone for 10,000 years. Today I will exterminate your descendants and sever your lineage. The scene shifts to the outskirts of the 10,000 Demon Mountain, where mortals in the village were diligently cultivating the fields. An old farmer suddenly heard an earth-shattering noise coming from deep within the old forest. In just an instant, from deep in the forest, a fierce wolf demon suddenly rushed out, sharp fangs and claws. Seeing the demon beast suddenly appear, the villagers were terrified and fled in all directions. "A demon beast has appeared. Run quickly." One of them ran back in panic to report to the village head. "It's bad, village head." A demon beast rushed out of the forest. The villagers below simply cannot resist. Many people have been injured. The old village head frowned, showing deep worry. Looking at the messenger, he said in a deep voice, "It's a second-tier demon beast again? Usually, we occasionally encounter first-tier small demons. Everyone can still barely cope. But why recently have high-level demon beasts been appearing continuously like this?" A villager asked worriedly. "Should we ask the nearby immortal sect for help?" The old village head, for the safety of the people, dared not delay. He immediately nodded and ordered, "Go quickly. This matter is beyond our abilities." Time flies like a shuttle. 1 month passed. At the Spirit Mechanism Pavilion of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect, 13 had just been released from confinement. Immediately rushed over, wanting to find a mission. "Hello. May I ask if there are any missions here? That can earn a large amount of sect contribution points, he said, while anxiously calculating. The deducted points are all gone. I can only accept new missions. To earn some points. The affairs manager at this time had a calm expression. Replied, currently the most rewarding. The richest reward is the mission to kill the 7th-tier demon beast. However, this type of mission is a team mission. It requires a class-level team. And the number of people must not be less than 3. Trang 13 was a bit confused upon hearing this. Asking, what does class level mean? The sect manager then patiently explained. That's right. All new disciples have been assigned to classes. On the Tianji, Heavenly Secret, building. Scan your identity Jade token. And you can check your class assignment information. Trang 13 immediately took out his identity Jade token. Channeled spiritual power to check the information. The new disciple class assignment list quickly appeared. Clearly divided into 4 classes. Heaven class, Earth class, Mystic class, Yellow class. Trang 13 looked over it again and again for a long time and was surprised. He found that he couldn't find his name. No, why isn't my name on the list? The affairs manager's face was extremely serious. Looking at Trang 13. Slowly said, congratulations. You've hit the jackpot. You have been assigned to the class. For the special population, the No class. After arriving at the No class, the little devil head was already there early. She smiled mischievously, haha, little 13. I didn't expect us to be so destined. But don't worry, with me here. If you encounter any trouble in the future, I will protect you in the end. After hearing everything, the little devil head also understood. Oh. So it's because you want to earn sect contribution points. That's why you accepted the class mission. I'm already here. You can rest assured. Everyone knows. I am a very reliable person. Fully qualified to lead the team. Trang 13 frowned and looked at the little devil girl. An ominous premonition welled up in his heart. It's precisely because you are here that they feel uneasy. The little devil girl, you, with an arrogant expression. Her voice like silver bells continued. Furthermore, the important thing is the introductory assessment team. It needs to have 3 people. But this, No class. Don't tell me it's just the 2 of us? The little devil girl, you, continued to say loudly. If that's the case, we just need to ask him to come out of seclusion. Trang 13's face showed clear surprise and curiosity. Who are you talking about? The little devil girl then gestured. Smiled softly, answering 13's doubts. It's little Tang Tang. The first person to enter this No courtyard. He is also the genius senior brother. A once in 10,000 years genius of the Imperial Forest Immortal Sect. Change scene. To a small courtyard hidden deep in the valley of the No courtyard. This place was filled with an unpredictable, mysterious atmosphere. Above the courtyard gate hung an old wooden sign, carved with 3 large words. In seclusion. Inside the courtyard, a man with messy hair. White steam rose from the top of his head. Around him were countless crumpled draft papers, thrown carelessly everywhere. This person is Tang Yi. The little Tang, you mentioned. The Tang, Trang 13 mentioned. At this moment, Tang Yi was in a state of being plagued by his inner demons. Feeling extremely frustrated and uncomfortable. I can't take it anymore. My head is about to explode. I really can't write a single word. Tang Yi screamed in anguish, just as the world knew. Before him was a famous writer. The work, Da 6 Do Na, T.N., likely a title, was penned by him. It once caused a stir in the literary world, garnering countless praises. Of course, regarding malicious criticisms. He also humbly accepted them. Currently, he is preparing for a new work. But he has been in seclusion for many days. without any inspiration, making him extremely depressed. Tang Yi reluctantly stood up, wanting to leave the courtyard, thinking stubbornly, "Is not the best strategy. Maybe I should go out for a walk. Perhaps I can find some new ideas." By the way, besides writing, Tang Yi also did not forget to cultivate. It can be said that he has some innate talent, plus countless spirit stones gifted by readers. His cultivation level cannot be underestimated. While pondering, Tang Yi walked to the courtyard gate, preparing to go out and enjoy the natural scenery. At this exact moment, Trang 13 also arrived, intending to knock on the door to find Tang Yi. This unexpected encounter surprised both of them. Trang 13 saw Tang Yi and opened his mouth. "I was just about to knock. I didn't expect you to come out at this very moment." Tang Yi had a hint of arrogance on his face. Frowning at Trang 13. "Who are you?" Taoist friend Yu beside him immediately raised her hand and pointed at Tang Yi, shouting loudly, "Little Tang Tang, it's me. I have something right now. I need your help." The three of them then went out to the garden together, discussing business while drinking tea. After hearing the whole story, Tang Yi pondered for a long time, then replied, "So it's about following the sect's orders to carry out a mission. And you want to invite me to join the team?" Trang 13 continued to ask. "I wonder, Tang, senior brother, what do you think of this mission?" Tang Yi finally nodded decisively in agreement, making Yu overjoyed. She jumped up and cheered, "Wonderful. Finally, I have a chance to leave the mountain and travel." Tang Yi simultaneously made a suggestion. "But to increase the bond of the team, I suggest our team should have a name. You two Taoist friends don't object, right?" Before anyone could speak, he decisively said the name without thinking. "Then let's just call it the Tang sect, Duang Man. When leaving the mountain and traveling the world, Zhanghu, we must be especially careful to protect our lives. So, we need Taoist names. Each of us needs a new name. For convenience, you two Taoist friends still have no objection to being outside, right?" Trang 13 still had a naive look on his face, staring intently at Tang Yi. He had no objection at all. Tang Yi patted Trang 13's shoulder and said, "Based on the order you joined the sect, you are ranked third. So, in the Tang sect, I will call you Tang 3, Duang 3. Of course, this mission is fraught with danger." Tang Yi suggested, "I suggest we divine the fortune for this trip. You two Taoist friends have no problem with that, right?" Yu was a little surprised and jumped up, looking at Tang Yi. "Little Tang Tang, when did you learn these things?" Tang Yi smugly stroked his chin. You flatter me, you flatter me. During my last adventure, I accidentally obtained a fragmented scripture from a heavenly master." Hearing these words, Yu excitedly stepped forward. "Then divine for me first." Tang Yi immediately focused his mind and calmed his qi, placed his hand on his glabella. "Then I will begin right now." In the blink of an eye, Tang Yi's primordial spirit went straight to the sea of consciousness. Yu was like a streak of light tearing through the night, descending into a strange space. As soon as he focused, what hit his eyes was the 10,000 zhong divine staircase. Standing tall before him, the great Tao's ladder, soaring high into the blue sky, emitting an ancient and profound aura. Tang Yi was extremely excited in his heart. He couldn't help but exclaim, "So, this is the fate ladder in the art of alchemy. As long as I step onto this divine staircase, I can scientifically glimpse a person's fate." Thinking of this, Tang Yi took a deep breath, his heart burning like fire. He stepped firmly onto the first steps. Time seemed to freeze, space blurred and twisted. Who knows how long passed? Tang Yi had already climbed halfway. The divine staircase stood in the middle of boundless chaos. His bright eyes constantly scanned all directions, mumbling as he walked. I didn't expect it to be this magical. What will Yu's future fate be? Before he finished speaking, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly appeared in the sky. Streaks of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, as if wanting to destroy everything. Immediately after, a giant claw, glimmering with bone-chilling light, tore through the void, carrying a world-destroying momentum. It attacked straight towards Tang Yi. The terrifying force slammed into the divine staircase, stopping Tang Yi's steps from moving forward. Tang Yi's primordial spirit suffered a heavy blow. He was terrified, and hurriedly escaped from that bizarre space. Returning to his physical body, Tang Yi immediately coughed a few times. His complexion was pale and extremely weak. Yu and 13 saw Tang Yi acting unusually, and quickly asked with concern, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Tang Yi gasped for breath. Hurriedly replied, "My sea of consciousness just suffered a backlash. It must have been some expert casting a forbidden technique." Yu frowned slightly, her eyes showing contemplation. "Could it be my master, my mother, who acted?" Tang Yi shook his head, turned to look at Trang 13. "Never mind, I'll just divine for brother 13 then." Hearing this, Trang 13 quickly sat upright, waiting for Tang Yi to start the divination. In the blink of an eye, Tang Yi once again descended into the space of Trang 13's divine sense. Suddenly, he discovered a giant 8 trigrams gate standing before him, blocking the path. Tang Yi was extremely shocked. Confused in his heart, what the hell is this? Why did a door appear here? The ancient records never mentioned such a strange thing. Could the fate ladder be hidden behind this door? Mumbling for a while, Tang Yi decided to try opening the door. He took a step forward, placed his hand on the giant gate, channeling spiritual power. As soon as Tang Yi touched it, he felt a majestic, mountain-like force pressing against him, wanting to stop him from exploring 13's fate. But Tang Yi gritted his teeth, using all his strength, wanting to break the door, to rush in and find the source. After a struggle, the huge door finally opened a crack. Inside, a violent force, like a primordial beast escaping, suddenly burst out with a ferocious aura, spreading in all directions. Facing this terrifying force, Tang Yi once again suffered a backlash. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. His eyes throbbed with intense pain, his primordial spirit shook violently. Trang 13 stood up in panic, asking worriedly, "Senior brother, are you all right?" After continuously experiencing strange things in the sea of consciousness of Yu and 13, Tang Yi reluctantly returned to his abode. He tightly closed the courtyard gate, and also carefully hung up a wooden sign, neatly writing a few large words. Secluded cultivation for recovery. Trang 13 and Yu looked disgruntled, standing in front of Tang Yi's courtyard. They sighed and said, "The plan to recruit team members has failed again." After speaking, both dejectedly returned to the spirit mechanism pavilion. The manager of the affairs hall saw the two return, and opened his mouth to ask, "What's wrong? Senior brother is in seclusion again. Your team's manpower is currently still not enough to accept those tough missions." Trang 13 frowned, looking blankly at the affairs elder. Said with difficulty, "That's right. So, can I find someone else to substitute?" The affairs elder looked at Trang 13 with a serious face and said, "I have 2 people here who can help join your team. Because of the special nature of your no class, this matter is not impossible to make an exception for." At this moment, from behind, someone suddenly spoke, astonishing 13. "How about I replace senior brother Vang Jia and form the team? What do you think?" Senior Sister Lan Dao slowly materialized, her face beaming as she expressed herself. I heard Senior Brother Vong Jia's strength is comparable to that of an elder. If I replace him, our combat power should be equivalent, right? Trang 13, his face full of doubt, observed Senior Sister Lan Dao, thinking to himself. Why is it this woman again? Elder Trong, hearing Senior Sister Lan Dao's suggestion, hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. If Senior Sister Lan Dao has agreed to step forward and say so, then we have no further objections. Senior Sister Lan Dao was immensely pleased inwardly. The corner of her mouth lifted into a strange smile. Hee hee. I've finally grasped this opportunity to borrow a knife to kill someone. After successfully forming the team, Trang 13's group immediately rode their flying swords. They transformed into a streak of sword light that tore through the wind, heading straight for the Van Yu mountain range. While traveling, Senior Sister Lan Dao continuously reminded and repeated the mission requirements. This time, the ceiling restriction at the Van Yu mountain range shows signs of breaking. Once the high-level demonic beasts in the forbidden area escape their confinement, they will surely slaughter living beings. This will cause a serious threat to the nearby cities. We just need to intercept or eliminate the demonic beasts that escape. We must do this during the time the Ho-Sun aristocratic family reinforces the new seal. Of course, the demon cores obtained from slaying the demonic beasts will belong to our team. After giving the instructions and reminders, Senior Sister Lan Dao accelerated her speed. She transformed into a streak of light, taking the lead and heading straight for the Van Yu mountain range. At that same moment, outside the Van Yu spiritual vein range, earth-shattering explosions resounded continuously. Upon getting closer, they only saw two forces of cultivators in a standoff. Their words and gestures were like those of mortal enemies. A disciple of the New Lamb immortal sect, hand gripping his spirit sword tightly, angrily shouted. This is truly the strong bullying the weak, it's outrageous. Before his words finished, a fierce attack howled from a distance, ruthlessly striking his body. This one strike directly sent the New Lamb immortal sect disciple flying, landing in a corner in an extremely sorry state. The one who had just attacked revealed a look of arrogance, speaking in a haughty tone. What, 36 sects? You can't even withstand a single move from me. The New Lamb immortal sect is truly all reputation and no substance. Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant immortal light descended from the 9 heavens onto the ground. This was accompanied by a thunderous shout. Who dares to insult my New Lamb immortal sect? This terrifying pressure just appeared, causing the opposing side to be terrified. At the same time, Trang 13 led the group from New Lamb immortal sect, appearing with an imposing aura. The New Lamb immortal sect disciple, seeing reinforcements arrive, joyfully exclaimed, "Is that the elder arriving?" The newly arrived elder frowned, observing the group opposite them. Looking at their attire, they seemed to be from the Tan Fong sect. It seems they also have some fate with this demonic beast. She then turned, questioning the New Lamb immortal sect disciple. Why are you two fighting in this place? The disciple replied solemnly. We joined forces to besiege a 4th-tier demonic beast. Just as we were about to succeed, we were ambushed by them. That's why a dispute arose over the spoils of war. Suddenly, a streak of light flew over from a distance, transforming into an old man who slowly walked over. That's not right. It was clearly my Tan Fong sect disciples who used their ultimate technique and were lucky enough to slay this 4th-tier demonic beast. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he cupped his hands in salute. This old man is Elder O of the Tan Fong sect. It is a pleasure to meet you all. To avoid damaging the harmony between our two sects, I propose that each sect sends out one disciple for a magical duel. The winner will gain ownership of the demon core. What do you all think? The New Lamb immortal sect elder heard this and nodded decisively. All right. Then my New Lamb immortal sect will send you into battle. Amidst the cheers, The expressions of the new Lamb Immortal Sect disciples immediately changed drastically, showing looks of terror. Isn't that the little demoness? Why did the sect master let her out of seclusion? Trang 13, worried, also hurried forward, asking Yu Yu in a low voice. Little girl, are you all right? He then transmitted his voice into Yu Yu's ear. They look very weak. Be careful not to accidentally injure or kill them. Yu Yu gave a wicked smirk, gesturing to reassure him. The life-preserving technique you taught me, I've already mastered it. Elder O of the Tan Fong sect narrowed his eyes, sizing up the new Lamb Immortal sect. They truly have declined. To think they'd send out a little doll to fight. Her aura indicates she's still in the period. In the end, this old man orders the disciple to face the enemy. Tran Fong, you go. Remember to control your strength. Don't be too heavy-handed, be careful not to cause a disaster. Tran Fong accepted the order and immediately stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. Disciple obeys. I am the head disciple of the Tan Fong sect, Tran Fong. Cultivation at the Kim Dan stage. Please enlighten me. As soon as his words fell, he directly attacked, unleashing his full-powered strike. Yu Yu, on the opposite side, showed a look of excitement. She excitedly circulated her energy for defense. Come on! Tran Fong's attack was like a storm, frantically blasting towards Yu Yu. As it got close, it suddenly changed direction, wanting to break through Yu Yu's frontal defense. Yu Yu, detecting the attack suddenly changed direction, looked surprised. Tran Fong, seeing this, became even more smug and arrogant. Surprising, isn't it? At such a close distance, you definitely can't escape this fate. Pierce through its body. Ha ha! Yu Yu then domineeringly met the attack with her head, directly crushing the opponent's technique. Seeing his magic weapon disintegrate into dust, Tran Fong was horrified. What? What is happening? Yu Yu's expression showed frenzied excitement. She then decisively used her brute force, grabbing the iron chain in Tran Fong's hand and pulling hard. Tran Fong was unconsciously pulled by Yu Yu, unable to resist. As soon as he was pulled in front, the little demoness punched him straight in the face. A savage punch left Tran Fong dizzy, his mind losing the will to fight. Yu Yu did not let up. She continued to pull the enemy with the iron chain, using her domineering body cultivation power, treating Tran Fong like a sandbag. She continuously pulled him back and then blasted him away, leaving him powerless to retaliate. Elder O's expression changed dramatically, trembling as he shouted. How can this be? How can this be? My outstanding true transmission disciple was actually defeated by a little brat at the body tempering stage? In a fit of rage, Elder O roared like thunder. Stop! Everyone stop for me! Stop! Yu Yu pressed her advantage, a kick like a splitting axe, striking straight at the opponent's throat. The violent force was like a mountain collapsing, directly blasting Tran Fong 100 zhong away. He crashed heavily to the ground, right in front of the dazed Elder O. Tran Fong's entire body was broken. Bones were shattered, his 5 organs and 6 bowels overturned, his complexion ashen, his breathing as faint as a thread. Trang Thap Tam, Trang 13, clapped and laughed loudly from a distance, praising in a high voice, Good, girl. Not bad, not bad. Your moves have become more measured. Much improved compared to before. Yu Yu tilted her chin smugly, smirking as she replied humbly. Oh, please. Geniuses are just like that. Elder O was so angry his hair stood on end. He pointed a trembling finger and shouted. This is what you call measured. Beaten to this state, even his own parents would have trouble recognizing him. Senior Sister Lan Dao's demeanor remained calm. She stepped forward indifferently, her voice as cool as pearls dropping on a jade plate. According to the agreement, this 4th-tier demonic beast naturally belongs to our new Lamb Immortal sect. Elder O grunted coldly in frustration, grinding his teeth. What are you waiting for? Carry this waste back. Use pills to heal his injuries. We're leaving. Before his words finished, Elder O flicked his sleeve, leading his group away in disgrace. He left the New Lamb Immortal Sect group behind. Yu Yu was then surrounded by the sect members. Cheers erupted like thunder. Good. Little senior sister is invincible. The 4th-tier demonic beast is ours. This is the first time we've captured a 4th-tier demonic beast. Senior sister is mighty. Yu Yu was joyous in her heart. But hearing such praise, a trace of contemplation rose in her heart. I am respected by everyone now? New Lamb Immortal Sect returned victorious. Cheers echoed throughout the valley, seeming to want to overturn heaven and earth. Senior sister Lan Dao still maintained her icy expression. She slowly spoke. A 4th-tier demonic beast is already considered mid to high grade. Normally, if the Van Yu mountain range undergoes a change, high-level demonic beasts will spill out from deep within the mountain range. They will naturally squeeze the living space of the low-level demonic beasts outside. So the first demonic beasts to rush out should logically be low-level ones. Yet now, even a 4th-tier demonic beast has appeared. This proves the change in the Van Yu mountain range has exceeded expectations. If a 5th-tier demonic beast, or even higher, appears, I fear it will exceed the scope of a B-rank mission. I propose the Ling Ban squad immediately enter the mountain range to investigate the anomaly and gather intelligence. As she spoke, a cold light flashed in the depths of her eyes. She silently calculated in her heart, the more chaotic the place, the easier it is to plot big things. Trang 13 stood beside her, hearing every word clearly. He looked at senior sister Lan Dao's back, but he also had his own idea. The more dangerous the mountain range, the higher the chance of encountering high-level demonic beasts. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to complete the conditions for upgrading the system? It seems I must go deep inside this time. The two people had two different plans. But both revealed expressions of smug excitement as they stepped into the Van Yu mountain range together. Yu Yu enthusiastically took the lead. Her figure was like an arrow leaving a bow, rushing straight into the deep forest. So I can go into the mountains to explore now, right? Trang 13, seeing Yu Yu rushing ahead like that, couldn't help but worry and shout loudly. Little girl, don't run around recklessly. You are not allowed to leave the team. Senior sister Lan Dao waved her hand, stopping Trang 13's worry. No need to worry about her. She has the sect master's mark on her. Her life won't be in danger. Let's go. With that, senior sister Lan Dao started walking. She led the way into the Van Yu mountain range, while scouting the situation and secretly carrying out her own plan. The two walked deep into the forest. All around, it was desolate and silent. The dense trees blocked the sunlight. Trang 13 observed for a while, frowning as he said, "This Van Yu mountain range doesn't seem any different compared to ordinary forests and mountains." Senior sister Lan Dao walked behind 13. A strange smile crept onto her lips. Indeed, it's just like that. As she spoke, she secretly reached into her robes with a sly expression like a fox, taking out an item. Senior sister Lan Dao took out a small jade bottle, containing a strange liquid. She gently circulated her spiritual power, opening the bottle. This is dragon saliva. This thing can attract all demonic beasts. It can even lure a 5th-tier demon king. After speaking, she didn't hesitate. She directly flicked her finger, sending the dragon saliva flying forward. The amber-colored liquid drew a strange arc in the air, accurately landing on Trang 13. The strange, damp feeling made Trang 13 a bit surprised. Why is there water? Is it about to rain? Trang 13 turned his head in confusion, looking towards senior sister Lan Dao. That kid. A low voice echoed. Are you carrying any protective treasures to shield from wind and rain? As soon as the words fell, he turned his head back. Senior Sister Lan Dao's figure had vanished without a trace. Trang 13 frowned, his expression bewildered and uncomprehending. He constantly glanced around, muttering, "Where did she go? She was just here." At the same time, atop a towering ancient tree, Senior Sister Lan Dao had hidden herself in the dense foliage. An insidious smile was on her face. "This distance is definitely safe. I heard this guy can withstand a full-force blow from Elder So. His cultivation must also be at the Kim Dan realm. If he relies on his tough physical body, he might barely compare to an early nascent soul. As long as I lure out a 5th-tier Demon King, he will surely die." While Trang 13 was still confused, searching for Senior Sister Lan Dao's whereabouts, suddenly from behind, a monstrous demonic aura rolled in. It startled him, causing his whole body to tense up instantly. Trang 13 immediately turned around, on guard. Before his eyes appeared the fierce and malevolent form of a giant bear. Its demonic aura erupted like a raging tide. Senior Sister Lan Dao, from her high perch, silently observed 13's every move, inwardly assessing. A demonic beast has appeared so quickly. This dragon saliva is truly a treasure for body refinement. Luring demonic beasts with it was the right choice. The giant demon bear bared its fangs, glaring and constantly growling threateningly at Trang 13. Trang 13, still looking carefree, stared at the demonic beast before him. He thought to himself, "Just entered the forest and already met a demonic beast. My luck isn't bad." With a calm and composed appearance, Trang 13 casually opened his mouth to ask the demonic beast, "May I ask what level this demonic brother is?" Senior Sister Lan Dao, hidden in the tree, secretly analyzed the demonic beast's aura, nodding slightly. Based on this aura, it is a late-stage 4th-tier demonic beast. This is equivalent to a late-stage Kim Dan. That should be enough to teach that arrogant brat a lesson he'll never forget. The giant demon bear heard Trang 13's question and immediately let out an earth-shattering roar. It raised its sharp claws like daggers, swiping straight at him. This king is a 4th-tier demonic beast. Facing the beast's terrifying might, Trang 13 slightly lifted his right hand, gently blocking the claw. Only a crisp crack was heard. The demonic beast's arm, as thick as a pillar, was shattered by him. His expression remained calm as ever. He just glanced coldly at the giant demon bear, judging, "Not good enough. You're not qualified to help me level up." The giant demon bear, faced with Trang 13's overwhelming power, was momentarily dumbfounded, utterly terrified. Trang 13 smirked, silently calculating. However, the demon core of a 4th-tier demonic beast should fetch some contribution points in the sect, I think. The giant demon bear, scared out of its wits by Trang 13's terrifying strength, hurriedly knelt on the ground, begging, "Great sir, spare my life." Before it could finish its words, its body was blasted into mist by one of Trang 13's heaven-shaking fists. After easily killing the 4th-tier demonic beast, Trang 13 rummaged through the remains of the demon body, searching for the demon core. A moment later, he cheerfully picked up a demon core emitting a dense aura. Hooray! Found it! A 4th-tier demon core. Senior Sister Lan Dao, observing this horrifying scene from afar, was shocked. Her mouth hung open, her heart in turmoil. What the hell? He killed a 4th-tier demonic beast with one punch. Trang 13 was still standing in the ruins of the giant demon bear. He looked around with a naive expression, hoping to find more demon cores. If only I could meet a few more demonic beasts, that would be great. Just then, beside him, another earth-shaking movement was heard. In just a flash, Trang 13 was surrounded by countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had appeared, all drawn by the scent of the dragon saliva. As soon as they arrived, they started discussing animatedly. The scent on this kid is correct. He definitely has dragon saliva on him. Trang 13, seeing the crowd of demonic beasts, became even more excited. He jumped for joy. Whoa! Why did so many demonic beasts suddenly appear? I wonder if there's a level 5 one among them. A wolf demon in the pack saw Trang 13 and eagerly rushed forward to attack. It howled, "He's just an unknown nobody. I'll go first." It had just arrived, not even touching the corner of 13's sleeve, when the wolf demon was sent flying into the 9 heavens by his violent fist. In just a blink, 13 easily collected another demon core. No rush. Quickly hand over all your demon cores. The system will automatically sort them later. The demonic beasts, having just witnessed the horrifying scene, began to be more cautious. They stared at 13 with wide, fearful eyes. A rhinoceros among them began to whisper plans with its kin. How can this be? Thuong Lang was killed in one hit. The Black Panther next to it replied angrily. This person's origin is extraordinary. Everyone, do not underestimate him. We must quickly join forces to capture him. Then we can share the dragon saliva. The rhinoceros, hearing the plan, immediately charged forward madly. Then I'll be the vanguard. Trang 13, seeing the demonic beast rushing towards him, immediately took a stance. He circulated his spiritual power, preparing to counterattack. Suddenly, from behind, 2 frog demons appeared. They shot out their long, whip-like tongues, binding 13's arms. He was unexpectedly restrained. His hands were suddenly unable to muster the strength to strike back. With a bewildered face, 13 quickly glanced behind him, exclaiming in surprise, "Why are my hands tied? You human brat, your fate ends today." The rhinoceros demon roared violently, charging straight at Trang 13. It intended to trample him into mush. Unexpectedly, Trang 13 proudly met the attack, using his own head to clash fiercely with the rhinoceros's unparalleled force. With a loud bang, the domineering power and absolute hardness instantly crushed the rhinoceros's sharp horn into fine powder. Trang 13 laughed wildly, his face showing an unrivaled arrogance. In the next moment, he waved his hands like splitting bamboo, shattering the 2 restraints formed by the frog monsters binding his arms. The heaven-shaking force caused the 2 frog monsters to crash into each other with a bang, suffering fatal injuries. Fresh syrup, blood, splattered everywhere. The Black Panther demon nearby had a terrified expression. This guy's cultivation, has it reached the nascent soul realm? Knowing they were no match, the terrified demonic beasts hurriedly scattered and fled. Quick, escape! But how could the Black Panther demon's speed compare to Trang 13? Before it could get far, it was caught by the tail. Trang 13's expression was cold, a smug smile on his lips. None of you will escape from my grasp. With that, Trang 13 struck mercilessly. A heaven-shaking punch. The Black Panther demon's physical body vanished into nothingness in an instant. Only a wisp of dissipated demonic aura remained on the high mountain peak. The female cultivator observing the battle, her face gradually showed horror. This is clearly an overwhelming victory. This kid's strength completely exceeds my expectations. Just as the female cultivator was secretly assessing Trang 13, from behind, a sky-high demonic aura suddenly struck. Sensing the brutal aura of the demonic beast, the female cultivator turned in alarm. Before the snake demon could attack, she managed to use a movement technique to dodge, saving her life. The snake demon hissed hoarsely, its fierce eyes staring at the female cultivator. The eyesight of you nascent soul cultivators is indeed not ordinary. This king tried his best to hide his aura, yet you still discovered me. The female cultivator's face turned even paler, exclaiming in terror, You! This demonic beast is a 5th-tier demon king. She was terrified, staring stunned at the giant snake demon, which was staring at her greedily, like prey. Why weren't you lured by the dragon saliva grass? Why are you targeting me instead? The demon snake slowly approached, looking at the female cultivator with venomous eyes. From the moment you intruded into this king's demon clan territory, I've had my eyes on you. When the female cultivator heard this, her mind fell into chaos. Damn it! At the same cultivation level, a demonic beast's strength is inherently stronger than a cultivator's. I'm afraid I'm no match for it. I can only risk my life, use my magic arts, and find a chance to escape. After struggling to form seals and cast her spell, the female cultivator was horrified. She discovered the spiritual power in her body couldn't be mobilized. She was utterly panicked. My spiritual power, why is it blocked? Seeing the panicked and helpless female cultivator, the demon snake laughed wildly. Ha ha ha! This king has been hiding for a long time. Did you think I made no preparations? My tail can spread a poison that inhibits spiritual power. Just now, your attention was entirely focused on the battle ahead. Unknowingly, you've inhaled quite a bit. As it spoke, it transformed into a black streak of light, attacking like a storm. Now you are a fish on the chopping block, left to this king's mercy. On the other side, Trang 13 had already eliminated all the surrounding demonic beasts. He had harvested a large number of demon cores. He opened the system and ordered it to absorb the demon cores. All here. Absorb them. Let's see if there are any 5th-tier demon cores. The system, after a quick check, sent a reply. No 5th-tier demon cores. Only low-level demonic beasts. This made Trang 13 very surprised. What? After all that work, I still haven't achieved my goal. While he was staring blankly at the system, behind him, a huge commotion suddenly occurred. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The female cultivator was sent flying, landing beside him. This surprised him a bit. Female cultivator? She lay motionless on the ground, covered in injuries. Trang 13 worriedly went to check. Who injured you like this? The demon snake charged fiercely again, smashing through the rocks blocking its path. It wanted to continue its attack to get the dragon saliva grass. Its enormous body and cultivation level made it extremely arrogant. It roared, "In front of this demon king, the azure dragon, you are all just ants." Easily crushed by this king. Trang 13 remained calm, standing before the huge body of the 5th-tier demonic beast. His eyes fixed on the azure dragon's appearance. This demonic beast is huge. This time, it's definitely 5th tier. The azure dragon then gathered demon poison in its mouth. Just a tiny ant. Die! As soon as its words fell, it spat out venomous blood, wanting to kill Trang 13 in one blow. Recognizing the attack, Trang 13 decisively stomped on the ground. Earth and stone surged up, forming a solid defensive layer. Seeing its attack roughly blocked, the azure dragon demon beast roared in anger. How dare you use such a trick to block my attack? Suddenly, the azure dragon demon beast's entire body was pulled by a terrifying brute force. Looking closely, it turned out Trang 13 was using his physical strength to grab it tightly. I'll take your demon core right now. But while being spun at high speed, the azure dragon snake was a bit stunned. This kid got behind this king. When did that happen? In just a flash, the demon snake's giant body was slammed to the ground by Trang 13's brute force. The shockwave spread far. He wanted a quick battle. He leapt high, channeling his true essence into his fist. Die for me! A full-powered, brutal strike hit the demon snake's body. Waves of shockwaves were continuously released. The azure snake was almost unharmed. It continued to glare at Trang 13, surprising him somewhat. In this critical moment, the azure dragon snake demon did not delay. It swung its snake tail, delivering a world-shaking blow onto Trang 13's physical body. A loud explosion echoed. The violent force instantly sent Trang 13 flying like a broken kite. Dust billowed thickly. After a long while, amidst the thick dust, Trang 13 staggered to his feet. His whole body ached as if every bone was crushed. His eyes remained as resolute as bedrock, fixed tightly on the azure dragon snake demon. It couldn't help but be shocked, exclaiming, "A full-powered blow from me was useless against this monster?" The azure dragon snake demon bared its fangs, its eyes fierce as a wolf, fixed on 13. It spat out every word contemptuously. "A weakling like you, not being smashed into pulp by my tail, can be considered quite an achievement." As soon as its words fell, it transformed into a gust of wind. Its speed was as fast as lightning, attacking Trang 13. Its mouth roared again. Unfortunately, this bit of cultivation is far from enough to fight this king. As it approached Trang 13, its snake tail wrapped around him frantically. The binding force instantly stiffened 13's entire body. His blood flow stagnated. Then, its giant body violently tossed Trang 13 into the air. Instantly, 13's body hung helplessly in the sky, like a dry leaf in a storm. Having controlled his opponent, the azure dragon snake demon couldn't help but feel smug. It immediately spat out its thick, toxic essence blood towards 13. It declared coldly, "Any cultivator below the spirit transformation realm, as long as they are hit by my essence blood poison, will surely turn into a blood mist, their soul extinguished." Just at this critical moment, Trang 13 suddenly released his restrictions. He decisively clapped his hands together with force, shouting, "Great strength adamantine clap." This clapping motion from 13 instantly created a powerful shockwave. It shattered the toxic essence blood in an instant. Observing through its spiritual eyes, the azure dragon snake demon was utterly horrified. Its heart trembled in shock as it wondered, what? Without using any magic arts, just by clapping, he can create a shockwave to shatter my toxic essence blood? How bizarre! Could this be some ancient secret technique? Trang 13 landed gently, completely unharmed. After breaking the opponent's attack, Trang 13 charged forward again. He was determined to defeat this monster with his physical strength. He thought to himself, "It seems those fancy moves don't work on this kind of demonic beast. I have to use my fists." As soon as he closed in on the target, Trang 13 threw countless punches and kicks. His speed was so fast only afterimages were visible. The violent magic power concentrated on the azure dragon snake demon's abdomen, striking it. Each punch carried a fierce wind. The azure dragon snake demon remained calm and unmoved. Its scales were sturdy and unscratched. It turned to look at Trang 13 disdainfully and said, "It's useless. This king is a fifth-tier demonic beast, only one step away from becoming a demon emperor. Moreover, my scales can defend against all attacks from spirit transformation and below." But unexpectedly, the next second, an iron fist struck it straight in the face. Trang 13, relying on his terrifying brute force, directly shattered its defensive scales. Feeling the bone-deep pain, the azure dragon snake demon let out a long, furious roar that echoed throughout the Manhwa mountain range. "What? My scales were..." In agony, it thrashed continuously. Its body started to rampage to release its true demon power. Its snake tail, unconsciously, also began to rattle continuously to control Trang 13. When 13 heard this sound, he felt his spirit shake. His consciousness became a bit hazy. His whole body felt extremely uncomfortable. He thought in horror, "It's that strange sound again?" The azure dragon snake demon then used its final killing move. It gathered all its strength, wanting to annihilate Trang 13, roaring, heaven-shaking. Snake King's Aura. A violent attack. Condensing all the demonic power in its body. It was quickly launched like a great ice mountain, surging straight towards Trang 13. The destructive force shattered all obstacles, overturning the entire ancient forest in the 10,000 Demon Mountain range. After the attack wave dissipated, The ground now revealed a giant, deep pit. The figure of 13 had also disappeared without a trace. The snake demon used its spiritual sense to continuously scan the surroundings. Mumbling to itself, "His aura is gone." It seems he was struck by this king. His soul scattered, never to recover. The snake demon finally returned to where the leader priest was unconscious. Unconscious. The snake demon faced the leader priest lying on the ground, smiling coldly. "Next, it's your turn. The ambergris from the beginning to the end was always on your body. Ha ha, how foolish." In order to retrieve the ambergris, the snake demon began to circulate its demonic power, pulling the leader priest's body. The leader priest was currently still unconscious, at the mercy of the green dragon snake demon. The ambergris was also quickly pulled out of her body by the green dragon snake demon. She saw the vial of ambergris before. The green dragon snake demon's eyes widened in excitement, laughing loudly. "Finally got it. Ha ha ha." Suddenly, a vine shot up from the ground. Its speed was like lightning. In an instant, it successfully snatched the vial of ambergris right in front of the green dragon snake demon. Trang 13 appeared once again, unexpectedly, emerging from underground with a face full of towering rage. As soon as he jumped up, Trang 13 snatched the ambergris into his hand. He carefully observed the vibrating vial in his hand. The corner of his mouth lifted into a smirk. "No wonder just now during the fight you always avoided the spot where the leader priest was lying. Turns out you were afraid of damaging this thing. HMPH, you certainly know how to cherish treasures." The green dragon snake demon opposite glared at 13, roaring angrily. "You smelly brat, you're not dead yet. So you were hiding underground all this time. Today, I must swallow you whole." Finishing its words, the green dragon snake demon opened its serpent mouth wide and lunged, wanting to swallow Trang 13 in one gulp. At this moment, Trang 13 was still intently looking at the vial of ambergris, completely unaware that the green dragon snake demon was attacking. In just a blink of an eye, Trang 13's entire body was swallowed by the green dragon snake demon into its stomach. A few seconds later, Trang 13 was directly gulped by the snake demon, swallowed whole into the snake's belly. Inside the snake demon's stomach, Trang 13 looked around, musing to himself, "So this is the belly of this snake. It doesn't look much different from those dark caves." A bold idea suddenly appeared in his head. The corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. "This stupid thing. If I can't do anything to you from the outside, then this master will destroy and torture your body. From the inside, this is also much easier." Ha ha ha. As soon as he thought of it, Trang 13 immediately circulated his body's true chi, concentrating the power into both fists, continuously pounding on the solid scales of the green dragon snake demon. But after a frenzy of wild pounding, Trang 13 was horrified. He found his fists were like stones thrown into the ocean, causing no damage whatsoever to the snake demon. Could it be useless? Trang 13 exclaimed in his heart in surprise. A wave of suspicion arose. From outside came the strange laughter, full of mockery from the green dragon snake demon. The sound rumbled like thunder. "Ha ha ha, foolish human brat. Did you think this master was an undefended fool? How, if the inside of my body wasn't as solid as a bronze wall, an iron barrier, do you think this master would easily swallow you into the stomach?" The words just finished, inside the body, the snake demon suddenly released a green mucus, dark and thick, spreading a strong, foul stench, with extremely terrifying corrosive properties. Trang 13 was suddenly covered in the mucus, like hungry leeches clinging to his body. He frantically screamed in agony. "Ah! It's so hot, it's burning me to death." The voice of the green dragon snake demon, filled with certainty, echoed. HMPH. Now I just have to wait for you to be corroded into ashes by my digestive fluids. At that time, this master will naturally be able to easily refine the ambergris. Hearing these words, Trang 13 couldn't help but feel suspicious. Ambergris. He immediately raised the vial. The ambergris he held tightly in his hand, observing it meticulously. Is this the thing this snake demon mentioned? The system screen just then displayed a cold notification. The emotionless electronic voice rang out. Ambergris. A top-grade spiritual medicine. It has the effect of strengthening the physical body. Extremely noticeable and rapid. Through the system's explanation, Trang 13 finally understood its heaven-defying use. Without hesitation, Trang 13 tilted his head back, emptied the vial of ambergris in one gulp, draining every last drop, deciding to risk his life to strengthen himself. Sure enough, as soon as the spiritual medicine entered his stomach, it immediately displayed its miraculous medicinal effect. Trang 13's physical constitution skyrocketed madly. His entire body was constantly being tempered. After drinking the ambergris, attribute muscle strength directly increased by 5 points. In an instant, reaching the astonishing number of 95 points on the attribute panel. Trang 13 was excited, observing his body constantly growing stronger, clearly feeling every muscle fiber on his body was bulging, muscles rippling as if containing a dragon snake. He was eager, wanting to test the current strength of his physical body. Trang 13 was seen taking a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his fist, viciously pounding on the stomach wall of the green dragon snake demon. This fist contained violent destructive power, earth-shattering, directly striking the snake demon's stomach, causing it to roar in pain as if struck by lightning. What the hell is this? The kid's strength. Why did it suddenly increase to such a degree? Even if he drank all the ambergris in such a short period of time, he absolutely could not refine it. Such a short time should be enough for me to digest him into ashes. That should be right. Trang 13 inside the green dragon snake's body. The demon, as before, executed his bizarre movement technique, swiftly using erratic, frantic footwork, sprinting like a wild horse, causing intense pain to continuously tear through the snake demon's body. The pain was like an avalanche, relentlessly tormenting the green dragon snake demon's body, causing it pain to the point of numbness. Next, Trang 13 flexibly changed directions, his figure darting left and right, jumping around like a little monkey. He repeated this action endlessly, as if wanting to torture the snake demon to death. The extreme physical pain caused the green dragon snake demon to completely lose its ability to resist. It could only try to grit its teeth and endure. The green dragon snake demon finally couldn't stand it anymore. It roared in frustration. Its angry voice seemed to want to tear the sky apart. You rotten brat. What in the world are you doing in my stomach? Because it couldn't endure the harassment, the madness of Trang 13. Inside its body, the green dragon snake demon instantly condensed its entire body's blood chi, violently spitting Trang 13's body out. Trang 13 took the opportunity to escape. His body landed steadily on the ground. Immediately, a cloud of dust rose thickly. The green dragon snake demon's eyes were as red as syrup. Carrying a sky-high killing intent, it lunged straight at Trang 13, roaring heaven and earth shakingly. I'm so angry I could die. The snake demon furiously spat out a breath attack. Trang 13 was quick-witted. taking out his familiar weight plate, swinging it hard towards the move. The attack of the green dragon snake demon. The weight plate carried an incomparably powerful force, directly breaking through the air, shattering the green dragon snake's breath attack into countless pieces. The green dragon snake demon witnessed this scene. Its heart was terrified to the extreme. It couldn't help but exclaim in shock. What? Could it be that this master's breath attack was split apart by that piece of junk before it could recover its senses? The green dragon snake demon was struck accurately in the head by Trang 13's weight plate. Its mind immediately became dizzy and spinning. Seeing stars, what on earth is that magic weapon? Trang 13 was determined not to give the opponent a chance to breathe. He leapt up high, using all his current strength, taking advantage of the snake demon still being dizzy. This strike, using all his strength, slammed straight down on its head, causing it to be knocked down once again. Its giant body helplessly slammed onto the ground. Dust flew everywhere. 13's strength. The snake demon was scared out of its wits. How could he become so unbelievably strong like this? Could it be that he was really hiding his strength just now? In the next second, the terrified green dragon snake demon wanted to escape. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. But before it could escape far, Trang 13 once again threw out his familiar rope, tying the snake demon up tightly like a sticky rice cake, completely suppressing it on the spot. Trang 13 leapt into the air, his right hand raised, fist filled with killing intent, preparing to deliver the decisive blow. Snake demon! Your demon core, today I must have it. The fist. Trang 13's brutal fist, just like that, without mercy, pounded on the snake demon's head. The snake demon couldn't dodge. It could only lie helplessly and take the hits. After a round of merciless punches and kicks, Trang 13 finally succeeded, harvesting the 5th rank demon core of the snake demon, at the same time summoning the system to begin absorption. The system had just appeared. It immediately began to operate quickly, absorbing the demon core to strengthen Trang 13's physique. The system immediately displayed a new notification panel. 5th rank demon core fusion complete. Still lacking 5 attribute points, muscle strength and a 6th rank demon beast physical body. Just need 10 kilograms more of 6th rank demon beast meat, and the system can upgrade the host. Simultaneously, officially entering the immortal cultivation stage, opening the path of enhancing muscles. The scene suddenly changed, moving to a different area, deep within the vast 10,000 demon mountain range. Miss Yu's small figure was lost amidst the dense forest. The gloom made her exclaim in horror. Could it be? Could it be that this young mistress is lost again? Here, the trees and rocks everywhere seem the same. It really makes one dizzy. It's impossible to distinguish the direction. Just as the voice faded, from overhead, a strange object, tightly bound by countless white spider silks, suddenly fell, causing Yu extreme terror. 7 screams in instinctive self-defense. Yu channeled energy into her fist, deciding to use force to solve all obstacles. In front of her, the object, bound by spider silk, took the full force of a powerful punch. Its body immediately flew backwards, viciously hitting a large rock nearby. A tearing sound was heard. A corner of the tough spider silk was torn open, revealing the pale face of a young man, who had fallen into an unconscious state. Yu was surprised and observed with worried eyes. This is a human. It seems he still has some breath left. It seems this young mistress struck a bit too hard. But you are lucky to meet this bodhisattva-hearted young lady, to have a chance to be saved. While Yu was hurriedly tearing off the troublesome spider silk. From afar, amidst the dense canopy, a pair of fierce red eyes suddenly flashed. An abnormally large spider demon was secretly approaching, hiding, waiting for the right moment, seeing the prey was within range. It suddenly burst out, its giant body like an arrow, leaving the bow, carrying a fierce gale, lunging straight at Yu, intending a fatal sneak attack. Although Yu's cultivation was not high, her spiritual sense was extremely sharp. She had long sensed the hidden killing intent. She reacted extremely quickly, hurriedly pulling the unconscious man beside her. Her movement technique was as agile as a swallow gliding on the wind, narrowly avoiding the vicious attack. Thanks to that, both of them, by a hair's breadth, managed to save their lives. After escaping the spider demon's attack, Yu now had time to carefully observe the demon beast that had just attacked her. Seeing the large body and the dense demonic aura of the opponent, Yu initially felt a bit of joy, thinking to herself, "Finally, I've met a monster with some real strength like this. This young lady can finally stretch her muscles." But life is not always as one dreams. Thoughts and actions are often contrary. Just as she finished the thought, Yu hastily turned and fled. Her movements were fluid, without hesitation. Her small hand still didn't forget to drag the unconscious young man. Oh heavens! This time I'm really dead. Why did it have to be a mid-stage 5th-rank demon beast? With this young lady's 5th-level body refinement cultivation, there's no way I can fight it. Yu screamed inwardly. Her speed increased even more. While unconscious, the young man was dragged by Yu over the rough ground, his handsome face repeatedly scraped against the dirt and rocks, causing countless, not-so-light injuries. The spider demon behind was not letting up. Its large mouth opened wide, spitting out a sticky spider web with powerful force, intending to bind Yu, to stop her from escaping. Faced with the relentless attacks of the demon beast, Yu could only try her best to use her movement technique, continuously dodging. But the innocent young man behind was not so lucky. Although he wasn't directly hit by the spider silk, but during the escape, his head kept hitting, slamming hard against obstacles on the ground, making the situation even worse. In this precarious situation, Yu was extremely frustrated and couldn't help shouting, "Which way should I run? Which way is the path to survival, oh heavens?" At that very moment of crisis, a rich, fragrant aroma suddenly wafted from afar, gently entering Yu's nose, like a lighthouse in the dark night, guiding her in the direction of survival. This scent was unmistakable. It was coming from Trang 13's location. He was currently leisurely roasting meat by himself, enjoying the spoils he had just obtained, his mouth wide open, greedily biting into pieces of fragrant demon beast meat. After a fierce battle, replenishing nutrients in time is the best way to recover stamina, Trang 13 mumbled while eating, feeling a bit puzzled. This is clearly the meat of a peak 5th-rank demon king. Why this time did the system have no reaction at all? It seems as my cultivation continues to increase, the conditions for activating the system have also become much stricter. Just as Trang 13 was absorbed in enjoying his wild barbecue feast, Yu arrived just in time. Her panicked voice echoed through the forest. "Little 13, hurry and save me." Hearing the familiar voice, Trang 13 was startled and looked up, with surprised eyes, looking towards the source of the sound. He saw Yu still tightly gripping a strange young man with both hands, rushing wildly towards him. Behind her was a giant spider demon, aggressively chasing without letting up. "This hateful beast keeps chasing me relentlessly. It chased me for a long way," Yu panted, while speaking resentfully, with hateful eyes glancing at the approaching spider demon. Trang 13 didn't hesitate. He decisively stood up to face it with his current strength. He didn't even consider a 5th-rank demon beast a threat. He was seen taking a deep breath. Channeling energy into his fist, a simple punch was thrown. An unparalleled force erupted. The fierce spider demon didn't even have time to react. It was sent flying backwards. Its giant body, like a broken kite, viciously slammed into the cliff wall, making a sound that shook the entire valley. Witnessing this scene, Yu was stunned, dumbfounded. Her mouth hung open in disbelief. Stammering. A 5th-rank demon king was actually defeated in one blow just like that, easily defeating the spider demon. Trang 13 now had time to notice the young man lying face down on the ground. He was a bit curious. He stepped forward and asked, "Who is this brother?" Yu quickly replied, "Oh, he's a cultivator I rescued on the way." Trang 13 once again observed the person carefully, his gaze stopping on the clothes, which looked somewhat familiar. A trace of suspicion arose in his heart. Curious about this person's true appearance, he wanted to turn the young man over to get a closer look. But as soon as he turned the person over, Trang 13 was immediately stunned and shocked. Before him was a face covered in red syrup, swollen to the point where his original features were unrecognizable. Seeing the person's serious injuries, Trang 13 looked puzzled. What is this? Why is his face injured like this? Yu stammered. How could the little girl dare to admit it was her fault? Without hesitation, she blamed everything on the spider demon. It was all that hateful spider that injured him. Trang 13 was still worried. For you and the leader priest of unknown origin. He suggested, this place is extremely dangerous. You should quickly take this leader priest and return to the Imperial Lamb Immortal sect first. I still have some business to take care of. Yu heard this, frowned at Trang 13. Asking suspiciously, the leader priest you mentioned was also injured. Trang 13 pointed at the young man. Still unconscious. That's right, oh, no. He was seriously injured by that giant snake. Yu's face was filled with horror, looking with disbelief at the leader priest, who was no match for it. And yet, it was beaten by Trang 13. Into such a pathetic state. Suddenly remembering something important, Trang 13 suddenly shouted, "Oh, right. I almost forgot. I have some things to give you." While talking, Trang 13 was not stingy at all. He decisively took out a large amount of various demon cores, piling them up in front of you. You have a storage ring, right? These demon cores. And those 2 demon beast corpses, take them all. These things can be exchanged for a lot of intersect rewards. Looking at the pile of spoils Trang 13 displayed, Yu was momentarily dazed, asking blankly, "Did you come to this 10,000 demon mountain range to stock up on goods or what? I can't believe you managed to collect so many demonic materials." Yu tilted her head again, looking at Trang 13 puzzled. "What about you? Aren't you going back with us?" Trang 13 shook his head very seriously, replying no. "I still want to go deeper into the mountain range, to explore further, and train myself a bit. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll be able to encounter a 6th-rank demon beast again." Hearing this, Yu kindly reminded Trang 13. "I heard that in the deepest part of the 10,000 demon mountain range, a 6th-stage demon emperor is sealed. It's extremely terrifying. You must be very careful." Trang 13 heard this but wasn't worried. Instead, he reassured Yu. "Little girl, you can rest assured. My abilities are much stronger than you imagine." The scene suddenly changed, shifting to the forbidden abyss of the 10,000 demon mountain range. where celestial phenomena constantly manifested. Blood-red heavenly lightning continuously descended from the 9 heavens. If any cultivator dared to venture close, they would surely be horrified to discover that here, an earth-shattering battle was taking place between 2 powerful cultivators. With peerless cultivation, old clan leader Shen gathered all his strength. His cultivation, intending to suppress the remnant shadow of the black phoenix that was roaring violently. He slowly circulated his true essence, controlling countless ancient trees to form a giant palm. A world-shaking strike successfully smashed the black phoenix's remnant shadow. The tyrannical force caused the black phoenix illusion to slam hard into the earth and dissolve into nothingness. The black phoenix's true body appeared arrogantly, its phoenix eyes contemptuous, glancing at the old man. To actually be able to break my remnant clone. But you are just a bunch of vulgar brutes. This master has already said, I am not the demon emperor that you ants are looking for. Stop wasting my essential origin. You people have been entangled with me for nearly a month. The old clan leader clearly didn't believe it, snorting disdainfully. HMPH. With a cold grunt. Although this old man has never seen the demon emperor, but the great ancestor repeatedly warned that the demon emperor has golden feathers and is clad in black. The black phoenix suddenly felt annoyed. He suddenly remembered the appearance of the demon emperor that he himself had killed before. The old clan leader suddenly pointed behind him. His deafening voice declared, furthermore, you cannot hide from this clan. This demon suppressing flag reacts to your demonic aura, even if you transform into human form. It's all useless. The black phoenix suddenly realized the key point. It must be because this master possessed the body of that demon emperor. That's why I'm contaminated with his aura. The black phoenix's eyes turned icy, staring coldly at the old clan leader. This is all because you ants sought your own deaths. His expression changed in an instant. The black phoenix immediately unleashed a tyrannical technique, striking towards the old clan leader. An invisible soul attack directly pierced the old man's brow. With ghostly speed, the earth-shattering power of the soul attack, the old clan leader fell to the ground in defeat. Blood spurted wildly from his mouth. The clansmen beside him, horrified, witnessed this scene, rushing forward to support the old clan leader. Clan leader, are you all right? The old clan leader's body ached intensely. His eyes revealed utter horror. Looking at the enemy. This is a primordial spirit attack. Such a divine ability is extremely rare on the divine continent. Why would a demon like it dare to use it? A clansman on the side gripped tightly the demon-suppressing flag, shouting continuously. This is bad. The clan leader's soul has been damaged. We must retreat immediately and request the ancestor to come out. The entire group with the old clan leader then turned into streaks of light, fleeing quickly in disarray, escaping the black phoenix's sensory range. The black phoenix didn't bother to pursue. He stood tall like a statue, watching the cultivators flee without a trace. Only when everyone had left did the black phoenix find it hard to suppress his injuries, revealing a weakened state under the current circumstances. Unleashing a soul attack is a move that injures both sides. This master has now also consumed a large amount of primordial spirit. The black phoenix sat cross-legged and began to circulate his energy, to meditate and regulate his spirit. After that, I will hunt them down at the Imperial Lamb Immortal Sect. The group with the old clan leader, after fleeing a long distance, had reached a safe area, just as they were passing by Trang 13. In a completely unexpected encounter. After a brief moment, both sides were stunned. realizing the other's presence. In the middle of the deep 10,000 demon mountain range, the old clan leader's people saw a stranger and turned to inquire. Seeing your attire, you must be a disciple of the Imperial Lamb Immortal sect, right, little brother? Why do you dare to go so deep into this place? Trang 13 was a bit suspicious about their identities. Who are you? The other side quickly replied. We are the Mountain Guardian clan. It was us. Who issued the multi-sect mission to you? Little brother. Ahead is the territory of the 6th stage Demon Emperor. I am kindly advising you to leave this place quickly. The sooner, the better. Trang 13 asked the person. Is he really that strong? The Mountain Guardian clan members looked at their clan leader's aura, weakened, and explained with lingering fear. Our clan leader is an early-stage soul transformation expert, even using the demon-suppressing flag to restrain. He was no match. So you can imagine. Before leaving the 10,000 demon mountain range, the Mountain Guardian member kindly reminded Trang 13. You had better leave quickly. Trang 13 stroked his chin and fell into thought. A true soul transformation demon emperor. Moreover, his strength is definitely not lower than an early-stage soul transformation expert. It seems I should prepare some props. Let's see if the system has any props that can be used. Communicating with the system in his mind, Trang 13 suddenly became excited. Oh, it's this, the reward prop from the sword language competition. This seems very suitable. Returning to the spot where the Black Phoenix was sitting cross-legged, meditating to regulate its chi and blood, the keen spiritual sense of a high-level demon beast made it sense someone approaching. Trang 13 revealed himself step by step, strutting confidently towards the Black Phoenix. The Black Phoenix remained motionless, using its phoenix eyes to observe the human's movements. As soon as Trang 13 arrived, he looked arrogantly at the Black Phoenix and questioned, Are you that 6th stage demon emperor? The Black Phoenix looked at Trang 13 in disbelief, exclaiming, It's actually you. He stood in front of 13, seemingly going mad, laughing, Ha ha. It seems we really are fated. Trang 13 looked bewildered at the Black Phoenix, asking back, Have we met before? The Black Phoenix glanced at 13. His voice mixed with gratitude and disbelief. The inside of the spirit testing stone was worn down by this master over thousands of years. Yet you only needed one kick from the outside to be able to break it. Trang 13 was even more confused, not understanding what the other was saying. The Black Phoenix became more and more agitated. Usually, have you forgotten everything? You are the one who used a tyrannical fist to shatter the spirit testing stone and release this master. Hearing this, Trang 13 was startled. Realizing something, he stared at the other party without blinking. The system suddenly sent a new mission notification. Activate mission. Mandatory. Defeat the ancient Black Phoenix. Trang 13 didn't act rashly. He carefully inquired with the Black Phoenix. The Great Elder in the sect seems to have mentioned that under the spirit testing stone, an ancient Black Phoenix was sealed. Could that be you? The Black Phoenix didn't hide anything. Nodding in affirmation, that's exactly right. Trang 13 now fully understood. He understood the incident when he first joined the sect. So, the spirit testing stone being shattered by one punch wasn't entirely his fault. Hearing this, the Black Phoenix couldn't help bursting into crazy laughter. Haha, are you overestimating yourself? If not for this master's destruction from the inside, how could you alone have broken it? Facing the arrogant words ringing like thunder, Trang 13's figure shot out like an arrow, leaving the bow with astonishing speed. His body's entire power gathered in his fist. transforming into a powerful punch, fiercely striking straight at the Black Phoenix. He roared angrily, his voice like a dragon's roar. "It's because of you that I've had so much trouble." This one punch. 13 used all his strength, carrying the momentum to split mountains, aiming straight for the Black Phoenix's face. Faced with the stormy attack, the Black Phoenix remained indifferent. The corner of his mouth twitched slightly, glancing disdainfully at 13. "What kind of farce are you putting on?" Trang 13 was stunned, as if petrified. In the next moment, he only saw the Black Phoenix casually wave his hand. An invisible wave of energy instantly sent 13 flying. This terrifying power, 13 could not withstand at all. His body was like a kite with a broken string, sliding long on the ground. The hard ground was torn open into a deep trench. Watching Black Phoenix frown, with a fierce expression, blocking the ice-cold sound, declaring, "If it weren't for that group of mortals on the mountain, hindering this seat from ascending to the immortal gate, you all would have long since had your blood flowing like rivers." Then Zhuang 13 struggled to get up. Looking at Black Phoenix. Black Phoenix still stood arrogantly in the same place, with eyes as cold as sharp blades, staring fixedly at 13. "However, your arrival is considered timely. You are the first Yulin ant this seat has met after escaping the seal. In that case, be obedient and endure torture until death." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a black light, his speed as fast as lightning, unexpectedly attacking Zhuang 13. His movement technique was uncanny. In just an instant, he had closed in on 13, his hand like an iron pincer, grabbing his head. Then he used terrifying brute force, slamming Zhuang 13's head down onto the solid ground. Zhuang 13 was no pushover either. He supported himself with two hands on the ground, struggling to lift his body. He immediately channeled energy into his legs, one knee like a sledgehammer, thrusting straight at Black Phoenix's face. Black Phoenix, facing such a powerful knee strike, still received it arrogantly as if it were a breeze passing by his ear. Completely unharmed, Zhuang 13 did not flinch. He circulated his internal energy throughout his body, his fists like a continuous stormy rain, bombarding Black Phoenix. Faced with the violent fist momentum, Black Phoenix casually waved his hand lightly, gently deflecting Zhuang 13's attack. A look of contempt and mockery appeared on his face. "You are no different from those martial fools. It seems you are completely unaware of one problem." His words were not yet finished, when he suddenly struck out with a palm like lightning, hitting straight at Zhuang 13's Qi Si Dantian. Faced with such an overwhelming difference in strength, Zhuang 13 finally felt the pain, piercing to his bones. His body was once again sent flying far away, struggling and rolling on the ground. Black Phoenix proudly showed off his strong physique, arrogantly revealing, "This seat's entire body has long been covered by protective true qi. Do you think your attacks can even touch this seat? In reality, you are just scratching an itch for this seat's defensive layer. You can't even break my defense." Zhuang 13 had a bewildered look, constantly observing his opponent, exclaiming in surprise, "It's protective true qi?" Black Phoenix frowned, looking at Zhuang 13, his voice carrying a hint of appreciation. "For your physical body to be trained to this level is truly being hit twice by this seat and still standing firm. I wonder how much amusement you can bring this seat." After speaking, he once again transformed into a black light, his speed like lightning, carrying a sky full of killing intent, attacking towards 13. As soon as he approached, he threw another fierce punch, striking 13's face. Relying on his powerful ancient physique, Black Phoenix madly used his brute force, continuously bombarding Zhuang 13's body. After a round of chaotic bombardment, he finally noticed something unusual. This is strange. Black Phoenix suddenly changed his move with one kick. A sweeping kick that sent Zhuang 13 flying into the air. Following that, he raised his hand to summon heavenly lightning. The power of lightning descended from the sky, fiercely bombarding 13. Zhuang 13's body had not even touched the ground before it had to endure the violent lightning, being bombarded relentlessly. Thinking he had finished him, Black Phoenix withdrew his hand, coldly watching Zhuang 13 fall freely to the ground before his own storm-like attack. Black Phoenix's eyes widened in astonishment, looking at 13, who was still barely breathing. Why my attack still cannot kill him in a short time? Oh! Zhuang 13's whole body ached as if being torn apart. The remnants of lightning still numbed his entire body, trembling like a leaf. So painful. This pain is the first time I felt it. After awakening the system, Black Phoenix, determined to eliminate 13 again, waved his hand to summon a magic treasure. A black light tore through the air, fiercely striking his body. In an instant, a terrifying pressure suddenly arrived. Zhuang 13 was in so much pain that his 5 organs and 6 visceras felt like they were splitting open. His mouth constantly spat out fresh blood. His body could not withstand it and weakly collapsed to the ground. But Zhuang 13's will was still as firm as a rock. His eyes focused on observing the opponent. This is not good. The difference in strength is too great. If this continues, this body of mine, I'm afraid it won't hold out. The key is that my fists are completely useless against him. System, your host is in danger. Are you useless? The system's mechanical voice repeated the mandatory mission: defeat the ancient Black Phoenix. On the other side, Black Phoenix continued to launch attacks like a violent storm, constantly bombarding Zhuang 13. The powerful strength, like a raging flood and fierce beast, continuously poured down on Zhuang 13. Even though he tried his best to resist, he still had to endure countless attacks. His body, weakened to the extreme, was sent flying to a far corner. Zhuang 13's face was ashen, grinding his teeth and cursing. That trashy system is truly the most useless piece of junk in the world that I have ever seen. Hearing these words, a cold warning sound echoed in Zhuang 13's mind. Insulting the system is forbidden. Repeat offenders will be annihilated. Black Phoenix on the other side had long lost his patience. His eyes flashed with ferocious light, growling as he stared at Zhuang 13. Why are you still not dead? After speaking, he burst out with his true essence for an all-out attack, striking straight at Zhuang 13's vital point. Enduring the attack like a violent storm, Zhuang 13's body was like a broken kite string, weakly collapsing to the ground. Immediately after, he continued to roar and curse the system. Other people's systems can all help their host defy the heavens and change their fate, turning misfortune into fortune. But my system is worse than a dog. The warning was ineffective. The system was enraged. It immediately summoned heavenly lightning to descend, striking directly at Zhuang 13. In that instant, hanging by a thread, Zhuang 13 suddenly realized. A trace of slyness appeared in his eyes, his gaze locking onto Black Phoenix like an eagle. Immediately, he gathered all his remaining tattered strength and desperately rushed forward. The lightning from the sky descended as if wanting to tear apart the universe. Zhuang 13 did not hesitate. He leapt up and hugged Black Phoenix tightly, causing the enemy to be extremely terrified. In just an instant, the system's lightning had already rumbled over, fiercely striking Zhuang 13's body and simultaneously spreading transferring to Black Phoenix, causing him to scream in pain. The world-destroying power of the lightning became more and more violent, causing the surrounding ground to shake violently. Feeling the bone-piercing pain spreading through their limbs and bodies, Black Phoenix and Zhuang 13 both let out a sound, squealing like pigs being slaughtered. Black Phoenix's protective true essence layer, in just an instant, vanished into thin air. The lightning tribulation summoned by the system was terrifyingly powerful, causing the entire surrounding area to explode. After the fury of the heavenly lightning, the dense forest turned into a flat plain, leaving only a desolate ruin and thick dust. Black Phoenix, amidst the lingering white smoke, his body heavily injured, staggered out in horror, looking down at his body covered in black burn marks. Why was I attacked by lightning for no reason? It even broke my protective formation. Far away, Zhuang 13 was still lying motionless on the ground. He gritted his teeth, staring into the void where the system was located. This time you were really ruthless. You even broke his protective formation. But my current situation isn't much better. It seems it's time to use the mountain-shaking treasure. After fumbling around in his storage ring, Zhuang 13 took out a small jade bottle containing a turquoise spiritual liquid. According to legend, this spiritual liquid had the effect of strengthening the body. Within 15 minutes, the physical body's strength would increase manifold in real time. Zhuang 13 did not hesitate. He tilted his head back and emptied the jade bottle, swallowing all the precious spiritual liquid to strengthen his physical body. A few breaths later, the medicinal effect took hold. Zhuang 13 was like a tiger growing wings, leaping up, his combat power instantly soaring. Black Phoenix's face showed boundless fury, roaring like thunder. Today, I must eliminate you. Zhuang 13 spoke no unnecessary words. He directly circulated his spiritual power, his body like an arrow, rushing straight forward. He poured all his strength into one fist. This one fist contained heaven-shaking power, directly shattering the final defensive layer of Black Phoenix, fiercely striking him in the face, making the enemy dizzy. Zhuang 13 pressed his advantage, continuing to throw countless fist shadows like a stormy rain, striking directly at the opponent's face. Black Phoenix was not willing to accept defeat. He tried to circulate his true essence, his fist like a sledgehammer, counter-attacking and hitting Zhuang 13's face, causing him to stagger back several feet. Black Phoenix had a ferocious expression, laughing coldly as ice. Haha, don't think that. Just because you broke my protective formation, you can hurt me. Relying on this powerful physique, I can unleash infinite power. Approaching the heady stage, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to cast soul-devouring black flame. The black fire filled the sky, as if wanting to devour the entire space, attacking towards Zhuang 13. The attack, like a violent tornado, continuously rushed straight at Zhuang 13. Zhuang 13, in critical danger, did not panic. He clapped his two hands together, using the terrifying power from the body refining system. An invisible wave of qi spread out in all directions, easily dissipating Black Phoenix's attack. Seeing his attack being neutralized, in an instant, Black Phoenix was terrified and exclaimed, "What? What?" Zhuang 13's system sent a few lines of notification at the right time. The system believes the host has realized, based on your introductory body refining cultivation, you can easily defeat all enemies below the Washan stage. But facing opponents at the Washan level or higher will be extremely difficult. Zhuang 13, his face bruised and covered in injuries, muttered in frustration. And yet you gave me the mandatory mission to defeat him. Isn't this just asking me to die? While Zhuang 13 was distracted, Black Phoenix took the opportunity to execute a divine killing move, only attacking his divine soul. Faced with the strange and unpredictable technique, Zhuang 13 couldn't react in time and was hit instantly. Black Phoenix, having used this move, had expended a lot of essence blood. He himself was also extremely tired. Thinking he had defeated Zhuang 13, he laughed smugly. Taking a full power soul attack from me. You're finally about to have your soul scattered, right? Zhuang 13 clutched his aching head and stood up, causing Black Phoenix to be terrified. Ah, my head is splitting. The system continued to display a message. Because the difference in strength between the host and the opponent is too great, the system will grant you a hint. Reminder: it has been detected in the vicinity. There is the physical body of a 6th stage demon emperor. This may be one of the conditions for the system's upgrade. We request the host to think of every possible way to upgrade quickly. Hearing this news, Zhuang 13 felt like he had struck gold. He hurriedly used his movement technique, turning into a streak of light, leaving Black Phoenix's sight. Frantically searching for the demon emperor's body, Black Phoenix stood in place, watching Zhuang 13's figure disappear over the horizon, roaring angrily. Why? Why are you still not dead? You truly are an immortal cockroach. You make people sick. His anger exploded to the extreme. Black Phoenix directly unleashed his Black Phoenix true soul body. In an instant, his divine soul transformed into the ancient Black Phoenix Emperor's original form, his aura soaring to the heavens. Zhuang 13 was still desperately moving forward, dedicated to finding the Demon Emperor's body, determined to upgrade the system. Not long after traveling a certain distance, the corpse of the Demon Emperor, as large as a mountain, appeared before his eyes, exuding an ancient, desolate aura. Staring at the corpse before him, Zhuang 13 was slightly surprised. Could this be the physical body of the legendary 6th stage demon emperor? Immediately after, a Black Phoenix true body filled with demonic qi descended violently, causing Zhuang 13 to be stunned. In his panic, he wondered, what the hell is that? Could it be the true form of Black Phoenix? As soon as Black Phoenix appeared, he ruthlessly unleashed a destructive move, roaring his desire to completely annihilate Zhuang 13. Extinguishing heaven's lightning. The system had long issued a bright red warning. Zhuang 13 was even more terrified. This lightning power is even more terrifying than the divine punishment that descended from the system earlier. Not daring to waste even a moment, Zhuang 13 rapidly flew towards the Demon Emperor's body. He exerted all his strength, his body like an arrow leaving the bow. One hand grabbing the Demon Emperor's horn, which exuded an ancient aura. As soon as he touched the target, Zhuang 13 roared in his mind. What are you waiting for? Quickly refine and absorb it for me. At this exact moment, Black Phoenix also descended from above, with an all-out attack, intending to crush Zhuang 13 into dust. Black Phoenix's world-destroying attack did not deviate in the slightest, slamming straight onto 13's body. At the same moment, at the place where you and her group were hiding, the ancient aura belonging to Black Phoenix had spread to them. Feeling the terrifying pressure approaching, Yu's expression changed, and she hurriedly turned her head to look. This spiritual pressure, why is it so terrifying? When she saw the surrounding spiritual qi fluctuating violently, Yu's expression became even more solemn. She couldn't help but worry about Zhuang 13's safety. Little 13, are you okay? Returning to the battlefield, the terrifying pressure from Black Phoenix relentlessly tortured the body. of Zhuang 13. The extreme suffering gradually weakened him, his mind becoming hazy. His physical body and Taoist robe had already begun to show signs of disintegration under the lightning. The system roared warnings continuously. Warning. 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 This lightning technique is comparable to the tribulation lightning of a heady stage mighty figure. It far exceeds the limits of the host's physical endurance. Black Phoenix, seeing Zhuang 13 being tortured by the lightning to the point of being half dead, laughed smugly. Ha ha ha. Hit by one of my flaming annihilation heavenly lightning moves. Both your soul and body will turn into nothingness. Zhuang 13, at this time, had been burned by Black Phoenix's lightning to the brink of life and death. He weakly mumbled, Am I really about to die? In the moment of life and death, images of his loved ones, beside Zhuang 13 in this world, suddenly appeared clearly in his mind. The old ancestor, Master Manhwa, with a solemn expression. Next were Zhuang 13's father and mother. In this world. At the same time, his biological parents from his modern world also appeared clearly in 13's memory. Their every teaching, every loving gaze was deeply engraved in his heart and soul, making him remember it vividly. Zhuang 13, in an instant, burst forth with an intense will to survive, his eyes as firm as steel, looking straight ahead, facing the violent lightning. Zhuang 13 gritted his teeth and resisted, desperately searching for a chance to counterattack. Black Phoenix growled towards Zhuang 13. No matter how you struggle, it's useless. After you die, I will massacre that Yulin immortal gate. Your master, your fellow disciples, even your friends. I will slaughter them all, sparing no one. Zhuang 13's face showed boundless rage, his eyes erupting with killing intent. Images of the Yulin immortal gate disciples continued to appear. Fang Tian Shuo, Little Yu. They were all people he had met and befriended at the Yulin immortal gate. He regarded the sect as his family, not distant at all. Zhuang 13's eyes at this moment became even more resolute, wanting to live. He must live to protect everyone. Zhuang 13 ignored the lightning descending like a waterfall, and still, step by step, advanced firmly. During this process, his physical body gradually became abnormally tough. Then he raised his head coldly, growling at Black Phoenix, It wasn't easy for me to get this life. It was even harder to get this sect and friends. Speaking of this, he roared like thunder, erupting with all his potential. How can I let you easily destroy it all like this? Zhuang 13's constitution points were at that moment accumulating like a flood. Black Phoenix, seeing Zhuang 13 still stubbornly struggling and resisting, became even crazier, pouring his power, determined to crush 13. Hateful. I must use all my essence. Zhuang 13 at this moment had turned into a fierce beast, roaring madly as he confronted the lightning. This body of mine must continue to endure. His constitution points instantly reached the breakthrough threshold. The system simultaneously released a shocking announcement. Congratulations, Host 13. You have finally broken through the lightning suppressing you. After that, Zhuang 13 appeared with a completely new look. His body was rippling with muscles, every block of flesh as solid as steel. Furthermore, he used his eyes, full of boundless rage, to glare straight at Black Phoenix. The system continued to deliver new information. Congratulations, Host, for stepping onto the path of cultivation, successfully advancing to the first level of the body tempering stage. Black Phoenix, seeing Zhuang 13 still standing tall, after being hit by his killing move, shrieked in terror. How can this be? Why are you still not dead? Your physical body even seems to be able to upgrade. Damn it! I don't care anymore. After speaking, he began to burn his divine soul, wanting to perish together with Zhuang 13. Even if I have to burn my origin soul, I am determined to drag you down to hell with me. The system continued to deliver new information. For 13. Host successfully broke through the realm. The reward has been poured into the host's sea of consciousness. The new movements are not only for tempering the body, but are also effective in actual combat. Unexpectedly, while the medicinal power is still strong, go and face the enemy head-on. Zhuang 13 had an arrogant demeanor, his eyes firm as he looked up at the 9 heavens. A moment later, his body flashed, circulating his entire body's true essence, condensing his spiritual power into a battle stance, directly confronting the ancient Black Phoenix of the Phoenix clan. He madly burned his origin soul, exhausting his foundation to cast the Black Wind Demon Flame, roaring, as he rushed towards Zhuang 13. Zhuang 13 was not afraid at all. He advanced head-on, one fist carrying the newly cultivated divine ability he had just learned, violently bombarding Black Phoenix. Two terrifying forces. The destructive energy clashed violently, shaking the soul. The terrifying pressure. The sky filling destructive power and the terrifying aftershocks. In an instant, destroyed all things, leveling everything to nothingness. The strong residual force continued to rush straight up to the 9 heavens, bombarding the sky with unparalleled power. In an instant, it tore the heavens and earth apart, shattering the void, creating an extremely large spatial crack. From that crack, one could vaguely see the outer worldly heavens and earth, the world outside. But in just a flash, the space automatically closed and healed quickly. The Shoshan old ancestor, the senior of the Shoshan clan, felt this astonishing phenomenon from afar. He immediately appeared, observing the desolate, ruined scene of the Demon Region mountain range. From 100 miles away, I witnessed this desolate scene like ruins. He was suspicious. Is this truly a battle between experts? At the peak of the Washan stage? As soon as the doubt in his heart faded, he already had an answer. He took a step and flew over. The Shoshan old ancestor approached the remains of the demon emperor lying on the ground. His tattered physical body was now just an empty shell. Death chi enveloped it, all life force severed. The Shoshan old ancestor's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in horror. The demon emperor has fallen. The rumor was that the last person to enter this place was a disciple of the Yulin Immortal Gate. How could he have such terrifying cultivation? He wanted to find 13's whereabouts, so he used his divine sense, forming a hand seal to scan the spiritual chi within a 1,000-mile radius. But in the end, he didn't reap even a tiny bit of aura. The vast land had long since become desolate. Confirming something, he said to himself, I can't feel any trace. It seems his body and Tao have perished along with the demon emperor. His soul is completely destroyed. Hearing this conclusion, Yu shrieked in terror. What did you say? Brother 13 is dead? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He is so powerful, how could he have fallen? Beside her, the clan leader shouted loudly, reprimanding the little girl for interrupting. Silence! No rudeness! The Shoshan old ancestor turned to Yu gently, saying, I have used my divine sense to scan the entire Demon Region mountain range, but I truly did not detect any aura at all. The senior sister standing nearby had a lost expression, thinking to herself, he couldn't escape death in the end? But why do I feel this sense of sadness in my heart? Although we had some conflicts before, I even wished for his death. But if it weren't for him, I probably would have died in the Snake King's mouth long ago. You still refuse to accept the truth. Shaking her head violently. No. You must have sensed it wrong. Suddenly, a palm chopped down from behind onto Yu's neck. The senior sister knocked the little girl out, hoping to help her calm down from this immense blow. The senior sister then turned to look at the Shoshan old ancestor. Going out for trials has always been a matter of life and death. After returning to the sect, I will report this matter to the sect master. The Shoshan old ancestor sighed with a regretful expression. What a pity. The southern wasteland has lost such a peerless genius. Perhaps he would have been a strong candidate for the future Zantian conference. He might even have become a Hongqian immortal. Time and the sun and moon are ruthless. In a flash, 3 days had passed. At the old battlefield between Zhuang 13 and Black Phoenix, Zhuang 13, in his coma, heard desperate cries for help in his ears. Help me! Help! Zhuang 13 woke up with a start, feeling his whole body aching as if torn apart. His whole body was exhausted, his limbs weak. After scanning his surroundings for a while, Zhuang 13 suddenly saw Black Phoenix, who was in a near-death state. Black Phoenix's spiritual power was depleted at this time. He kept begging, "Save me. If I don't have a physical body to host my origin soul, I will be scattered and destroyed." Hearing these words, Zhuang 13 was stunned. You're not dead yet? Didn't you once declare you wanted to massacre my Yulin immortal mansion? Why? Save you? Isn't that just releasing a tiger back into the mountains? Black Phoenix was in imminent danger at this time. He hurriedly said to 13 earnestly, "I really don't want to die. As long as you can save me, I swear to the old heavenly venerate that you will be my master. If I dare to betray you, may the heavens annihilate me." Zhuang 13 rubbed his chin and thought deeply. Having an ancient phoenix as a mount seems pretty good. After thinking for a while, Zhuang 13 turned to look at Black Phoenix. "All right. Then what do I have to do to save you?" Black Phoenix hurriedly replied, "Just kill that beast over there. Let me use its body to parasitize, and it will be fine." Of course, the higher the stage, the better. Zhuang 13 was surprised when he heard this. A demon beast? The system reminded him at the right time. Due to the side effects of the spirit medicine, the host is currently in a weakened state. Avoid combat. Through the system, Zhuang 13 examined his own body. Indeed, he now felt that his entire body's strength had dissipated. He wanted to deal with a third-stage demon beast. He was afraid it would be a bit difficult. Zhuang 13 looked around helplessly. "You see the environment here. How can we find any beast?" Black Phoenix was extremely anxious, terrified, sweating profusely, begging, "Please save me quickly. I'm about to not hold on any longer." Zhuang 13 was helpless and continued to ponder, trying to find a solution to save Black Phoenix from his soul being scattered. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration. A brilliant idea appeared in his mind with a strange look. Zhuang 13 reached his hand into his storage ring to search. Then he threw out an object that made Black Phoenix's eyes widen, his mouth agape in utter astonishment. Zhuang 13 looked at Black Phoenix with an innocent expression. "This top-grade spirit chicken, you can use it. The Grand Elder gave it to me. I haven't even tasted it yet." Black Phoenix's true spirit moaned in dissatisfaction. "What? This is I. As a dignified ancient Phoenix true spirit, I have to parasitize. This thing? This is clearly not a demon beast, but just a wild chicken that has just molted, prepared for a cultivator's feast." Zhuang 13 sighed softly, directly declaring, "This is all there is right now. Take it or leave it. Black Phoenix's face was grim. He stared at the spirit chicken in front of him. Silent. In the end, with no other choice, Black Phoenix was forced to merge into the wild chicken's body. In just an instant, Black Phoenix's soul awakened. His eyes suddenly opened wide. Just as he was reborn, he jumped up, tilted his head back and crowed, "Black Phoenix, I am reborn." After receiving the new body, Black Phoenix continuously moved his fists and feet, testing and getting used to his current body. After just a moment, his expression became unusually excited. What is this? The compatibility of this physical body is even higher than that of the Demon Emperor's body. If my divine soul recovers a little more, and I temper this body, I feel like I can reach the peak again. But suddenly his eyes glanced at the chicken body, and he frowned again. It's just that this body is really not aesthetically pleasing at all. With that said, Black Phoenix used an illusion technique, putting on a new set of black robes. With his current appearance, Black Phoenix became even more excited. This appearance is barely passable. Ha ha. Zhuang 13, standing aside, also wanted a new robe. He ordered Black Phoenix. The clothes on my body are also tattered. Quickly conjure a new set for me. Black Phoenix frowned, his expression a bit dissatisfied. He glanced at Zhuang 13. In just a flash, Black Phoenix waved his hand, casting the spell, helping Zhuang 13 put on a set of battle armor. Seeing these clothes, Zhuang 13 shouted angrily, "What kind of monstrous clothes are these? I want my old original clothes back." Black Phoenix, resentful, reached out his hand again, continuing to cast the spell while muttering, "So many demands." After Zhuang 13 put on his old clothes, he nodded slightly, seemingly satisfied. This set looks a bit more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly his stomach rumbled with a sound like thunder, making his expression awkward. In the next second, 13 immediately took on the identity of a master, pointing and ordering Black Phoenix, "My stomach is rumbling with hunger. Go hunt some food for me." Black Phoenix immediately retorted loudly, "I am a dignified ancient Black Phoenix. You want me to be your servant?" Zhuang 13 replied faintly, "You yourself said you wanted me to be your master. Now you want to go back on your word? Do you want to be annihilated by the heavens?" Black Phoenix's attitude was full of resentment. He even spat out a mouthful of turbid air. Next, he rushed madly towards the nearby forest, searching for prey. "You wait here for me for a moment." Zhuang 13 stood still on the spot, watching Black Phoenix's disappearing figure. He finally left. After the system upgraded, I still haven't had a chance to understand its new functions. I should take this opportunity to take a good look. After opening the system, a large amount of information immediately flooded in. What caught Trang 13's attention the most was Jeet Kune Do. Looking at the information about Jeet Kune Do, Trang 13 was a bit curious. Jeet Kune Do? The system explained, this is an advanced muscle and bone training item. It has stronger practical combat capabilities. Jeet Kune Do is a comprehensive freestyle combat technique. It uses Wing Chun, boxing, and fencing as its system. It also integrates the martial arts essence of all heavens and myriad worlds. Host, please try hard to earn training points. Unlock more skills of Jeet Kune Do. Trang 13 curiously continued to learn more about the system. After a successful unlock, the system announced, scenario props enhance training effects. Comes with a hot spring, onsen, to treat physical injuries. A sauna room to enhance vital energy. And removes bodily impurities. Reading this notification, Trang 13 was puzzled, a hot spring? In that case, the backlash force, Fan V Kai Luke, on my body, can it be healed? The system immediately replied, "The hot spring is ineffective. It cannot treat the backlash force produced by special props." Trang 13 immediately summoned the hot spring for himself and sighed softly. "Oh well. After every battle, coming back to soak and recuperate. Relaxing the muscles and bones a bit is also good." He then jumped into the hot spring, comfortably soaking to recuperate and relax his muscles and bones. Recovering from minor injuries. Scene change to the nearby forest. While Hak Fuang, Black Phoenix, was hunting for prey, he was suddenly intercepted by a wolf demon, Lang Yu Qi, that rushed out from nowhere. The wolf demon laughed coldly, "Ha, in the demon beast mountain range. Why would a wild chicken, Dake, like this appear? I was having trouble finding prey. I'll use you to fill my hungry stomach first." Ha. Hak Fuang frowned, snorting contemptuously while glaring at the wolf demon before him. HMPH, just a third-rank demon beast. As soon as the words fell, Hak Fuang immediately rushed up. He lifted his leg and kicked the wolf demon straight in the face. It caused the demon beast to be momentarily dizzy and see stars. With just one simple kick, Hak Fuang defeated the wolf demon. He dragged the spoils of war, which had automatically delivered itself to his doorstep, and returned. Upon returning to Trang 13's location, Hak Fuang's expression stiffened. Hak Fuang couldn't help but wonder. He quickly asked, "Where did this hot spring come from?" Trang 13 turned to look at Hak Fuang. "You're back, huh? You've worked hard. Come in here and soak for a bit to relax." Hak Fuang stepped into the hot spring step by step, feeling a bit displeased. The dignified ancient Black Phoenix, bathing in a hot spring with a mere mortal? But just a second later, a feeling of sublimation rushed over him. It made Hak Fuang so excited he couldn't control his emotions. He shouted, "This feeling! My divine soul is gradually recovering." Hak Fuang knew this was a treasure. He wasn't stupid enough to pass up the chance. He coughed, slightly embarrassed. He declared, "Your grandpa, Da Jia, will reluctantly soak for a little longer then." Trang 13 was too lazy to argue with him. He gave an order, "Later, you go cook for me. After that, take me back to the Ngu Lam Chen Mon, Imperial Forest Immortal Gate." Hak Fuang was furious. He roared, "What? Are you treating me as your servant?" Time flies. A few days later at Ngu Lam Chen Mon in the southern border wasteland. The scene changes to Trang 13's dilapidated small courtyard at the back of the mountain. The people of Ngu Lam Chen Mon thought Trang 13 had fallen. So they prepared a spirit tablet and a grave for him. Fuang Thien Society was grieving, drinking alone in front of Trang 13's grave. "Brother, you have returned to the heavens. Then who will be their opponent? Our Ngu Lam Chen Mon is in danger of having its fortune plundered again. It's true that heaven is jealous of talented people. Trang 13, brother, why did you have to return to the heavens so hastily like this?" Just as the mournful cries had not yet faded, Trang 13 suddenly appeared. This terrified Fuang Thien Society, scaring his soul away. "It's early in the morning. Who are you wailing and making offerings for?" Fuang Thien Society looked at Trang 13. His face pale as a ghost, he exclaimed in horror, "A ghost? There's a ghost." Trang 13 raised an eyebrow and glanced at the grave in front of him. "What the hell is this? Who built a grave for me? Why do such an inauspicious thing?" Fuang Thien Society trembled as he stepped forward to check. Then he exclaimed in amazement, "Trang 13. Brother, you really haven't fallen?" Trang 13, his face dark, glanced sideways and replied, "What do you think?" Am I not standing right here? Dot. Fuang Thien Society was overjoyed, as if he had found a treasure, and stammered, "Good, that's great." Dot. I said it, without seeing the remains. How can you conclude that a person has passed away? Dot. But wait, if you're not dead, doesn't that mean you single-handedly killed that 6th-rank demon emperor? Dot. Trang 13 pondered and looked up at the 9 heavens, stroking his chin in thought. It seems it can be understood that way. These words entered Fuang Thien Soc's ears, and he was shocked. He cried out in alarm, "What? You are already monstrous enough to slay a powerhouse. At the Wa then, soul formation, stage?" Dot. Even those noble holy sons and holy maidens are only at that level. Hak Fuang at the side snorted softly. His contemptuous attitude was obvious. HMPH. These mortals from the countryside truly have shallow knowledge. Slaying a Wa then. At this age, is that supposed to be a big deal? Dot. This statement shocked Fuang Thien Society to the extreme. He then panicked. He pointed at Hak Fuang and stammered, "Chicken. This chicken just spoke human language?" Dot. Could it be? It's a 3rd-stage demon beast? Dot. Trang 13 patted Hak Fuang's head and said nonchalantly, "Yeah. It's the little brother I took in at the Van Yu Sun Ku, Myriad Demon Mountain ruins." Hak Fuang, dissatisfied, glanced sideways at Trang 13. He thought to himself, how hateful. Every time I hear him brag, I just want to fly into a rage. Fuang Thien Society was still observing Hak Fuang intently. He asked doubtfully, Little brother? Dot. Why, at first I thought it was food you had prepared." Trang 13 then recalled what Fuang Thien Society had just said. "A moment ago, you said Ngu Lam Chien Man was in grave danger. What exactly happened?" Dot. Fuang Thien Society composed himself. He looked at Trang 13 seriously and recounted the story from the beginning. "It's the Tan Fong Phi, Azure Wind sect. They took advantage of the sect master being in seclusion and the eldest senior brother, Dai Su Win, being away on adventures. They led the Huyan Chan Mon, Profound Truth Gate, to attack our sect gate." Trang 13 stroked his chin, pondering. Tan Fong Phi? Dot. Could it be because of what happened at Van Yu Sun Ku? Dot. Fuang Thien Society continued to describe the sect's situation. They used the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi, Profound Heaven Grand Assembly, as bait, luring our disciples into martial arts contests. Oh right, 13. Let's quickly go to Tinnat, Quiet Chamber, 7. Check on Tu Man's, little man, situation. When Trang 13 heard this, his expression suddenly changed. He asked worriedly, could it be she's been seriously injured? Dot. Scene change to Tu Man's quiet chamber. A dilapidated quiet chamber. The walls were riddled with cracks, hidden amidst the towering mountains. As soon as Trang 13 arrived, he rushed inside, shouting anxiously, "How is Tu Man's situation?" Dot. Lao Hu, old friend, was treating Tu Man's injuries. He was a little surprised to see Trang 13 appear. Out of sheer surprise, he blurted out, 13, you're still alive? Dot. But Tu Man, her injuries are currently extremely critical. She is still unconscious. Trang 13's face was grim as he offered a suggestion. I have a method. Perhaps I can save Tu Man. Without hesitation, Trang 13 quickly placed Tu Man into the hot spring, the one gifted by the system for recuperating. After soaking for a while, Tu Man's aura gradually stabilized. Lao Hu let out a long sigh. He said with relief, Tu Man's breathing is much smoother now. The healing effect of this spirit spring is truly extraordinary. Trang 13's expression immediately turned dark, and he questioned angrily, who was it that injured Tu Man like this? Dot. Lao Hu hurriedly replied, recounting the events. It was the chief disciple of Huyan Chan Mon, also one of the contestants of the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi. Duong Tiu, Yang Xiao. He deliberately concealed his cultivation level. He lured Tiu Man onto the martial arts arena for a match. His methods were extremely cruel. If I hadn't intervened in time, I'm afraid Tiu Man would have been more dead than alive. Trang 13 immediately pressed, is he still at the martial arts training ground right now? Dot. After receiving confirmation from Lao Hu, Trang 13 left menacingly, his aura overwhelming. Very well. I will personally go and settle the score with him. The swirling dust dissipated. What appeared before them was the Ngu Lam Chen Tong martial arts arena. The disciples were in chaos, like a broken beehive. Lu Tung Han, Lu Songxing, once hailed as a genius, was now defeated and disgraced. He lay unconscious at the edge of the platform. Duong Tiu stood arrogantly in the middle of the arena, his disdainful gaze sweeping below. I heard the manager of the Thien Tu Kak, Heavenly Character Pavilion, was famous. Turns out he's just an empty vessel, shouting loudly but can't even withstand a single move from me, Duong. Ngu Lam Chen Tong, ranked among the 36 sects. Don't you have even one decent cultivator? Dot. The old man sitting in the main seat of Huyan Chan Mon turned to the deacon elder, Chap Su Trong Lao, of the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi. His tone was sarcastic. Today, I specially invited the assembly's examiner to bear witness. If your esteemed sect cannot find any disciple, who can defeat my beloved disciple? Then this qualification spot for the assembly. I'm afraid it will have to be yielded to Huyan Chan Mon. The deacon elder's face turned pale. He inwardly cursed, damn it. I was careless and underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect them to pull a trick like suppressing their cultivation realm. I rashly accepted the bet. On the martial arts arena, Duong Tiu continued to roar and provoke. I heard. Ngu Lam Chen Tong also has a kingly, eldest senior brother. A title that implies some strength. Could it be that this time he's too cowardly to even show his face? Dot. The crowd of Ngu Lam Chen Tong disciples felt extremely humiliated. Their anger boiled over, bastards. Dot. They dare to come here and cause trouble while our eldest senior brother is in seclusion. Dot. Duong Tiu laughed heartily. His echoing voice was even more grating. Insulting Ngu Lam Chen Tong. Ha ha. As expected, Ngu Lam Chen Tong has declined to this extent. Now it only fosters a bunch of useless trash. Right at this moment, from the sky, a roar like thunder echoed down. Shut up. Dot. Accompanying it was a powerful aura that suppressed heaven and earth. It descended straight onto the martial arts arena, creating a sweeping shockwave. Trang 13 landed heroically. His eyes were as sharp as blades, his aura soaring. The disciples of Ngu Lam Chen Tong were utterly shocked. They exclaimed in unison, It's him. Trang 13. Dot. The deacon elder was also startled and horrified. His face turned pale. Trang 13? Hadn't he already fallen? Dot. Duong Tiu frowned, looking at Trang 13 with a probing gaze. Who are you? Dot. Trang 13 cupped his fist. He looked sternly at the scoundrel before him. Ngu Lam Chen Tong, inner sect new student. Trang 13. I am here today to accept your challenge. When Duong Tiu heard this, he immediately regained his arrogant and conceited demeanor. He laughed coldly and replied, Just a new inner sect student, yet you're in such a hurry to seek death? Dot. Very well, today I, Duong, will grant you your wish. I am Huyan Chan Tong's chief disciple, Duong Tiu. My cultivation is at the mid-stage Nguyen An, nascent soul, realm. The deacon elder from above hurriedly shouted a warning. Be careful. Don't be deceived by him. He is deliberately concealing his cultivation. In reality, he has already reached the late stage Nguyen An realm. The Huyan Chan Mon elder observed from the side, calculating inwardly. Such a short-sighted deacon. My beloved disciple has already broken through to the early stage Hua then, soul formation, realm. With Ngu Lam Tien Tong's eldest senior brother not here, who can possibly rival my disciple? The system in Trang 13's mind also issued a warning simultaneously. Warning. Opponent's cultivation detected at early stage Hua then realm. Host's body has not fully recovered. Please proceed with caution. Based on the system's reminder, Trang 13 looked at Duong Tiu and shouted, Good, you brat. You are really dishonest. Your cultivation is clearly at the early stage Hua then realm. Yet you deliberately hide your strength. Are you trying to lure me into underestimating you? Duong Tiu, having been exposed, showed a momentary panic on his face. What? How could you see through my disguise? The Huyan Chan Mon elder up high once again shot a cunning glance at the deacon elder. It's fine. Now that you know my disciple's true strength, you must be even more anxious, right? The deacon elder was already feeling extremely smug inwardly. He thought about Trang 13. Trang 13 was able to return safely from the hands of a 6th-rank demon emperor. Why would he be afraid of an early-stage Hua then cultivator like you? Duong Tiu's expression became even more arrogant. He stared at Trang 13. You saw through it. In that case, I'll let you witness my full strength. As he spoke, he immediately executed the Dang Tien Thuat, Vine Immortal technique. The move carried a strong wind, striking directly at Trang 13. Vines snaked forward like vipers, coiling tightly around Trang 13's arm. But it didn't cause him to show the slightest trace of fear. Duong Tiu thought he had secured victory and laughed triumphantly, ha ha. Caught you. Trang 13's face showed confusion. He frowned slightly, looking at Duong Tiu. What kind of ridiculous maneuver is this? Such an outdated move, and you're just tying yourself up. Hearing these words, Duong Tiu was stunned and amazed. His eyes widened in shock and horror. The next second, Trang 13 made his move. He swung his arm, pulling hard. Duong Tiu, before he could even react, was dragged across the martial arts arena with a look of utter horror. As Trang 13 pulled his opponent closer, he threw a full power punch. It struck Duong Tiu directly in the face. A powerful force erupted, sending Duong Tiu flying like a kite with a broken string. His body dragged painfully across the ground, and he cried out in agony. Duong Tiu clutched his face, screaming miserably on the arena, Ah! It hurts. It's killing me. Trang 13 retracted his fist and looked at it, thinking to himself, logically, that one punch should have been enough to knock him unconscious. It seems my body is still weak. Duong Tiu once again gathered all his strength. He unleashed his strongest ultimate technique, Kai Lam Na Tien, Ghostly Forest Falling Immortal. Immediately, around Trang 13, countless thorny vines erupted from the ground, attempting to trap him. Trang 13 was slightly startled. Duong Tiu, seeing his technique had trapped Trang 13, laughed triumphantly. You're surrounded. These vines are all coated in poison. Just a single scratch, and your life will be forfeit. But facing Duong Tiu's attack, Trang 13 simply dodged lightly. His movements were relaxed, as if he were practicing a movement technique. Duong Tiu was shocked and horrified. What? What kind of bizarre movement technique is this? How can he dodge all of my attacks? Trang 13 casually picked up a stone weight. He aimed it at Duong Tiu and threw it fiercely. The stone weight, Jiang Lin Fian Fi Do, whistled through the air, sharp and wind-splitting. It slammed straight into Duong Tiu's body. Duong Tiu cried out in pain. Fresh syrup, blood, trickled from the corner of his mouth. Trang 13 then took out a training rope. He tied it tightly to the stone weight and began throwing it repeatedly. His movements were leisurely, as if he were playing. Duong Tiu could only stand still and take the hits. He endured the full, terrifying damage. In just a moment, his protective formation shattered. He suffered even more severe injuries. The old man on the high platform's expression changed drastically. He roared like thunder, "Stop! Dot. Stop this instant! Dot." His figure transformed into a streak of light, rushing down from above. He caught Duong Tiu's tattered body, which was like a broken kite. As soon as he landed on the arena, the old man roared with thunderous anger, "Vicious little thief! Dot. You dare to destroy my disciples' Tao Foundation and Dantian? Dot. I will definitely not spare you. Dot." The Chan Huyan Mon elder's face was purple with rage. He raised his hand, intending to strike and punish Trang 13. Unexpectedly, the examiner from the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi suddenly appeared. He blocked him. "Wait. Once you step onto the arena to fight, life and death are determined by fate, wealth and honor by heaven. A loss is a loss. What more is there to say? Dot. According to the established rules, this qualification spot for the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi, from now on belongs to Ngu Lam Chen Mon." Hearing this, the Chan Huyan Mon elder choked, unable to utter a word in rebuttal. He was so hateful he wished he could shatter the very void. Resentfully, he threw the qualification token to the ground as if discarding rubbish. Trang 13's eyes were sharp as torches. His hand flashed out and grabbed the token. He looked at the item he had just obtained with a dazed expression. He couldn't help but ask, "What is this?" Dot. Lao Zhao, old ugly, had already sidled up, laughing, "Haha, congratulations, 13. Congratulations, little friend. You've only been in the sect for a few months and you've already relied on your own strength to snatch a qualification spot for the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi. Your future is limitless. This golden jade tally is the token for participating in the assembly. Just drip your syrup, blood, to claim ownership, little friend, and you will naturally become an official contestant." Trang 13 was still dazed and confused. He glanced at Lao Zhao and asked, So, does this mean I don't have to risk my life to accumulate study credits anymore? Dot. Lao Zhao frowned, looking at Trang 13 as if he were an idiot, and replied, "No need. Your strength has proven everything. Study credits are bullshit." After hearing this, Trang 13's eyes lit up. He roared with excitement in the middle of the arena. "That's wonderful. Ha ha ha." Dot. Time flew by. A few days later, the sect master, who had been in seclusion for cultivation, finally returned to the sect. As soon as he returned to the Ngu Lam sect gate, the majestic sect master immediately summoned all the disciples. His powerful voice echoed, "I, Ban Toa, was in seclusion to attend a council. I have now returned to officially announce, the trial, by gun, secret realm, has shown signs of opening, 1 month ahead of schedule. The southern qualifiers for the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi will officially begin. Considering that some disciples who participated in the previous qualifiers were seriously injured and have not yet recovered, I have decided to directly announce the list of participants from Ngu Lam Chen Mon this time. The first person, Duong Dik, Tang Yi, the number 1 strongest in Ngu Lam Chen Mon. The second person, Yu Nam Kung Man, Yao Nangong Man, the one at the top of the leaderboard, who earned points by venturing through the Van Yu, Myriad Demon, mountain range. And the last one is Trang 13. The absolute winner, who seized the qualification spot from Huyin Chan Man. After the announcement to the entire sect, Nam Kung Hoang, Nangang Huang, led Trang 13's group to a mountain near the sect and slowly explained. This is your first time participating in the qualifiers. I will give you a brief introduction to the secret realm. This secret realm is called Thien Mo Chung, Heavenly Tomb Bell. It is rumored to be the Tao field of a great power, at the Do Keep, tribulation transcending, realm. That great power failed their ascension, but when they fell, their Tao Yun, Tao charm, not only did not dissipate, but instead condensed into a secret realm. Don't think that just because you are in this wasteland, you are the strongest. In this qualifier, you absolutely must not be careless or underestimate the enemy. This is a battle for the entire Nam Kin, Southern Mirror, region. Nam Kin is vast and boundless. The wasteland is just a tiny corner, like a grain of sand in the ocean. In Nam Kin, there is Huyin Chan Man, ranked 15th among the 36 sects. Lin Tu Man, Spirit Beast Gate, ranked 20th. Hao Thien Man, Vast Heaven Gate, ranked 3rd. And there are also Kiem Dao Tong, Sword Dao Sect, and Huyin Ha Phi, Profound River Sect, of the 4 major sects, and 3 special factions. The 4 great Thien Kiu, heavenly prodigies, of Nam Kin, are also participating in the qualifiers this time. Trang 13, with a curious expression, turned to Nam Kung Hoang and asked, "Who are the 4 great heavenly prodigies?" Nam Kung Hoang looked towards Duong Dik, motioning for him to explain. Duong Dik replied solemnly and explained slowly, "The 4 great heavenly prodigies are, respectively, Kiem Vo Tuyat, Jian Wuju, Ta Trong En, Xie Chang'an, of Kiem Dao Tong, Jiang Mang Gao, Zhang Mengjiao, of Huyan Ha Phi, and Vien Thien Chin, Yuan Tianzheng, of Hao Thien Man." Except for Vien Thien Chin, who is only at the Wa-Then stage, the other 3 have all entered the Hop, the body integration, stage. Especially Kiem Vo Tuyat. It is said he has already broken through to the mid-stage Hop the realm. Trang 13's gaze was firm as he glanced at Duong Dik. He thought to himself, mid-stage Hop the? Last time I fought Hak Fuong, I had to rely on the system's buff, Bap He Thong, and special medicinal ingredients, to barely win. If I don't seize the time to cultivate, the chances of winning against a Hop the stage cultivator are probably not high. Tu Man showed a worried expression and exclaimed in alarm, "This is bad." Then are we doomed? We are only at the 9th level Dong, the body tempering stage. Nam Kung Hoang's gaze focused on Yu. He pondered, Tu Man's constitution is indeed very strange. Although her physical body is strong, comparable to the late-stage Kim Dan, Golden Core, realm, she finds it difficult to break through to the Luyen Qi, Qi refining, stage. After a moment of contemplation, Nam Kung Hoang turned to look at 13. He said, "Trang 13, you also major in body cultivation. Perhaps you can guide Tu Man a little. It might provide some help for this secret realm qualifier." Trang 13 was a bit surprised. He quickly asked, "Guide? What does the sect master mean?" Time passed like a fleeting shadow. The peaceful scene shifts to Tu Man's quiet chamber. Tu Man eagerly urged 13, "Hurry up, Tu 13, hurry up. Teach me those bizarre movement techniques. Don't be so stingy." Trang 13, opposite her, frowned in thought. The movements unlocked by the system, are they effective for other people? Just as Trang 13 was feeling doubtful, the system's cold voice rang out. Master-disciple contract has been officially bound. The deeper the bond, the more refined the ability to transmit movements. The disciple can comprehend the mysteries of the Ko Nhuc Tu Tien Fap muscle cultivation method from it, and reap countless benefits. Trang 13 glanced at the text. He understood 70 to 80% of it and opened his mouth to say, "All right. If you want to learn, you can. But, Tai Tai, older sister, you must, Bai Su, pay respects to me as your master, Su Fu. After all, this is my ancestral secret technique. It cannot be casually revealed to outsiders." When Yu heard this, an exasperated look appeared on her delicate face. She glanced at Trang 13 and said softly, "Pay respects to you as master? I am your senior sister, Su Tai." But Trang 13 calmly held out his hand in front of Yu. His tone was firm. "It doesn't matter. We can separate public and private matters." Hearing Trang 13 say this, Yu thought for a long time. Then her eyes lit up with excitement. She said, "It's not impossible." At the same time, the system once again issued a notification. Master-disciple contract successfully bound. The thwat, body technique, transmission function has been officially unlocked. Trang 13's expression became solemn. He continued to explain the movements and Cao Kui, verbal formulas. "From now on, you must remember this well. I, as your master, will only demonstrate it once." After speaking, Trang 13 began to teach Tu Man the warm-up movements for her muscles and bones. Step forward, left foot first, 1 step. Trang 13 then stretched his body, raising both hands high above his head. Next, circulate your qi, breathe evenly, stretch your shoulders, and loosen your bones. After a painstaking teaching session, Trang 13 returned to his quiet chamber at the back of Ngu Lam Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he quickly opened the system interface to check. "I've finally finished teaching the Duang Sin the Thwat, health-preserving body technique. Next is the time for my own hard cultivation. The Lu Yen Kong, practice, movements function has unlocked proficiency. Not only can it enhance movement techniques and footwork, it can also increase physical, strength. Increasing physical strength is the most solid way to consolidate one's cultivation foundation. Currently, for the Bak Chien Kien Kin, 100 Battles Fist Classic, the system has unlocked countless essential movements. But to fully comprehend them requires consuming a large amount of training points. But before the Huyan Thien Tin HOI qualifiers begin, I should still prioritize unlocking movements with higher, practical combat value." And so, Trang 13 began to focus on arduous training. He practiced his body techniques painstakingly, strengthening his combat power day and night. Day after day, he relentlessly lifted din, cauldrons, to train his strength. He increased the difficulty every day. At the same time, he diligently practiced sparring with Hak Fuang. Finally, after 2 months, the Thien Mo, Heavenly Tomb, Secret Realm officially opened. The Huyan Thien Tin HOI qualifiers in Nam Kin also began accordingly. Scene change to the teleportation formation area of Ngu Lam Chen Tong. Nam Kung Hoang, Sect Master, personally appeared this time. She led Trang 13's group to the qualifier competition. This time, I, Ban Toa, will personally command. Everyone, follow me into the teleportation formation. Nam Kung Hoang's gaze unintentionally swept past Trang 13. But her attention right now was completely focused on Hak Fuang. "Why is there an ONHA, crow, mixed into our team?" Trang 13 immediately explained, reporting to the elder. "This is my Lin Sung, spirit pet. I heard that bringing a spirit pet to participate in the competition does not violate the rules." After saying that, Trang 13's face fell, showing some dissatisfaction. He said, "This stinky crow just insisted on following me day and night, begging me for half a month straight." Hearing this, Hak Fuang turned his head to look at Trang 13 and replied, "Yes. The secret realm has countless opportunities. Perhaps there will be something to help me recover my strength. Trang 13's group immediately proceeded boldly. They entered the Ngu Lam Tien Tong's teleportation formation. All right. Time is precious, let's depart quickly. In just a moment, the Ngu Lam Tien Tong's teleportation formation was activated by Nam Kung Hoang. It only took a few breaths. They had passed through the spatial formation. They moved to the qualifier area of the Huyan Thien Tin Hoi. As soon as they arrived, what struck their eyes was a vast, endless sea of people. Trang 13 couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What is this?" The number of participants in the Secret Realm qualifier, is this massive? Nam Kung Hoang walked while explaining Trang 13's doubts. After all, this is the Nam Gun, Southern Border, qualifier. The number of large and small sects and noble families is countless. As long as it's a cultivation sect within the cultivation world system, they can all receive at least one participation qualification. Suddenly, a strange voice transmitted from the distance. It startled Trang 13. "Haha, I've finally been waiting for you." Trang 13 heard the voice but saw no one. He put on an arrogant expression and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who is secretly talking to me?" That voice rang out again, its tone even more gloomy. "This is the Secret Realm. I will definitely have the chance to, Tin Gao, ask for pointers, challenge your, Sao Chu, high-level moves." Trang 13's eyes darted around, his expression agitated. He shouted repeatedly, "Thou, damn! Stop pretending to be mysterious. Who on earth is skulking around?" Right at this moment, a Mong Deen, veiled woman suddenly appeared right at Trang 13's feet. "What, ghost? This Ban Ko Nun, this young lady, is standing right in front of you." After speaking, she turned and left, leaving behind a cryptic sentence. "I am really looking forward to your performance. You had better not disappoint me." Trang 13's face stiffened, his expression baffled. Who on earth is this person? How bizarre. While Trang 13 was still bewildered, from the crowd of cultivators behind, another commotion arose. "Look quick! The people from Kiem Dao Tong, Sword Dao sect, are here." Trang 13 curiously turned his head to look in the direction the crowd was shouting. Before his eyes, the gate, the teleportation formation of some mysterious force, slowly materialized. In an instant, a group of people with soaring momentum and arrogant postures stepped out of the teleportation formation. Duong Dick glanced over, already understanding their identity. They are the people from Kiem Dao Tong. The teleportation gate once again shone brightly. A group of female cultivators had just appeared, and the crowd immediately erupted in earth-shattering cheers. The Chen Tu, fairies, of Huyan Ha Phi, Profound River Sect, have arrived. Trang 13's gaze was astonished, and he couldn't help but marvel, such a large number of people. Nam Kung Hoang spoke with a serious expression, ordinary sects only get one qualification spot. The upper 36 sects can obtain 2 spots. But the 4 major sects and 3 factions alone are favored with 4 spots each. Right at this moment, from afar, a figure glided over. It was the examiner of the Grand Gathering. A voice like rolling thunder echoed everywhere. "Esteemed Taoist friends, please remain silent. This humble Taoist is the examiner of the Secret Realm for this test. My Tao title is Tiu Huyan Tu. Since you are all gathered, this humble Taoist will announce the test rules. This Secret Realm allows cooperation. Any cultivator below the integration realm can activate the Jade Slip in their hand to enter the Secret Realm. This Jade Slip contains a life-saving protection array. It can help you block one fatal blow. At the same time, the Jade Slip will also shatter. A shattered Jade Slip means elimination, forced to leave the Secret Realm. Within the Secret Realm, there are countless spirit treasures and immortal opportunities. Especially the Tao fire condensed from Tao rhythm. Absorbing the Tao fire not only increases cultivation but also offers a chance to comprehend the Tao. If the Tao principles match your specialized cultivation technique, it's like adding flowers to brocade. But the Tao fire comes from the heavenly tomb, and its quantity is limited each time. Therefore, this test will select the top 5 who collect the most Tao fire to advance directly to the next round. Of course, Taoist friends who do not advance should not be discouraged. You can still find legacies or great treasures. This trip will absolutely not be in vain. Lao Tiu waved his sleeve. The secret realm's teleportation gate slowly opened. Everyone, please enter the secret realm in order. The teleportation location is completely random. The crowd of cultivators participating in the great gathering immediately boiled with excitement, scrambling to step through the teleportation gate and enter the secret realm. Trang 13 did not delay either. He bid farewell to Duong Dik and immediately followed. Everyone, Trang Mo, Trang, will go first. Duong Dik shouted a warning from behind. Little brother, be careful. Don't be reckless. Trang 13 and Hak Vong strode to the teleportation gate. In just a flash, Trang 13's figure was teleported to a desolate land within the secret realm. As soon as he stabilized himself, he immediately scanned his surroundings. So this is the Thien Mo, Heavenly Tomb, secret realm. Just then, 2 unfamiliar figures appeared in front of him, along with their mounts. Trang 13 raised an eyebrow in surprise, sensing the opponent's aura. The stranger on the spirit beast spoke arrogantly from above. My NDT0 luck is good. Just met up with my fellow disciples and already encountered an opponent. Trang 13 frowned slightly, somewhat puzzled. Isn't the teleportation random? How could you gather into a team of 5 so quickly? The 2 strangers replied with arrogance. We are disciples of the Lin Tu Mon, spirit beast sect. Our spirit beasts can sense the aura of our allies, even from 10,000 miles away. This time, our luck was good. The teleportation locations weren't too far apart. Looking at your combination, you must also be a beast tamer. The Lin Tu Mon disciple suddenly burst out laughing, his tone extremely mocking, which made Hak Fuang's flames of anger rise. Haha, someone actually uses a wild chicken as a spirit pet. It really makes people laugh their teeth off. We are from the 10th ranked sect, Lin Tu Mon. Eliminating one competitor increases our own chances of victory. After speaking, they urged their spirit beasts to charge fiercely at Trang 13. Kill him, Thien Duc Su Vong, Heavenly Winged Lion King. Hak Fuang showed no fear, charging forward to meet the attack, its eyes filled with killing intent. You dare look down on this K-Da, chicken grandpa. You are just seeking death. Hak Fuang was like a fiery streak of light, crashing directly into the Thien Duc spirit beast, causing it to scream in pain. Before the opponent could react, Hak Fuang continued to swing its sharp claws, kicking the spirit beast straight in the face. The 2 Lin Tu Mon disciples witnessed this scene, their faces showing shock and disbelief. What is happening? Outside the secret realm, countless martial artists were still observing the teleportation gate. In the next second, the 2 Lin Tu Mon disciples, having been beaten black and blue by Trang 13 and Hak Fuang, were simultaneously eliminated from the secret realm. The crowd participating was astonished, exclaiming, "Someone got eliminated already? Teleported out? Not all contestants are even in yet, and someone's already eliminated." Moreover, it's disciples from the 10th ranked sect, Lin Tu Mon. Lao Tiu's face showed a hint of interest. This selection seems to be very exciting. Duong Dik also looked a little worried when he saw the Lin Tu Mon members eliminated. I must be more careful. Back to Trang 13's situation. He was now lost in a deserted valley, looking a bit bewildered. Trang 13 glanced at Hak Fuang. I have no idea where to go to find Dao fire now. Hak Fuang looked serious, slowly analyzing. If the Dao Qi is formed from the condensation of death, perhaps we should search in places near tombs. While he was still pondering with Hak Fuang, suddenly, a six-colored streak of light appeared in the sky, flashing past Trang 13's head at lightning speed. This made Trang 13 very surprised. What was that? Just as he spoke, three more figures appeared from behind, in full pursuit of that six-colored streak of light. Hak Fuang had also recognized its aura. That is Dao fire. And it's being chased by others. Trang 13 and Hak Fuang saw this and immediately activated their movement techniques, chasing after the trail of the Dao fire. Let's go check it out. The Dao fire continued to flee chaotically, its speed reaching the extreme, deftly dodging all attacks. Just then, another figure appeared, blocking its path. You can't escape. That man approached the Dao fire, immediately forming hand seals, and urged his spirit power to activate the trapping formation he had set up in advance. In an instant, the Dao fire was completely imprisoned, locked tightly within the invisible formation. After a long chase, the group of three finally succeeded in capturing the Dao fire. We finally caught you. This thing really knows how to run. Just then, another voice suddenly rang out, startling the whole group. Thank you all for your assistance. The newly appeared disciple of the Qiam Dao Tong, Sword Dao sect, arrogantly issued a threat. I'll give you two choices. 1. Be immediately eliminated from the secret realm. This Dao fire belongs to me. 2. Hand it over yourselves, and I will let you leave. The group of three's expressions changed drastically in horror as they recognized the other party's identity. He's from the Qiam Dao Tong. You bastard. How dare you steal the fruits of our labor? The Qiam Dao Tong disciple maintained his arrogant expression. Decide quickly. This venerable one has no patience. Faced with the opponent's threat, the group of three looked worried. His cultivation has reached the early spirit transformation stage. Even if the three of us join forces, we have little chance of winning. The Qiam Dao Tong disciple frowned again and shouted, insulting his opponents. A bunch of rabble from no-name sects. You don't even have one spirit transformation realm expert, yet you dare to dream of resisting me? As soon as the words fell, a heaven-shaking impact and explosion spread through the air. In an instant, the aura of the group of three was shattered. Their bodies, like broken kites, slammed hard into the solid ground. All three immediately fell into a state of extreme weakness. Damn it! The gap between nascent soul and spirit transformation is indeed like heaven and earth. After attacking, the Qiam Dao Tong disciple landed arrogantly, standing before the group of three. He revealed a malicious expression, slowly drawing his sword. It's time for you all to meet your end. Suddenly, beside him, a large rock flew towards him with a fierce wind. The Qiam Dao Tong disciple hurriedly dodged. After avoiding the attack, he roared angrily. Who dares to sneak attack this venerable one? Trang 13's arrogant voice echoed from the high mountain top. You dog thief! Relying on your high cultivation to steal others' achievements, and you still dare to speak so brazenly? The Qiam Dao Tong disciple frowned, feeling somewhat smug. In this cultivation world, the strong are revered. The strong set the rules. With that said, he directly thrust his sword towards Trang 13. Just a lowly cultivator, and you dare obstruct my path of cultivation? Facing the fierce sword momentum, Trang 13's expression was unchanged. He gently pinched the sword's tip with 2 fingers. With just the slightest force, the sword in the opponent's hand shattered. This scene horrified the Qiam Dao Tong disciple, his face pale and in utter panic. What? What is this? Trang 13 simultaneously launched a fierce punch. You said it yourself. Trang 13's full power punch carried world-destroying power, brutally descending on the enemy's face. The powerful force created terrifying pressure, sending the opponent's body crashing through layer after layer of mountain rock. Finally, his life-saving jade tablet shattered. He was officially eliminated from the secret realm by Trang 13, his figure vanishing from the heavenly tomb. The group of three witnessed the scene before them, stunned, speechless, unable to believe their eyes. One punch? He was defeated with one punch? The three immediately hurried over, bowing in salute to Trang 13. Thank you, little brother, for your help. In this day and age, righteous cultivators like you are truly rare. Trang 13 looked a bit dazed, turning to look at the people beside him with a confused expression. What? What are you talking about? Finally, Trang 13 raised his head high, yelling heroically. I am a robber. Hand over the Tao fire now. At Trang 13's words, the group broke out in a cold sweat, terrified. What? What? After all that? In the end, Trang 13 had successfully snatched the Tao fire from others' hands. So this is Tao fire? Hak Fuang immediately reminded him. Quick, store it away. Stop others from eyeing it. Trang 13 frowned, stroking his chin. Store it? How do I store this thing? Hak Fuang looked at 13 excitedly. Just put it in your storage ring. Trang 13's face darkened, stammering, not knowing how to answer Hak Fuang. Hak Fuang saw Trang 13's expression and was truly exasperated to the extreme, finally yelling straight at his face. You really don't have a storage ring? Trang 13 looked at Hak Fuang blankly. I don't have one. I don't even have spiritual power, so how could I use that thing? If I had known, I would have stripped those guys clean before they were eliminated. Hak Fuang frowned helplessly at 13. If that's the case, we can only find a hiding place and absorb it first. Trang 13 again looked blank, propping his chin up. Absorb it? I don't have spiritual roots either. How can I absorb this thing? Maybe just let nature take its course? After a moment of contemplation, Trang 13 made another suggestion. Considering you acknowledged me as your master, how about I let you absorb this Tao fire first? Hak Fuang was extremely surprised to hear this. Really? Really? I'm so touched. At the same time, in a mysterious small world, two other cultivators had joined forces to obtain a mass of Tao fire essence. One of them laughed loudly, his voice filled with smugness. Haha, I never expected to have the good fortune to catch Tao fire in such a remote mountain wilderness. Isn't this the favor of the heavens? Suddenly, a strange sound like thunder exploded nearby, causing the two to jump in fright. What was that? So early? A tall figure, large as a mountain, suddenly appeared. It was Yu, she arrogantly shouted. Leave the Tao fire and get out of my sight immediately. The two men were extremely shocked, hurriedly turning their heads to investigate. One of them shouted, Who dares to be so impudent? Yu raised her head arrogantly, standing on a high, precarious cliff, and threatened loudly. If you obediently leave the Tao fire, perhaps this great miss will spare your dog lives. The cultivator below looked bewildered, constantly sizing up Yu. Where did this brat crawl out from? Her cultivation is only at the mere body-tempering realm. Truly a frog in a well. We are nascent soul experts. How dare a cultivator of your level threaten us? Yu sneered, her eyes flashing with a strange light as she glanced at the people before her. In an instant, her figure blurred into an afterimage, pouncing forward as fast as lightning, launching a preemptive strike. The man facing her saw Yu's terrifying speed, his face filled with horror. Yu condensed her true chi into one hand, forming a fist that carried a howling gale. Her other hand swung up, slapping him across the face like the sky itself. It made him unable to dodge, even with his great abilities. The remaining man's face was pale with terror, his heart filled with dread. This palm strike is so domineering. Is this the power of body refinement? The man who was just hit was sent flying several yards by the powerful force, tumbling on the rocky ground. Finally, he hurriedly formed seals and chanted, summoning a golden light shield to protect his body. This little girl has some skill. But your realm is still far beneath this venerable one. Let me see if you have the ability to break my golden light shield. Yu bizarrely appeared behind the opponent. Her two hands joined like a sword, striking hard at his vital weak point. Under this extremely brutal pressure, the opponent's face twisted in agony, and he cried out miserably. How did she find my weak point so quickly? My golden light shield is completely broken. Before the opponent could catch his breath, Yu pressed her advantage, launching a stormy kick straight at his backside. At the secret realm's teleportation gate, where countless cultivators were gathered watching, the two cultivators who had just fought Nam Kung Man had already been miserably defeated and forced out of the Thien Mo secret realm. The crowd outside was extremely surprised to see this scene. Why is the elimination rate so fast this year? Could it be because of the appearance of the four great prodigies, leading to unusually fierce competition? Lao Tiu stroked his beard, contemplating the secret realm. It's not just the saints and saintesses of the Nam Gun Hoang Vuch, 5 regions barren lands. Most of the holy lands from various domains have also come out for experience. This year is truly a year where prodigies from all over contend for supremacy. Talents are emerging in droves. Just then, the aura of the Thien Mo secret realm's teleportation array fluctuated. A disciple, battered and covered in wounds, was directly expelled from the Thien Mo secret realm. An old man in the crowd recognized the newcomer's origin. Isn't that Vien Thien Chin of the Hao Thien Mon, vast heaven sect? The sect ranked 3rd among the 36 sects? Vien Thien Chin is at the late spirit transformation stage and is the 4th-seeded contestant in this selection. Why was he eliminated from the secret realm so early? Could it be that he encountered the prodigy from Kiem Dao Tong or the Huyan Ha Phai, Mystic River sect? Lao Tiu smiled faintly and explained. Perhaps. The Thien Mo core ground, besides containing Dao fire essence, is also a sacred cultivation ground for demon beasts. I heard a rumor long ago that a 6th-stage demon emperor was sealed within the Thien Mo core ground. After several decades, I fear it has already broken through to the 7th-stage demon venerable. The surrounding old men were horrified upon hearing this. A demon venerable? Isn't that equivalent to the integration realm? Lao Tiu frowned and replied. Exactly. When a demon beast reaches the demon venerable realm, its form changes unpredictably. A demon venerable beast has already reached the stage of transforming its shape, making it difficult to distinguish from humans. The scene changed to the mysterious woman who had met Trang 13 earlier. She was walking arrogantly through the secret realm. She still looked down on the participants. Truly too weak. He even called himself Vien Thien Chin, one of the 4 great prodigies of the southern region. I almost killed him by accident. Trang 13's image appeared in her mind. I hope you won't disappoint me. At the same time, Trang 13 was frantically plundering resources from others. This is a robbery. Hand over your storage rings and Dao fire essence to me. Just like that, countless cultivators were defeated by him and expelled from the Thien Mo secret realm. All of them were stripped clean by him. Finally, one more person resisted to the death, refusing to submit to Trang 13. With a tragic expression, he stared helplessly at him. Why is this person so strong? Why have I never heard of this expert in the southern region? Trang 13's face was cold as he continued to shout. Still not handing over your storage ring and Dao fire? The man quickly took out a signal flare. It seems only Senior Brother can subdue this person. As he took it out, he activated the signal flare, shooting it straight into the air. The signal flare tore through the wind, flying high into the sky, carrying his call for help to his fellow sect members. Trang 13 looked up blankly. Why are you setting off fireworks in broad daylight? The man's face showed a smug expression. This is the specially made distress signal of my Kiem Dao Tong. It's specifically used in secret realms with spatial restrictions. Thinking for a moment, he used all his strength to flee, trying to stall for time until reinforcements arrived. As long as I can delay you for a while, senior brother will come to rescue me. But unexpectedly, in the next moment, Trang 13 blocked his path. In an instant, Trang 13, in an arrogant posture, locked the enemy's head with a grip like iron pliers. His voice was as cold as thousand-year-old ice. My patience has run out. Immediately, his whole body's power erupted in a world-shaking blow. The opponent's body, like a broken kite, slammed into the barren rock. In a flash, the storage ring had quietly fallen into 13's hand. Ha ha! I'll take this. The Kiem Dao Tong disciple only then regained his senses, utterly horrified, staring at 13. What? What? You? When did you take it? Was it in that brief moment of exchange? How? How can your speed reach such a realm? He roared angrily, standing in the desolate secret realm, looking at 13 with hateful eyes. Damn! Damn it! Suddenly, from deep underground, a terrifying giant beast burst through the ground. It opened its abyss-like mouth, wanting to swallow the Kiem Dao Tong disciple. Countless bizarre tentacles waved around, each touch on the ground causing a terrifying earthquake. The Kiem Dao Tong disciple was terrified, his face pale. What? What is this? Before he could react, the demon beast's tentacles wrapped around him like lightning, draining his life force. Fortunately, his protective jade tablet activated. He barely managed to save his life, turning into a white light and being expelled from the Thien Mo secret realm. Trang 13 landed lightly, observing with a solemn expression. This secret realm actually has such a huge demon beast. Hak Fuang's steady voice rang out, explaining. Perhaps it existed here before the secret realm was formed. It continuously absorbed the dense spiritual qi, allowing it to evolve to this level. This aura is at least at the peak of a demon emperor. Before the words were finished, a huge tentacle, like a pillar, swept fiercely towards 13. Facing the sudden attack, 13 frowned. A casual blow can easily crush rocks into fine powder. With a nimble body like a phantom, 13 easily dodged the attack. While moving, he thought smugly. Since breaking through to the body tempering stage, I haven't had a chance to test my skills. This NDT-0 enemy is just right for practice. Hak Fuang didn't want to get entangled and reminded him coldly. Killing demon beasts doesn't increase points. No need to waste time. Trang 13 didn't answer, directly stomping fiercely on the demon beast's tentacle. Hak Fuang was startled. 13's eyes were as steady as a blade. Don't you want to taste grilled tentacles? Hak Fuang was stunned upon hearing this. Eat it? The essence blood of a 6th stage demon emperor is indeed very beneficial for restoring my strength. It can also strengthen this body. Hak Fuang finally wavered. All right then. Make it quick, to avoid complications. While they were talking, the demon beast's tentacles attacked 13 again like a storm. The terrifying force, like a mountain, struck 13's body, sending him sliding back on the ground. The aftershock was earth-shaking. But facing the 6th stage demon emperor's pressure, 13 seemed completely unharmed. He circulated his true essence. His right fist, like a dragon's roar or tiger's hiss, condensed power. A world-shaking punch struck out, directly shattering the demon emperor's tentacle. Feeling the excruciating pain, the 6th stage demon emperor roared, its voice shaking the 4 directions. The ground around it cracked continuously. In just an instant, the 6th stage demon emperor's huge body burst from the ground, revealing its bizarre and ferocious true form. Trang 13 smiled contemptuously, looking straight at the beast. So it's just an ordinary squid demon. The squid demon was enraged. Its tentacles rained down like a storm, frantically attacking 13. But facing the barrage of attacks, 13 executed a strange footwork, like a gentle health exercise, easily dodging all attacks. The force of the attacks devastated the ground. Amidst the thick dust, 13 leapt high into the air. His ghostly movement technique stunned the squid demon. The squid demon roared in anger. Its entire body's spiritual power erupted, condensing in its giant mouth, preparing a fatal blow. Sixth stage Demon Emperor. Trang 13's expression was grave, staring straight ahead. In the dangerous moment, a light flashed in his mind. He took out a weightlifting plate and blocked in front of him. Boom! The terrifying force collided with the weight plate, causing it to vibrate violently, but it firmly blocked the attack. But the force was too strong, pushing Trang 13 back 100 yards. Hak Fuang appeared behind the beast just in time. Lightning magic condensed as he struck out with a palm. With a calm demeanor, Hak Fuang said indifferently, "It seems it's just a sixth-stage demon emperor that hasn't developed intelligence." "How rare!" Trang 13 shouted from afar. "Don't interfere." Hearing this, Hak Fuang helplessly retreated. A cloud of black smoke enveloped Hak Fuang, transforming him into a black chicken. He waddled away, shaking his rear. "Suit yourself. Then I'll just sit back and reap the rewards." The sixth stage demon beast's tentacles coiled again like vipers. In a flash, they had tightly bound Trang 13, surprising him with the terrifying control. Trang 13 struggled, trying to break free, angrily shouting, "Damn it! My whole body is bound. I can't use my strength." Hak Fuang from afar, his eyes sharp as daggers, locked onto Trang 13. His deep voice echoed, "If you need help, just ask." On the other side of the battlefield, Trang 13 was in a perilous situation. The sixth stage Demon Emperor opened its fang-filled mouth, like an abyss, condensing demonic power for a life-ending blow. But Trang 13 remained unusually calm. His eyes closed, his mind firm. "I can only use that ultimate move. This is a fist technique that erupts with world-shaking power in an instant." The system's cold but useful voice rang in his head. "Taoist friend, clench your 5 fingers. Circulate your tendons and bones. Comprehend how to control the spiritual energy flowing to every muscle cell. When punching, simultaneously rotate your wrist to increase penetration. Push muscle contraction speed to the limit, creating short but sharp energy waves." Following every esoteric mantra of the divine technique, Trang 13 erupted with a punch. The power swept out like a storm, directly blasting open the tough flesh of the sixth-stage Demon Emperor. Feeling his own power reaching this level, Trang 13 couldn't help but feel an indescribable smugness. "This is my invincible inch fist." Just like that, Trang 13 used one world-shaking punch to break free from the binds, shattering the bizarre tentacle that had wrapped around him. Facing the countless sharp attacks of the demon beast, Trang 13's momentum was sky-high. He charged straight forward. Every punch and kick he delivered contained world-destroying power, directly crushing the Demon Emperor's flesh into countless bloody fragments. The Demon Emperor shrieked miserably, its heart tearing pain. Its giant body thrashed wildly. But astonishingly, those fatal wounds healed completely in an instant. The demon beast once again launched a ferocious counterattack towards Trang 13. As soon as it recovered, it madly lunged at the man, stunning Trang 13. This attack carried terrifying power, fiercely striking 13's body, sending his figure flying like a broken kite. Trang 13's body drew a tragic arc in the air, then slammed heavily onto the hard, rocky ground. Dust rose, obscuring the sky. Hak Fuang's ghostly figure appeared beside 13. His voice was grave. "This demon beast's regeneration speed is truly bizarre. It seems we can only destroy its divine soul to completely eliminate this menace." Trang 13 frowned tightly, his eyes still fixed on the raging demon emperor, asking doubtfully, "You said, divine soul?" Hak Fuang patiently explained. A sixth-stage demon emperor is equivalent to a spirit transformation cultivator. They can already condense an immortal divine soul. As long as the divine soul is immortal, even if the physical body turns to dust, it can be regenerated. Understanding the mystery of the divine soul, Trang 13 didn't hesitate. He stomped on the void, erupting with full power, and once again charged straight at the demon emperor. In no time, Trang 13 was standing face to face with the demon emperor and its countless bizarre tentacles. As soon as they met, his fists flew like a storm, continuously pounding. The punching speed was too fast, the fist shadows overlapping like illusions. In an instant, he had completely pulverized all the beast's tentacles. Facing 13's terrifying might, the demon emperor finally showed a look of horror. Panic spread through its heart. Trang 13's figure was in the air, his right fist clenched, his eyes focused, killing intent soaring. Now, try this move of mine. Hak Fuang watched the battle from afar, a trace of helplessness on his face. Did you not hear what I said? Simple physical attacks are useless against its immortal divine soul. At this moment, Trang 13 had gathered all his strength, erupting with his ultimate technique. His right fist shot straight out, a world-shaking punch that shattered the demon emperor's skull. Its entire physical body disintegrated into nothingness in an instant, completely vanishing. Hak Fuang stood aside, muttering, "What a waste of energy." Its divine soul was not destroyed. Reforming the body is just a matter of time. Hak Fuang's gaze remained fixed on the spot where the demon emperor vanished. But as time passed, as long as it takes to burn an incense stick, Hak Fuang gradually showed surprise. What is happening? Why is there no sign of the beast's resurrection? Wait. The demon emperor's aura. Why has it completely disappeared? Could it be, it's really dead? Trang 13 arrogantly raised his head, his bearing heroic. It seems it has returned to the heavens.